Chapter 55 The Gathering of the Remington Clan, Part 2. Chapter 55 The Gathering of the Remington Clan, Part 2. 13 walked confidently towards the desert area, while taking in the sights and sounds of everything around him. He had memorized the faces of the most important people in the continent of Aldebaran days ago by looking up their information on the internet. A simple Google search was enough to see their faces and the field that they were working in. Of course, 13 didn't know everyone because that would be impossible, but he knew the most important ones, those who held significant power and influence in the continent of Aldebaran. Just a glance was enough to see that even the upper class had their own circles and people that they didn't get along with. 13 was paying close attention to which groups were with who, so that when he needed to expand his operations, he would know which side to pick. But there was only one problem. Leah, the youngest daughter of Elijah and Vivian, was following him like a tail. "Is there something I can help you with?" 13 asked the girl, who was the same age as him. Leah shook her head. "My mom said that I should look after you today." "By looking after me, you mean following me?" "Yes." 13 tilted his head to the side, but in the end, he didn't tell Leah to mind her own business. "It must be hard on you," 13 said with a smile. "It is." Leah nodded. "But you're different from your brother. He looks like he is about to cry any moment, but you are calm and at ease." 13 wasn't able to stop himself from chuckling after hearing Leah's positive comment about his brother, Mikhail. "He's just tense." 13 glanced at his brother, who couldn't help but look at the beautiful girls who were around his age in the event hall. The ladies in their family were beautiful, but in the end they were his family. Even though Mikhail loved them very much, his feelings for them would naturally be different compared to other girls, especially the ones who were just as beautiful as his sister, Shasha. But seeing other girls, especially those that came from the monarch clans, as well as the 10 prestigious families, was certainly a different experience. A glance was enough to tell that they were a different breed from the normal people in the room. They exude an aura of confidence and strength, which could be seen through their actions. These children had trained their families' martial arts from a very young age, making them powerful warriors in their own right. Although many of them still died during their first wandering, it didn't change the fact that their survivability was higher compared to the rest of the teenagers, who were not able to receive proper training at their age. "So, tell me, are you familiar with the children of the monarch and prestigious clans?" 13 inquired as he added a small muffin to his plate. "Yes," Leah replied, "but not all of them." "Then, how about you tell me the things you know about them? For example, the blonde boy over there." 13 pointed at the teenager boy, whom he believed was around the same age as his brother, Mikhail. "That's Noah Griffin," Leah replied. "My brother said that he is one of the most talented children who will be having their first wandering this winter solstice. He is hoping that the two of them will be sent to the same place to take their trial." "Oh, a big shot, huh?" 13 smirked. As expected, the reason why he asked for information about Noah was due to the fact that he was surrounded by many young teenage boys and girls. Clearly, he was someone of importance to have so many people trying to form connections with him. "The one with silver hair and red eyes is Matthew from the Stallard clan," Leah said as she took the initiative to tell him about the other important children in the venue. "He uses the spear, and, according to my brother, he is very proficient in it." Leah then moved closer to 13 and whispered something in his ear. "The chubby boy beside him is Isaac Elrod," Leah whispered. "My brother says that he's nothing special. If not for the name of his family, no one would pay attention to him. He is also at the bottom of the hierarchy among the members of the young generation." 13 arched an eyebrow as he looked at the chubby boy with brown hair and green eyes. While he wasn't handsome, he was charming, and the way he smiled was filled with innocence, which made the corner of 13's lips curl up into a smile. Either he is as useless as people say he is, or he is a pig that can eat a tiger, 13 thought. If he is hiding his true abilities, then this guy is probably more dangerous than the other kids from the monarch clans. While he was deep in thought, Leah then pointed at another person, making 13 narrow his eyes. "His name is Clark Ashford," Leah whispered. "Just like Noah, he is one of the most talented among those who will start their first wandering. However, my brother said that his personality isn't that good." "Ashford." 13 narrowed his eyes as he looked at the handsome young man with red hair and green eyes. He had a grudge against the head of the Ashford clan because he was the same person who had killed his former host. 13 didn't have any quarrel with the entirety of the Ashford clan because he knew that the children couldn't choose who their fathers or mothers would be. They just so happened to share the same name, so 13 didn't think much of them. He might be a vengeful person, but he wasn't someone who would target the innocent. As a system, and as a human, he had his bottom line. He didn't care if their surnames were Ashford, Griffin, Elrod, Stallard, or Remington. His vengeance only extended to some people, and not their entire bloodline. Of course, if they antagonized him, that was a different matter. Anyone who dared to hurt him, or his family, would suffer the consequences of their actions. Suddenly, a loud voice reverberated in the surroundings of the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?" The host of the event, Theodore Remington, said with a smile on his face. "Now that the majority of you have eaten and drunk your fill, it is now time for some entertainment. However, since this event was made for the members of the young generation, they will play the role of entertaining everyone here by showing off their amazing skills in front of everyone." 13 smirked because he had already expected something like this to happen. With so many competitive members of the young generation, it was only natural for them to showcase their skills in order to impress the 5 monarch clans, as well as the 10 prestigious families. Not all the children here were affiliated, and some of them were looking for sponsors and possible new masters who would help them survive and grow in Solterra. Standing on the shoulders of giants is the fastest way to grow in this world, 13 mused before glancing at his brother, who had a look of curiosity on his face. Although Mikhail wasn't a battle junkie, he was still very interested in fighting. In fact, ever since he received his martial technique, he made sure to train hard every day. The 7-year-old exchanged a glance with his brother, and the latter nodded his head in understanding. "It's showtime," 13 smiled. He had personally trained Mikhail, so he understood how strong he was. However, 13 wanted to know just how Mikhail would measure up against the talented members of the monarch clans, as well as the geniuses of the 10 prestigious families. Chapter 56 The Gathering of the Remington Clan, Part 3. Chapter 56 The Gathering of the Remington Clan, Part 3. We held this event to help the next generation prepare themselves for what they are going to face in the world of Solterra, Theodore said. "I'm sure that your families have already prepared you to the best of their abilities. So, we will put those preparations to the test." With a single clap of Theodore's hand, the floor of the dancing area of the event hall parted to the sides, revealing an underground arena. There were 10 arenas in total, which meant that 10 matches could be held at the same time. The children of the different families had various reactions to this sudden change of events. Some of them smiled with confidence, others felt bored, while some were very eager to show their might to their peers, hoping that it would impress them. Others felt fear, anxiety, and doubt about what was going to happen next. They didn't know what the Remington clan had prepared, but knowing that they were one of the 5 monarch clans, whatever they had in store for the teenagers wasn't that simple. "I'm sure that the majority of you think that we will be holding a sparring match," Theodore stated. "While that is also good, I believe that fighting amongst yourselves might cause grudges and hostilities before you are even sent to Solterra. In order to prevent that from happening, what you will be fighting aren't humans, but the monsters of Solterra themselves. Worry not, we have only prepared rank 1 monsters, which are the monsters that you will be facing in your first wandering. Consider this as an initiation of sorts to the world that you are about to enter. As for your safety, worry not. We have prepared champions who will stop the battle if they deem that you are about to be seriously injured or, worse, die from the challenge. If you don't trust them enough to protect your lives, you can ask your guardians to serve as your protectors instead. Remember this, everyone. Your safety is important to us. However, when you enter the world of Solterra, we will no longer be there to keep you safe. This challenge has a point system, and those who have the highest points will get a prize. But, remember this, only the top 100 will be eligible for the rewards of this challenge. But, the top 5 will gain even greater prizes. As to how the point system will be computed, allow me to explain the rules. We have captured many monsters, and you will be allowed to fight 3 of them. Each monster has a corresponding point value, depending on their difficulty. You can fight them in a one-on-one battle, 1 versus 2 battle, or you can fight all 3 at once. Freewebble.cm. If you choose to fight all 3 monsters at once and win, their points will be multiplied by 10. While you can fight all three at once in order to get a high enough score to secure that you will be in the top 10, this is something that I don't highly recommend. All of you are still ordinary humans, and your strength is still only so much. You only have one life, and you should cherish it while it lasts. So, without further delay, I hereby announce the start of the challenge. Loud cheers reverberated in the surrounding as the challengers all lined up to participate in the challenge. However, just as the contestants were about to start the first round of battles, someone spoke up, which caught Theodore's attention. "Excuse me, I have a question regarding the event." Everyone's gazes landed on the 7-year-old boy, who had a plate filled with muffins. Leah, who was standing beside him, felt intimidated by the countless stares that suddenly turned in their direction. Because of this, she subconsciously hid behind 13. In order to shield herself from the unwanted attention, what she didn't know was that this action of hers made the Remington clan wonder why one of their children was hiding behind the black-haired boy with green eyes. "Ask away, little boy," Theodore said with a smile on his face. However, he made a mental note to find the identity of this child, who didn't flinch away from asking a question of a champion like him. Not everyone could address him in such a manner, especially in the gathering that he himself had started. "I have a question about the monsters," 13 said. "Since they are monsters, there is a chance that they might fight against each other when they are released at the same time. My question is this: what would happen if 2 of the monsters killed each other and the contestant didn't do anything? Would that still be considered to be their win?" "Oh my, I didn't know we had a smart child here." Theodore was no longer offended by the sudden interruption of the 7-year-old and even looked at him with amusement. In the case that the monsters kill each other or are no longer able to battle, it will be considered the challenger's win. "Thank you for the clarification," 13 replied. Theodore smiled faintly and raised his hand to resume the start of the event. Mikhail then glanced at his brother because he knew that Zion wouldn't do anything without a proper reason. Suddenly, it hit him, making his eyes widen in shock. "I understand, brother," Mikhail thought as he gave his brother a look of understanding. "Thank you for your help." Seeing that Mikhail seemed to have understood his intention, 13 just smiled and returned to their table to eat the muffins that he had piled up on his plate. Leah followed him back and sat on her chair while sighing in relief. Elijah and Vivian looked at their adorable daughter with smiles on their faces. Although they knew that she was spooked and embarrassed by what had happened earlier, they decided to not say anything. Vivian even asked her daughter affectionately if she wanted to come with her to get some desserts. Naturally, Leah nodded her head and followed her mother with a smile. Gerald then glanced at his son and gave the boy a thumbs up in his heart. Just like Mikhail, he realized why 13 had asked a question. Now, he was looking forward to Mikhail's turn to challenge the monsters of his choice, which he believed would be an interesting fight to watch. Chapter 57: Join Me and Live, Oppose Me and Die a Dog's Death. Chapter 57: Join Me and Live, Oppose Me and Die a Dog's Death. Harry stood in one of the arenas with a confident look on his face. He had chosen to fight against the one-horned forest wolf, which was one of the strongest rank 1 monsters in the list. The highest number of points that a single monster could have was 110 points, and the forest wolf gave 90 points. Harry was sure that once he defeated this monster, he would enter the top 100 and even have a shot for the top 5, where greater prizes would be awarded to the winner. The other candidates had a similar strategy to their peers. They fought the monsters that they believed were something that they could handle. Since they felt that they would be unable to beat the 5 monarch clans, as well as the 10 prestigious families, they chose monsters, which would allow them to enter the top 100 easily. Of course, there were children who decided to not participate in the battle because they were not confident about being able to beat the monsters that the Remington family had prepared for this challenge. Out of the hundreds of children that were present in the venue, only a little over 200 participated in the battle. These children belonged to the monarch clans, the prestigious families, the military families, as well as powerful families, who were only a tier or 2 lower than the 10 prestigious families. These were the families that were eyeing their position and wanted to stand on equal ground with the most influential families in the world. Of course, unless they produced a throne, they would not be able to accomplish their dreams of being part of the prestigious families. When the one-horned forest wolf was released in the arena, Harry immediately took action. His father, Elijah, had chosen to be his guardian, ready to interfere if he deemed that his son was in danger. Harry had been trained since he was young, and he had also fought against rank 1 monsters before. This was an essential part of the Remington clan's training, and only those who managed to show excellent results would be considered children worth investing in. This was his 3rd time fighting against a one-horned forest wolf, so he already knew how to deal with it. The wolf lunged at him, using its superior speed to kill the prey before him. However, Harry had already expected this, so he deftly dodged to his right side. When the wolf went past him, the teenage boy slashed his sword, targeting the foot of the forest wolf, slicing it in half. The bronze greatsword in his hand was crafted by the best blacksmiths of the Remington family. It could be wielded by ordinary children who hadn't had their first wandering. Because of this, Harry was easily able to cripple his enemy, preventing it from running all over the place. The forest wolf was a very agile creature, but the moment one of its legs was crippled, its only advantage disappeared completely. Harry then made short work of it, and, before long, the one-horned forest wolf finally breathed its last and died to a clean stab in its head. Elijah gave his son a nod of approval because he didn't disappoint their family. In another arena, Matthew Stallard had also finished his battle. The teenage boy fought against a rank 1 dire bear, which was equivalent to 96 points. He ended the battle in one swift spear thrust, targeting his opponent's chest area where the heart was located. He then glanced at the person whom he considered to be his rival, Clark Ashford. The battle was just about to start, and everyone's gaze was focused on the genius of the Ashford family, whom everyone had high hopes for. He was fighting against a ferocious, saber-toothed tiger, which was a pseudo-rank 2 monster. It was worth 110 points, and was considered to be the strongest monster in the rank 1 category. The 2-meter-tall saber-toothed tiger roared as it looked down on the fool, who chose it as its enemy. Clark made a come-and-get-me gesture with his hand to the monster, infuriating it instantly. With a roar filled with anger, the ferocious saber-toothed tiger charged towards the teenager with bloodshot eyes. It opened its jaws, showing its razor-sharp teeth, ready to shred the arrogant child to pieces. Clark only sneered as he also ran towards the monster with his sword raised above his head. When they were only a few meters away from each other, Clark did the unexpected and slid under the monster's body, just as the latter was about to bite his head off. His sword, which was raised above his head, effortlessly sliced the underside of the saber-toothed tiger, making it roar in pain. Blood flowed out of its body, dyeing the arena in red. Clark then casually brushed the dirt off his robes before flicking his sword to the side to remove the bloodstains that had clung to its blade. Just like the weapons possessed by the children of the monarch clans, as well as the prestigious families, the quality of his sword was at the peak of the bronze grade, making it the strongest weapon in its rank. Despite its injuries, the ferocious saber-toothed tiger didn't back down and stubbornly attacked the boy, who no longer attacked, but simply evaded his opponent's attacks with ease. The saber-toothed tiger was now like a bull that could only charge in one direction, leaving a trail of blood behind. Matthew clicked his tongue when he saw this because he understood the message that Clark was trying to tell everyone in the event. Anyone who dared to get in his way would suffer in the same way that the saber-toothed tiger was, as it slowly, but surely, bleed to death. It was a long and agonizing death. It was a pitiful death, which was the message that Clark wanted to send his peers. Join me and live, oppose me and die a dog's death. A few minutes later, the ferocious saber-toothed tiger gave an unwilling death cry before its body finally collapsed into a pool of its own blood and died filled with anger, bitterness, and frustration. More battles followed, but they weren't as impactful as the battles of the families that stood at the top of the world. Even the chubby boy, Isaac Elrod, who was considered to be in the bottom tier among the 5 monarch clans, was able to defeat his opponent, earning him 80 points on the leaderboard. Is there anyone else who would like to test their skills? Theodore asked after only a handful of people remained fighting in the arena. This is the last call before the scores will be tallied and the top 10 and top 100 will be announced. At that moment, Mikhail stepped forward and raised his hand. I would like to try this challenge, Mikhail stated. Theodore nodded and made a gesture for the boy to approach a middle-aged man, who was responsible for bringing the monsters to the arena. Mikhail checked the list that the man had given to him and made his choice. The man was surprised because Michael decided to not only fight one monster, but decided to fight 3 monsters at once. "Boy, are you sure about this?" the middle-aged man asked. "Trying to show off may result in your death. Do you really wish to go ahead with this arrangement?" "Yes, sir," Mikhail replied, making the middle-aged man shake his head. "Very well," the middle-aged man said. "You're lucky there are referees to save you in this match, boy, because I am certain that you're just making a fool of yourself. Go to Arena 7, the one in the middle, and I will send the monsters there for you to fight." Mikhail thanked the man and headed to the arena. Freewebnov.com 13 gave his brother a knowing glance before nudging his father to go to the arena to become Mikhail's protector. Gerald nodded and followed behind Mikhail with a smug expression on his handsome face. Chapter 58 Mikhail's Choice. Chapter 58 Mikhail's Choice. Since the fights of the geniuses of the monarch clans and the prestigious families were over, no one paid attention to the battles that were happening in the arena. They didn't even glance at Mikhail when he walked up into Arena 7 in order to fight his battle. Although the other families didn't pay any attention to this battle, Theodore and his staff did. As the organizers of this event, they wanted to see who among the members of the young generation were worthy of note. Arthur and Michael, who were seated in the VIP area, alongside the other members of the 5 monarch clans and 10 prestigious families, had been chatting about the latest situation of the human kingdoms in Solterra. They were also discussing the eventual descent of countless jinns and magents into the Cygni continent. Although everyone was very casual about it, they all knew that they couldn't allow the jinns to conquer another continent, which would further decrease the territories that were owned by humanity. Their general consensus was that as long as there weren't any Tier 9-dimensional gates appearing, they would do everything in their power to prevent the collapse of another human continent. The Griffin clan, which was one of the monarch clans, and ruled the Cygni continent alongside 3 other prestigious families, had declared that they would not abandon their domain and fight with everything they had. They were even encouraging the wanderers of their continent to fight for their homeland. In order to strengthen themselves for the upcoming invasion, they decided to become the subordinates of the Griffin clan and increase their ranks as soon as possible. Suddenly, one of Arthur's old friends noticed Gerald walking towards the arena and smirked. "Arthur, isn't that the son that you kicked out of the house?" Lawrence Smith asked. The Smith family was one of the 3 other prestigious families that ruled Aldebaran alongside the Remington clan. They were all allies on the surface, so they acted like all of them were friends during these gatherings. Arthur smiled. "It is indeed my unfilial son. I wonder how he was able to get an invitation to this party." Lawrence chuckled. "I've heard that he stopped going to Solterra after getting targeted by Death Wish. I think he made the right decision. In the face of certain death, it is best to just live in peace and no longer go to dangerous places." "Are you talking from experience?" Arthur arched an eyebrow. "I've been asking you to come with me to challenge a Tier 8-dimensional gate, but you're too scared to even try. Are you that desperate to become a monarch?" Lawrence sneered. "Unlike you, I don't plan on dying. Good luck finding partners to go with you on your suicide mission." In order for thrones to become monarchs, they needed to challenge a Tier 9 gate once, or a Tier 8-dimensional gate twice. Arthur had already challenged one such gate, but at the cost of him losing over 1,000 subordinates and 3 close friends of his. Their ranks were of the Grandmaster and Champion ranks, but in the end, less than 50 people survived. It was a crippling blow to the forces of the Leventis family, which made him reconsider his options. If not for the fact that he was already a throne at that time, the other families who wanted to take their place might have done so. Lady Callista and Hans were 2 of the people that survived this fight, and, after that battle ended, they vowed to never attempt it a second time. This happened over 50 years ago, and since then, Arthur hadn't challenged another Tier 8 gate. If the 10 prestigious families worked together, they could probably produce a monarch, but none of them were willing to risk their lives in the attempt. The moment they died, their families would suffer, so they were content with being thrones and no longer tried to aim to become a monarch. "So, that boy he is escorting to the arena is one of your grandsons, huh? His looks aren't too shabby," Lawrence commented. "If he is any good, I might consider letting him marry into my family." Arthur didn't make any comments and simply glanced at the arena while twirling the wine glass in his hand. He and Michael had been paying close attention to Gerald's family. When 13 spoke up earlier, Arthur almost threw an apple at his bastard grandson's head while shouting, "Will it kill you to behave and keep a low profile this once?" Fortunately, Arthur was able to hold back since 13's question wasn't that important. Even so, he knew that Theodore and the Remington family were also paying close attention to Gerald's family due to the heavenly phenomenon that happened a few months ago. Just before Mikhail stepped into the arena, Gerald handed him an axe that he had personally crafted for his son. This was a peak-grade bronze weapon that Mikhail used whenever he was training his martial technique inside their training room. Although he would be unable to use this weapon until his second wandering, he still used it a lot and had gained a better understanding of his abilities. Michael was also paying extra close attention to his nephew, whom he would see fight for the first time. Suddenly, 3 cages were brought to the arena, which made the children, who had finished their fights, look over in confusion. There was only one person in an arena, so they were wondering where the other 2 monsters would be taken. However, when they saw that all 3 cages were brought to Arena 7, their eyes widened in shock when they thought about a possibility. Even Theodore, who had left his staff to handle Michael's challenge, was very surprised. This kid. Theodore held back a chuckle after seeing the identity of the 3 monsters he had chosen. Did his father help him out? Theodore glanced at Gerald, who had his arms crossed over his chest while he looked at his son, who was standing in the arena with a weapon in hand. Although he already knew the outcome of the battle, Theodore still decided to watch how things would unfold. The purpose of this event was to observe who among the next batch of wanderers would be the most promising, and it seems that he found a rough gem who would soon make a name for himself in his first wandering. Chapter 59: Irreconcilable Hatred for Each Other. Chapter 59: Irreconcilable Hatred for Each Other. If earlier no one was paying attention to the last challenger that was standing in the arena, now everyone did. Mikhail stood tall with a weapon in hand and looked at the 3 covered cages that were about to be opened. The moment these cages were opened, 3 creatures emerged from it, and they made the people who were watching the battle gasp in surprise. Vel.com. The first one was the bronze prime ape. Its fur was the same color as bronze, so people had called it so. It also had a very short temper and would not hesitate to attack anyone that it saw. However, on the point ranking system, the bronze prime ape was only around 60 points. The second monster that appeared was the golden butt baboon. Just like its name implied, the color of its butt was gold instead of the usual red color. It was a very territorial beast and very fierce as well. Similar to the bronze prime ape, it would also not hesitate to attack anyone who dared to come near its territory. The point ranking system made by the Remington clan only gave the golden butt baboon 55 points, which was 5 points lower than the bronze prime ape. The moment the bronze prime ape and the golden butt baboon saw each other, both of them roared at each other, preparing to fight. Not many people knew, but these 2 monsters had an irreconcilable hatred for each other. Their territories always overlapped with each other, so beast wars between them were very common. Perhaps due to the constant war between the 2 species, even their hatred for each other was transferred through their genes, making all their offspring hate each other with a vengeance. But, just as the 2 monsters were about to clash, the third monster was released, and it was none other than the red-eyed chimpanzee that stood over 3 meters tall. The bronze prime ape and the golden butt baboon were both nearly 2 meters tall, but the red-eyed chimpanzee towered over them. Unlike the 2 smaller monsters, the red-eyed chimpanzee was given 85 points by the ranking system, making it a very formidable monster. But, as soon as it made its appearance, the 2 other monsters seemed to have forgotten their hatred for each other and attacked the red-eyed chimpanzee together, as if the 2 of them couldn't coexist with it. The teenagers and the guests, who were not very knowledgeable with the ecology of monsters, gasped in shock after seeing such a sudden turn of events. Chapter 60: Father teaches me a lot of things. Chapter 60: Father teaches me a lot of things. Theodore glanced at Mikhail, who had just stepped outside of the arena. It was also at this moment when he heard a clapping sound, which came from the boy's younger brother, Zion, who had asked him a question a while ago. This family sure knows how to make an impression, Theodore thought. Just like the majority of everyone in the main hall, he also knew of Gerald's circumstances. Kicked out of the Leventis family, and was currently being hunted down by the assassin organization Death Wish in Solterra. Left with no choice, he had decided to try his hand at blacksmithing in order to earn enough to support his family. The majority of people thought that he decided to retire as a wanderer due to the danger that was facing him in Solterra, so no one thought much of him again. But now his son just caught the attention of almost every family in the event hall, including the people from the 5 monarch clans and 10 prestigious families. A few minutes later, the scoreboard was shown, showing Mikhail's name at the very top. Mikhail Leventis, 2,000 points. Clark Ashford, 110 points. Matthew Stallard, 96 points. Noah Griffin, 95 points. Harry Remington, 90 points. Isaac Elrod, 90 points. Tobias Smith, 85 points. Arthur's and Michael's face remained calm as they looked at the scoreboard. Unlike the people here, they were more aware of Mikhail's, Shasha's, and Zion's abilities. However, since Arthur couldn't openly accept them back to the Leventis family's fold, he just kept watch on their progress and asked Michael to make the necessary arrangements if the opportunity arose. "It's such a shame that such a talented child is kicked out of the family," Lawrence commented. "Such a waste. Don't you think so, Michael?" "Mayhaps," Michael replied after he was addressed by the older man. Lawrence wanted to tease Arthur, but he knew that the old fart would say something along the lines of, "The disowned grandson of my family is still more talented than your grandson. Are you slacking off in his training?" Since Lawrence didn't want to be put on the spot, he decided to not talk to Arthur and simply asked Michael his question. Clark Ashford, who thought of himself as the leader of the next generation of wanderers, wasn't too happy seeing his name in second place. He was certain that he would be at the top of the rankings with his performance by taking out the monster with the highest points. Unfortunately, someone else took the glory, making him feel very irritated. When Mikhail sat back at the table, Elijah and Vivian looked at him proudly. It was as if he was their son, and they were the proud parents who wanted to shout to the world, "This boy is our son. Isn't he so awesome?" Of course, they didn't do anything like that. But since they were practically the godfather and godmother of Gerald's children, their glory is their glory as well. "How did you know about those things?" Vivian asked Mikhail with a smile. "Did your father tell you about the habitat of those monsters?" "Yes, Aunt," Mikhail replied. "Father teaches me a lot of things." Gerald waved his hand in an attempt to downplay the matter because he and Mikhail both knew the truth. This was all part of Zion's plan, and he wanted his father to take credit for Mikhail's knowledge about Solterra. In order to help prepare Mikhail for his first wandering, 13 condensed all the information he had about Solterra and passed it over to Mikhail and Shasha. The habitats of the monsters, their strengths and weaknesses, maps of the world, and any other relevant information related to its flora and fauna were implanted inside their heads. They were now like walking encyclopedias of Solterra, boasting all the information that 13 had gathered about the world some 300 years ago. Of course, he also knew that his information was outdated, but since he wanted Mikhail and Shasha to be as prepared as they could be for their wanderings, he made sure to give them everything he knew about the world. Fortunately, even after 300 years had passed, the relationship between the 3 monsters that Mikhail had fought remained the same. After an hour, Theodore awarded the top 100 with the prizes that he had promised. As for the top 10, he had prepared something more special for them. "The top 10, please come with me," Theodore said and motioned for the most outstanding children of the current generation to follow behind him. People watched as 11 children walked behind Theodore with smiles on their faces. However, after counting, they realized that there was one additional child who wasn't supposed to be in that lineup. Michael fixed the glasses on his face as he watched his father almost snap the wine glass in his hands in half. Fortunately, Arthur's control over his emotions had grown stronger over the years of interacting with his bastard grandchild, Zion. Just what is that fool doing? Arthur was really tempted to jump down from the VIP room and spank 13's bum silly. "Why can't you behave like most children your age?" Theodore also noticed the 7-year-old tailing his older brother, but he pretended not to see him. Having one more child inside the Remington treasury wouldn't make a difference anyway. The reason why 13 tagged along was because he didn't know what kind of rewards Theodore was planning to give the children who scored the highest in the event that he held. His brother Mikhail wasn't as knowledgeable as him, so he tagged along to make sure that his brother wouldn't get tricked into choosing something that he didn't need. Also, his skin was thick enough to ask that his brother get additional rewards because he was number 1 in the rankings. After entering the Remington treasury, 13 realized that the monarch clans were really different from the prestigious families. Their treasury was bigger and had more items compared to the Levinus family. This made 13 want to tell his grandpa to do better in expanding their family's treasury because he didn't want to be associated with peasants. Now, all of you will be allowed to take one item from the outer treasury of our clan, Theodore stated. The ranks of the items here are up to the initiate rank. The top 10 can get one item. The top 5 can get 2, and the top 1 can get 3. A/N. These are the item rankings and the human rankings. No one can use an item rank that is above their current rank. It's similar to games. You can touch it, but you can't equip them in battle. Rookie, Bronze Grade Adept, Silver Mid Apostle, Silver Mid, Silver Peak Elite, Gold, Gold Mid Initiate, Gold Mid, Platinum Master, Platinum Grandmaster, Mithril Champion, Adamantine Throne, Mythical Monarch, MythicalRewabove.com. Theodore glanced at the faces of the children and smiled at them all. Make sure to not take more than what we are offering you. If you take more than what was allocated to the rank you got from the challenge, not only will the Remington clan look down on you, but you will no longer be invited in future events sponsored by our family. Just as Theodore was about to say more, he noticed the 7-year-old, who wasn't even supposed to be inside the treasury, wandering off into the distance and checking the displays one by one. The other children followed his gaze and sneered at 13, who looked very much like a country bumpkin, who hadn't seen any treasures in his life. Chapter 61 He's a good kid, just a shameless one. Chapter 61 He's a good kid, just a shameless one. All right, now, off you go, Theodore stated. All of you only have 1 hour to choose the items that you want. Once you make your decision, just tell me what you want, and my 2 assistants will accommodate you. There were 2 other adults in the treasury, who were both of the Grandmaster rank. He didn't want to intimidate the kids too much, so he only asked 2 Grandmasters to accompany him in the treasury to watch over them. Mikhail followed behind his little brother as they browsed the items that were on display. The 2 didn't even bother to look at the weapons section and only focused on the things that their father couldn't produce, and that was avatars. The wanderers who fought against the monsters in Solterra had a small chance to get their avatars. These would be directly sent into their own spatial inventory, which would become readily available to them during their first wandering. All items, including weapons, artifacts, and avatars, that they gained in Solterra would be sent to this spatial inventory. The only things that couldn't be placed inside it were monster cores, which had to be stored in other storage devices like storage rings, storage bags, and similar artifacts. Since 13 was confident that he and his father could craft any kind of equipment they desired, they just focused on getting what they couldn't craft, and that was avatars. You can pick one that you like, brother, 13 said. I'll pick the remaining 2. Okay. Mikhail nodded and wandered off to the rank 4 shelf, where the strongest avatars in the outer treasury of the Remington family were located. 13 only smiled at his brother's choice because it was very typical of children his age. Since he wanted the strongest, it was only normal to choose rank 4 avatars, which he would be able to use in his third wandering. For the time being, these avatars would be transferred over to their father or mother because they were the only ones in the family who could summon them. I better ask Grandma to help me get some avatars from the Levinus family, too, 13 thought. Preferably those that specialize in the fire element, so it can help Pops with his crafting needs. Blacksmiths usually look for fire elemental djinns or magents to help them melt high-ranking metals, as well as monster parts. The only reason why his father was able to make mythical-ranked equipment was due to the fact that 13 had modified his forge using rune magic to make the flames hotter and more powerful. His father's current forge didn't have this kind of boost because he wanted Gerald to build a solid foundation. They were desperate for money years ago, so 13 had no choice but to supplement what they were lacking with rune magic. After 2 years of being a blacksmith, 13 deemed that his father was now ready to use fire elementals to help him in his craft. Also, he thought that it was also about time that he taught his mother the divine-ranked martial technique, 10,000 concoctions, making her an alchemist. Mother also needs a fire elemental, but since she is a beginner, I need to look for something that she could work with until she becomes proficient. A firefox would be the optimum choice because it is a very reliable helper, as well as a gentle partner. Firefoxes were only rank 3 monsters, so they weren't hard to find. However, getting their avatars wasn't a simple task. They lived in groups of 5 or more, so if someone was planning to hunt them, they must be prepared to deal with many rank 3 monsters at once. Of course, high-ranking humans could easily do this, but that didn't guarantee that they would get their avatars. In fact, the higher the rank, the less chances that they would get anything from lower-ranked monsters. Those who had the rank of Master and above had a very small, to almost non-existent, chance of getting anything from these monsters, so they no longer actively hunted them. The one made sure that stronger people wouldn't be able to farm low-ranking avatars, that they could pass on to the younger generation. Fortunately, the Remington family had a firefox in their collection, so 13 asked one of the Grandmasters to add it to the rewards that were to be given to his brother. Since Mikhail was in agreement, the staff collected the avatar, which was in the form of a miniature crystallized firefox. This was how people traded their avatars in the world. They would transform their avatars into their miniature crystal forms and hand them over for trade or auction. Theodore was paying extra attention to Mikhail and 13, who went straight to the avatar section, ignoring everything else. He wanted to know what the two children were planning to get, and, so far, their choices intrigued him. Mikhail had chosen a rank 4 Great Eagle, which were commonly used as flying mounts. 13, on the other hand, chose a rank 3 Firefox and a rank 3 Ice Fox. One was known to breathe out fire, while the latter was known to breathe out an icy breath. After the staff gave Mikhail these 3 avatars, 13 walked up toward Theodore and looked at him with puppy eyes. "Mister, can I also get an avatar of my own?" 13 asked shamelessly, making the corner of Theodore's lips twitch. The top 6 up to the top 10 looked at the country bumpkin in disdain because they felt that the brat was going too far. They had to fight strong monsters in order to be invited to the Remington clan's outer treasury. Meanwhile, the 7-year-old just tagged along with his brother and was asking for a treasure as well. Simply shameless. "I'm sorry, but only those that have managed to do the challenges can get a treasure from our treasury," Theodore replied. "But, mister, I'm not really asking for a treasure." 13 blinked his eyes innocently. "What do you mean?" Theodore frowned. "Didn't you just ask for an avatar of your own?" 13 nodded. "I did. But I only plan on getting one of those normal rank 1 avatars. I want the fluffy white cat avatar as a gift for my little sister. I'm sure that she will love it." Theodore's frown eased up after hearing 13's request. The fluffy white cat avatar wasn't really a rank 1 monster. In fact, it was just one of the common monsters that wasn't even strong enough to reach rank 1. Since there were no classifications lower than rank 1, they simply labeled it a rank 1 monster. However, it was very common to make the fluffy white cat a pet, instead of a fighting monster. Aside from looking cute, it was basically harmless. "Fine," Theodore replied. "You can get a fluffy white cat. Treat it as a gift from the Remington family." The other children, who heard 13's choice, no longer felt that the latter was taking advantage of the Remington family's kindness. Since he only asked for a common monster as an avatar, it wouldn't really matter because it was simply a house pet for the rich families to play with. When the staff handed 13 the crystallized statue of the fluffy white cat, he thanked Theodore for his generosity. He knew that asking for more would just make Theodore look down on him, so he took the safest route and got a pet for his sisters, Shasha and Remy, to play with. The fire fox and the ice fox would be given to his mother, allowing her to practice pill crafting. As for his father, he planned to visit the Leventis family and ask his grandpa to give them one. He was certain that Arthur wouldn't disagree because he was also looking forward to Gerald crafting more mythical rank equipment that would be added to their Leventis family's collection. Currently, the 5 monarchs and the 9 thrones of Pangaea still didn't know that Arthur and Lady Callista were both in possession of 2 pieces of mythical equipment each. If they knew, it would cause a commotion that would make the Leventis family the oldest topic in private discussions within the powerful families of the world. Having gotten what they needed from the treasury, Theodore led the children back to the party where their guardians were waiting for them. Half a day later, the party came to an end. After promising Elijah and Vivian to have another meet-up, this time with Alessia, they were escorted back home in the same helicopter that brought them to the Remington clan's residence. However, before they left, 13 asked his uncle if he could keep the helicopter as a gift, which the latter readily refused. "That godson of ours sure is troublesome." Vivian shook her head helplessly as she looked at the helicopter that was growing smaller and smaller in the distance. "Indeed," Elijah sighed. "But he's a good kid. Just a shameless one." Vivian covered her lips with her hand and giggled. Agreed. When the helicopter could no longer be seen, the couple returned inside the residence and rested for the night. It was way past midnight, and their children were already asleep. Even so, meeting Gerald's children was a pleasant surprise. They also made sure to remind their son and daughter to get along with Mikhail and 13 once they entered Solterra, where almost everyone, including one's own family, was an enemy, until proven otherwise. Chapter 62 The True Main Family of the Leventis Clan. Chapter 62 The true main family of the Leventis clan. Remy loved the fluffy white cat that 13 had gotten her, and she named it Fluffy. Of course, the true owner of the fluffy cat was none other than Alessia. Only wanderers could own avatars. She merely ordered the creature to become Remy's playmate, and ordered it to not harm anyone in their family. If not for the fact that it was stronger than it looked, it might have already been squeezed to death by Remy and Shasha, who couldn't help themselves due to how soft and fluffy its fur was. While the two girls were enjoying the company of their family's new pet, Alessia had finally begun her journey to become a divine alchemist. The fire fox and ice fox were both useful for alchemists. The former could help her light her cauldron, while the latter could augment it with its ice flames, depending on the situation. 13 and Gerald worked together to craft a pill-making cauldron for Alessia, allowing her to practice without worrying about her cauldron exploding or breaking apart. Of course, a separate crafting house was specially built for her, and it was only 100 meters away from their home. 13 knew that accidents could happen, so he deemed that, in order to lower the risk of fires, it would be best to not let his mother craft inside the house. He had asked her to craft the most basic pill to practice her craft, which was the stamina pill. Eating this pill helped restore a bit of stamina, which was very helpful in most cases. To 13's surprise, his mother had talent in alchemy. Out of 10 attempts, she succeeded thrice, which wasn't a bad starting point for beginners. Also, another surprise came to their family a week after the event in the Remington clan's main residence. Michael came to visit them and talked to Gerald about something. An hour later, Mikhail went with his uncle back to the Leventis family to undergo real combat training against monsters from Solterra. 13 already expected that something like this would happen because, at the end of the day, Mikhail's performance during the competition earned the Leventis family some prestige. It didn't matter that Gerald had been kicked out of the main family line. The only thing that mattered was that Mikhail carried the Leventis family name. Paired with the skills he displayed, that was more than enough for him to be treated as one of the prodigies of the current generation. Every day, from morning till noon, Mikhail would go to the Leventis main residence to train. Every night, he would report to 13 and his father what he did during the day. 13 wasn't surprised when he noticed the subtle brainwashing that Arthur and Michael were doing to Mikhail. The two were starting to make Mikhail realize the importance of their family name, which held the position of one of the 10 prestigious families in the world. They wanted to make sure that Mikhail would end up thinking that the only ones who would be able to support him in the future were none other than them, and not his father, who had been kicked out of the family. They gave Mikhail the best training partners, the best resources, as well as the best supplements, all part of their plan to make his brother realize the difference between the main family and a disowned family. Unfortunately for them, their brainwashing was several years late. 13 had completely and thoroughly brainwashed his brothers and sisters to the point that even if the monarch clans were to personally take them under their wing, the two wouldn't bow their heads in submission. Sure, they might be impressed and even surprised by what these families had to offer. But that was it. In the end, that was all that they could do. 13's brainwashing was so thorough that when Gerald found out about it, he didn't know if he should laugh or cry at his son's antics. However, 13 assured him that everything he was telling them was the truth. He even declared that there would come a time when their own family would become the main branch of the Leventis family, and Arthur's family would become their branch family. Gerald only thought that his son was simply saying these things to ensure that Mikhail and Shasha would not be swayed by the other families. But this all changed when he managed to produce the 4 mythical equipment. Granted that the one that turned his crafted items into mythical equipment was his son, it was also at that moment when he realized the 13 hadn't been bluffing. They indeed had the potential to become the main branch of the Leventis family, and might even surpass the monarch clans in the future. So what if the Leventis family and monarch clans were richer than them? No matter how rich they were, It was impossible for them to buy all 4 pieces of mythical equipment if they were to be auctioned to the public. So what if they had a treasury of rare weapons, armor, and other artifacts? Now that Gerald had picked up the hammer and taken the profession of a blacksmith, it was only a matter of time before he consolidated his experiences and reached enlightenment. This would allow him to not only craft mithril and adamant grade equipment, but also gears above those grades as well. Even without his son's help, he believed that he would be able to craft his mythical grade gear as he got more used to his profession. It may not happen tomorrow, in a week, a year, or 5 years from now, but without a doubt, Gerald was certain that he would reach that point. And after he crafted a mythical equipment, he would aim for legendary gear, and after that divine. Once the time came when he succeeded in crafting mythical equipment without Zion's assistance, Gerald could just place a plaque in front of their family gate that says Leventis family main residence, and no one would dare to correct it. Dare to annoy the blacksmith that was able to craft mythical grade equipment? Simply courting death. 13 also stated that the Leventis family would offer them support in the future, and when that happened, they should just accept it. Since they were their vassals, it was only normal for them to serve their masters. Soon, 13's entire family no longer thought of the Leventis main family as some kind of big shot. In their minds, they were the main family, and Arthur's family was only there to make them look good. Of course, if 13's grandpa were to know that his no-good grandson had brainwashed his family into thinking of him as their servant, he would have definitely strangled the boy and whipped him 1,000 times until he repented. Unfortunately for him, he didn't know and would continue to remain oblivious to the fact that his family was already the branch family in his no-good grandson's eyes. Gerald was now on the same page as 13. Since he had already been disowned, he would make his family the true main family of the Leventis clan. And once that happened, his laughter would be heard not only in the continent of Aldebaran, but the entirety of Pangaea as well. Chapter 63, I bet you didn't see this coming, didn't you? Chapter 63, I bet you didn't see this coming, didn't you? Time passed ever so swiftly, and finally, the day of the solstice had come. At this time, a profound silence spread across the entirety of Pangaea as families gathered together to wish their families' teenage boys and girls who had turned 13 or about to turn 13 a safe journey. Regardless of whether they liked it or not, the majority of them would be sent to a dangerous world to partake in a challenge that would either result in their survival or death. 13 didn't know what kind of qualifications or conditions must be met for a person to become a wanderer. The only thing that would guarantee a teenager to be spirited away was if their parents were both wanderers. As for the rest, they would either be taken to that world randomly on a whim or by fate. The night of the solstice was always a moonless night. It was the longest night of the year, and it held a solemn meaning to the world of Pangaea, for this was when their children would be spirited away to embark on their first wandering. The moment the clock hit midnight, the loud tolling of a bell would peal across the heavens. After the tolling of the bell ended, Laplace Demon's voice would reach the ears of the chosen ones, and he would tell them, "Your first journey is about to begin. May you find your place amongst the stars." Ironically, when a wanderer died, a falling star would be seen in the sky. This was why whenever people saw many shooting stars in the sky, they'd be worried, because it could only mean that a calamity had befallen countless wanderers, wherever they might be. This was never a good sign. Unfortunately, before the long night would be over, countless shooting stars would be seen falling from the sky, never to be seen again. 13 and his family had a sumptuous dinner. They didn't want to prepare a feast since that would make it seem that it was Mikhail's last supper. The atmosphere was quite lively, happy even, as if it was any other ordinary day in their lives. In the warehouse, Gerald had prepared the best weapons and equipment for his children. However, they were unable to equip it at this time because the one wouldn't allow anyone to cheat on their first and second wanderings. Any type of support would not be tolerated. The teenage boys and girls had to survive their first wandering on their own. 13 had given Mikhail and Shasha all the information he had on Solterra, raising their chances of survival. Although it didn't show on his face, he was slightly worried as well. Even so, he had to keep the confident look on his face to ensure that Mikhail wouldn't feel anxious. "Mikhail, you're strong," 13 said. "Come back to us safely." "Yes, brother," Mikhail nodded. "I promise." "Brother, be careful. Remy said as she hugged Mikhail tightly. The youngest of their family was already teary-eyed. Young as she was already aware that in a few minutes, her brother would disappear from their home. Mikhail hugged his little sister fondly and told her that everything was going to be okay. He even said that he would bring a souvenir back for her when he returned from his journey. Alessia wasn't able to stop herself and also hugged her son tightly. As a mother who loved her son deeply, it was impossible for her not to feel anxious. The only reason why she survived her first wandering was due to a stroke of luck. Gerald happened to save her from being eaten by a monster, and he only passed by because he got lost in a forest. Shasha was also quite anxious, but she didn't show it on her face. She was their family's cold beauty, who would eventually become a head-turner several years in the future. She had been Mikhail's sparring partner and understood that her brother wasn't weak. He had also fought against real monsters in the Leventis stronghold in preparation for this day. Even so, she still hugged Mikhail tightly and told him to be safe and always watch his back. Seeing that they seemed to have no intention of letting his eldest go, Gerald smiled faintly and joined the family hug. 13 was not someone to feel overly emotional, but the familial love in front of him reminded him of the time when his previous hosts were happy and holding on to the people they cherished and loved. Brother. Remy's call broke 13 out of his daze. The little girl was reaching out her hand toward him as if asking him to join them. Humans sure are troublesome creatures, 13 thought as he walked toward his family and joined the group hug. A minute later, the tolling of the bell resounded in the sky, making Gerald's and Alessia's bodies stiffen. It had been many years since they had their first, second, and third wanderings, but this night would always remind them of when they were still young and didn't know what awaited them in that dangerous, strange, and yet beautiful world of Solterra. When the tolling of the bell ended, 13 heard a voice whisper in his ears. Your first journey is about to begin, my unfilial son. I bet you didn't see this coming, did you? 13's eyes widened in shock when he found himself turning into particles of light just like his brother, Mikhail, who was also looking at him in surprise. Gerald, Alessia, and Shasha looked at him in disbelief because they never expected something like this to happen. Simply put, this was something impossible. F***CK. That was the last thing that 13 had said before he and his brother, Mikhail, were both sent to Solterra to start their first wandering. Remy, who suddenly lost her two brothers, looked around her in panic. FKUYOBnovel.com. A moment later, she started crying. Brother. Whoa. Remy called out to her older brother, Zion, whom she didn't think would also leave her side like her older brother, Mikhail. Feeling helpless, the only thing she could do was cry, while Gerald and Alessia panicked because their youngest son had just disappeared without a trace. Chapter 64 The 13 Trials. Chapter 64 The 13 Trials. 13 stared at the wide expanse of land in front of him. Just a few seconds ago, he was bidding farewell to Mikhail, who was about to be sent to the world of Solterra. However, it turned out that he said goodbye to the wrong person because it was not only his brother who was sent to that world. 13 himself was also sent there by his father, Deus Ex Machina. That old man really wants to screw me so badly. 13 cursed under his breath. This incident would have thrown a wrench in his plans if his father, Gerald, hadn't been attacked by an assassin organization and the Dimensional Gate incident hadn't happened. Due to this series of events, he was forced to speed up his plans. He also felt that he didn't have the luxury to wait until he turned 13 years old and start his first wandering. For this reason, he made his father train hard in order to create mythical ranked equipment. He had also started Alessia's alchemy journey, planting the information of not only the divine ranked martial technique inside his head, but as well as the experiences of his hosts who had trained in alchemy. With the martial skill and the path that had been paved by others, Alessia's own crafting style had started to take root. Given enough time, she would undoubtedly become proficient, given her natural talent in alchemy. Shasha would also be undertaking the Leventis training due to her potential. Simply put, 13 had already set things in motion, so even if he no longer actively made moves, his family would function like a well-oiled machine, constantly improving their crafts and making them more powerful. 13 scanned his surroundings and frowned due to how barren it was. Clearly, his annoying old man had sent him to a place that was far from the main human kingdoms, preventing him from returning home for a year or two. At least, that was what Deus Ex Machina wanted to achieve. But who was 13? He was the system that rebelled against a god, so something like this wouldn't faze him. Although this place isn't made up of sand, it is technically still a desert due to how barren and dry it is. 13 frowned. First things first, I need to know where I am. That way, I can head to the nearest city, and from there, travel to the biggest human kingdom. I'm not supposed to be spirited away, so there is a possibility that I could take a gateway to return home, 13 muttered. But as he was about to start walking, a blue window appeared in front of him, making him stop in his tracks. Unique quest. Quest category. Chain quest name. The 13 trials. The 13 trials. Just as the name of the trial suggested, you are required to complete 13 trials. There is no time limit for completing these 13 trials. Rewards for chain quest completion. You can go back home if you succeed, you unfilial brat. First trial. Escape the Houdini Desert. Unless this trial is completed, the next quest will not be announced. 13 raised his right hand to the sky and gave his old man the middle finger. The sound of rumbling thunder spread in the surroundings. But instead of loud booming sounds, what 13 heard sounded more like laughter filled with ridicule and contempt. What a childish god. 13 sneered. This is why you're still a virgin. Imagine being thousands of years old and still a virgin. You have skill issues, old man. The loud laughter suddenly ended and was replaced by choking sounds. This made 13 laugh out loud because he had long wanted to tell that to the old fart, who thought that he could have his way. Still, this is troublesome, 13 thought after reading the information on his mission screen. Based on the information he had in his soul core, the Houdini Desert was located on the third largest island in the southwestern region of the Valbera Kingdom. The problem was that the Valbera Kingdom was tens of thousands of miles away from the human kingdoms, where the 5 monarchs and 10 prestigious families had established their base of operations. The 7-year-old boy was currently in a place that people referred to as the Wild Lands, where countless barbaric races, like the barbarians, orcs, trolls, and ogres roamed. This was one of, if not the most, dangerous places for a first-timer wanderer to appear to. There was even a saying that if you were spirited away to the Wild Lands, it was only a matter of time before your star fell from the heavens, heralding your death. Fortunately, 13's host had visited the Wild Lands twice in his life, so he knew a little bit about where to go. Still, the information I have is already 300 years old. 13 mused as he glanced at the position of the sun to calculate the location of the 4 cardinal directions. As a system, it was very easy for him to do something like this, so even without a compass, he could accurately tell which direction was which. After double-checking that he hadn't made any mistakes in his calculations, 13 started to head east, where the barbarians lived. According to information he could access in his soul core, the human barbarians lived in the east of the Valbera Kingdom. He was currently in the southwestern regions of the Houdini Desert, which meant that he was between the territories of the trolls, whose tribes were located in the west, and the ogres, whose hunting grounds were located in the south. The old man is really trying to kill me. 13's face was solemn as he paid close attention to his surroundings while traveling. Being in the territories of the trolls and ogres was not a joke. He was still in the body of a 7-year-old, and if he encountered even one of them, he would be forced to use everything in his power to prevent himself from being eaten. But just as 13 was making his way east, a loud scream, which came from a teenage boy, reached his ears. 13 looked behind him and watched in horror as a familiar chubby boy was running in his direction with 2 trolls hot on his trail. It was none other than Christopher Rotambus, the chubby boy that he met at his grandpa's birthday celebration, and also one of Terrence's subordinates. *T. That was the only thing that 13 could say as the chubby boy, who was desperately running for his life, ran in his direction with tears and snot streaming down his chubby face. Chapter 65. Will you place your life in my hands? Chapter 65. Will you place your life in my hands? 13 looked in horror and surprise as the chubby Christopher ran in his direction. His horror was for the trolls running after the other party, and now, probably him too. While his surprise was for the unexpected fact that the chubby boy could run. He could run really fast. If there was an Olympics for 1,000-meter dash for 13-year-old boys, Christopher would definitely win the gold medal hands down. Help me, Christopher shouted as snot and tears streamed down his face. 13 didn't even bother replying and simply ran away in a different direction. There was simply no way he could help someone with two trolls running after them. But Christopher, who had seen him, felt as if he had seen the light at the end of the tunnel and ran after him. "Don't leave me," Christopher shouted. "I don't want to die." 13 glanced behind him as he continued to run. Christopher had almost caught up to him since the chubby teenager had insanely fast running speed. After looking at the two trolls running after them, 13 noticed something that made him breathe a sigh of relief. The two trolls seemed to be injured, so they were unable to run as fast as they could. Perhaps they had a skirmish with an ogre and got injured as a result. It was thanks to their injuries that their speed was lacking and so couldn't catch up with the two children, who had managed to gain a safe distance away from them. Because of this, the two trolls decided to stop chasing them and went to look for something easier to hunt. 10 minutes later. Huh. I thought I was going to die. Christopher panted for breath as he leaned on a boulder. He was in a complete mess and looked very pitiful. 13, on the other hand, kept watch on their surroundings, making sure that there were no signs of trolls or ogres in the vicinity. They were in dangerous territory, and it would be very stupid of them if they didn't exercise the utmost caution. When Christopher had managed to regain his composure, he wiped the tears and snot off his face and looked at the boy in front of him. He recognized him right away because 13 had made a lasting impression on him at the party. But this only confused Christopher even more. There was no way for someone as young as 13 to appear in Solterra. The other party was still too young to be spirited away. "Young Master Zion, what are you doing here?" Christopher asked. Since he had acknowledged that 13 was a member of the Leventis family, he referred to him in a polite and respectful manner. "I entered a dimensional gate by accident," 13 replied, still scanning their surroundings for danger. After careful consideration, he decided to use this excuse if someone were to ask him this question. Although it sounded ridiculous, it was still more acceptable and believable than saying that he was spirited away on the night of the solstice. Just like he expected, Christopher was dumbfounded by his answer. "Why you entered a dimensional gate by accident?" Christopher stuttered. "How did that happen, young master? I was just curious about what was on the other side, that's all. So I decided to enter it." Christopher didn't know if he should be impressed or be horrified by 13's lack of common sense. "I shouldn't think much about this matter or I'll go crazy," Christopher thought as he eyed the younger boy. "At least, I am no longer alone in this place." Although young Master Zion is still only 7 years old, having him around puts my mind at ease. The chubby boy didn't understand why he felt more secure having a younger boy with him in a place filled with monsters. But this was what he genuinely felt, and only thought that thinking this way was natural because Zion was from the Leventis family. After all, the children of the prestigious families were built differently compared to ordinary children. "Young master, what will we do now?" Christopher asked. "Where should we go?" Originally, 13 had every intention of leaving Christopher alone. He had no plans to carry extra baggage because it would only delay his journey toward the territory of the barbarians, where he planned to go. However, after looking at the pitiful boy who looked like the standard template for a cannon fodder, he changed his mind. 13 had a soft side for these people because they were his people. "Christopher, I will be honest with you," 13 stated. "To me, you are just extra baggage who will hinder me from going back to Pangaea." Upon hearing 13's words, Christopher felt as if the sky had fallen on his head. He couldn't understand why he felt this way, but the mere fact that the younger boy thought of him as extra baggage made his heart ache. "However, if you can promise me 3 things, then I will take you with me and ensure that you survive your first wandering," 13 stated in a serious tone. 3 things. Christopher felt as if an olive branch had been thrown his way. "I will do anything you say, young master." Christopher decided to accommodate whatever conditions the younger boy would impose on him in return for successfully completing his first wandering. "The first condition," 13 said as he raised his index finger. "You are not to question me in any way. Do as I command, even if you think that I am sending you to your death. Will you put your life in my hands and trust me with every fiber of your being, or should we part ways here?" Christopher lowered his head and clenched his hands into fists. The retainers of the younger generation of the Leventis family knew that they were mere tools who would help their masters reach greater heights. All of them were well aware that Terence could discard them anytime if he no longer found them useful. In fact, They had also thought of the possibility that the young man would use them as bait or as a distraction against the monsters in Solterra in order to escape with his life, if need be. What 13 was asking of him was something that all those who wished to become the retainers of the Leventis family already prepared for. In the end, they could only trade their lives for a chance to make a name for themselves in the family so that they would no longer be treated as disposable tools and become useful and trusted subordinates by the masters they served. Young master, are you saying that I should swear my allegiance to you and break my ties with young Master Terence? No. You can continue to be Terrence's subordinate. This is just a deal until both of us return safely to Pangaea. I help you clear your trial, and you help me to get home. This is what you call an equivalent exchange, no? Christopher sighed in relief because he didn't want to break ties with Terence. His relatives had worked hard just so he would get a chance to become a retainer of the Leventis family, and he didn't want to let them down. His mother was currently in the hospital, and only the funds from the Leventis family ensured that she would receive the best medical help in Oakhart City. Christopher loved his mother so much that he sacrificed himself in order to cover her medical bills. I can't die here, Christopher thought. Mom will be lonely without me. I'm the only one she has in this world. After steeling his nerves, he nodded his head, but he still looked at the boy in front of him with pleading eyes. Young master, I will do as you say. But my mother is in a hospital in Oakhart City, Christopher stated. I'm the only one that she has, so please, don't use me as monster fodder. I want to take care of her for years to come. 13's gaze softened a bit after hearing Christopher's statement. He also had hosts who had this kind of family setup. In fact, one of his hosts was called Sun Jinwoo, and he had to take care of his mother, who was in a coma, and sister, who was still in high school. Despite being the weakest awakener of that world, he strove hard in order to earn enough to support the two of them. But Christopher was nowhere like Sun Jinwoo. Although he was young, he was forced to go to a dangerous world in order to ensure that his mother would be able to continue living. This was something worthy of respect, even from someone like 13. I promise that I will not discard you to ensure my survival, 13 said. I gave you my word that, no matter what, I will help you clear your first wandering. However, I will not deny that I will treat you as a tool. I will make you work hard for my sake and treat you like a slave. But in return, I promise you that you will not only live a long life, but also reach a rank that you never thought possible. So, I ask you again, will you give me your absolute obedience and loyalty, Christopher? Will you place your life in my hands? Christopher nodded, and even knelt in front of 13 like a knight. I hereby swear that until both of us return to Pangaea, I will obey every word that comes out of your lips, young master, Christopher vowed. My life is in your hands. Good, 13 said as he patted the boy's shoulder and asked him to stand up. You will not regret your decision today, Christopher. I promise you that. Christopher looked at his temporary master gratefully and slowly rose. He could feel Zion's sincerity, and he truly felt like being with the 7-year-old might be the luckiest thing that happened to him after being sent to the world of Solterra. Chapter 66, Choosing Their Battles. Chapter 66, Choosing Their Battles. 13's first condition was absolute trust and loyalty. Even if the orders he gave were to seem like he was sending Christopher to his death, the chubby boy was required to do it no matter what. After Christopher accepted this condition, 13 told him the other two conditions that the chubby boy needed to follow so that the former could continue traveling by his side. 13's second condition was that if they were to fight against any monsters, Christopher would always land the finishing blow no matter what happened. The chubby boy found this second rule strange. Although facing off against monsters was dangerous, it was still advantageous for him if he landed the last blow on them. Why? It was due to monster drops. Items, weapons, and avatars drops would be obtained by the person who landed the killing blow on a monster. This was an absolute rule for those who were chosen to become wanderers. So how could Christopher possibly turn down such an advantageous offer? In fact, he even thought that Zion was doing this on purpose so that he would have enough funds for his mother's treatment. This touched Christopher's heart, and he vowed to do his best to send Zion back safely to Pangaea. The third condition was that no matter what 13 did, Christopher would not tell a soul about it, even if it were the patriarch of the Leventis family. This last condition piqued Christopher's interest, but he still firmly nodded his head to accept this condition. As the two continued their journey, they spotted a hint of greenery in the distance, prompting them to walk in that direction. When they got nearer, they found a small oasis with crystal-clear water. Christopher didn't run to drink water right away. Instead, he observed the surroundings, as well as the bottom of the oasis, to check if there were any monsters that were lurking beneath it. After seeing the chubby boy being cautious, 13 gave the other party a nod of approval. As expected of a retainer trained by the Leventis family, 13 thought, he at least understands the basics. After making sure that he sensed no monsters in his surroundings, Christopher drank a few sips of the water to check if it was safe to drink. Only when he felt no drastic changes in his body did he motion for his young master to drink some of the water as well. 13 scooped up a handful of water and drank sparingly. He and Christopher had been walking for a while without water, so it was a good thing that they had found a source of water after a few hours of traveling. But they also knew that this place was too good to be true. The desert was filled with wild animals, and all of them needed to drink water. Since this place contained water, it was only natural to think that the monsters in the surrounding area frequently visited this place in order to quench their thirst. The ranks of the desert trolls in the Houdini Desert ranged from rank 1 up to rank 3 monsters. The 2 trolls that ran after Christopher earlier were rank 2 monsters. It was only because they were injured that they were unable to catch up to him. 13 assumed that they might have fought other trolls or an ogre, leading them to suffer such injuries. With Christopher by his side, 13 might be able to defeat a rank 1 monster if he had a weapon in his hand. Fortunately, there were plenty of rocks that could be used as a projectile. One of his offensive martial techniques was called Cheap Shot Savant. With this technique, 13 was confident that he would have a fighting chance if the right conditions were met. After making up his mind, he told Christopher his plan, which made the chubby boy's face turn pale. However, he still nodded his head, believing that great adversity created great opportunities. "Let's start our preparations," 13 said. "Yes, young master," Christopher replied. It was an established fact that not all monsters in Solterra were jinns. Just like Pangea, the origin of jinns seemed to have stemmed from a dimensional gate opening in Solterra, which was how they managed to arrive in this world. Some jinns then bred with the local monsters of Solterra, and through it, new variations of monsters were born, and their numbers grew. These monsters even had their own respective kingdoms, which were ruled by powerful jinns and magians, who were as strong if not stronger than the human monarchs. But they were still too high up in the rankings for 13 to worry about. What he wanted to do right now was to use the oasis as a stage to gather resources that they could use on their journey. To do that, they would have to take a gamble, which could cost them their lives if they were unlucky. A few hours later, the 1 child and 1 teenager pair were resting on the shade of 2 separate trees in the oasis when they saw something moving in their direction. It looked like a monitor lizard with black and orange scales covering its body. Through his database as a system, he was able to identify the monster that had appeared, making his face turn grim. He then immediately signaled for Christopher to retreat alongside him, because the monster that had decided to come to the oasis to drink was a rank 2 yellow-striped dusk brute. It was a slow-moving lizard that wouldn't be able to outrun them even with its rank. But having less speed didn't mean they were less dangerous. Freewebnovel.com. The yellow-striped dusk brute scales were very hard, making ordinary weapons ineffective against it. It also had a very potent and poisonous bite, which would paralyze its victims, rendering them helpless. But that was not the real reason why the yellow-striped dusk was one of the most formidable monsters in the Houdini Desert, which not even the barbarians, orcs, trolls, and ogres wanted to mess with. This monster could unleash a poison spray that could hit a target 20 meters away. The 2 boys would die in less than a minute if they were to be the receiving end of such an attack. This was why 13 decided to retreat with Christopher and wait until the desert monitor lizard left the oasis. 13 valued his and Christopher's lives very much, so he decided that they would only choose the battles that they had a chance of winning. Using the oasis as bait for the monsters that lived in the merciless desert, which had already claimed countless lives of first-time wanderers just like them. Chapter 67, he would have done things differently. Chapter 67, he would have done things differently. Yellow-striped dusk brute drank slowly after reaching the oasis. It was as if it was storing a week's worth of water inside its body and taking its sweet time. 13 and Christopher watched it from a distance, and also noticed a few things as well. There were other creatures that had stopped dozens of meters away from the oasis, likely waiting for the yellow-striped dusk brute to finish drinking. Clearly, they also knew how dangerous this creature was and were avoiding a direct confrontation with it. 20 minutes later, the monitor lizard finally had its fill and left the oasis. The handful of animals that had waited for it to leave finally approached the oasis, making sure that they also kept a distance from each other. 13 watched these creatures, and after identifying what they were, he deemed that they were also too dangerous to fight head-on. All of them were rank 2 monsters, and there were 5 of them drinking side by side. Christopher, who was hiding beside 13, was doing his best to control his breathing. He was having a minor panic attack due to the presence of the strong monsters who could easily kill them once they were spotted. How is he still calm in this situation? Christopher thought as he looked at the 7-year-old, whose breathing was still stable despite the danger they were in. Is it because he is a member of the Leventis family? The chubby boy thought for a while before shaking his head. He knew that Zion's father had been disowned by the Leventis family, which meant that he wasn't getting any support from them. Since that was the case, he could only think that the 7-year-old had also been trained by his parents to become one of the elites of the younger generation. I wish I could be like him. Christopher sighed as he did his best to keep himself calm. I'm older than him, but he's more collected and mature than I am. Several minutes later, the group of monsters also left the oasis. 13 waited a few more minutes before signaling Christopher to follow him. After reaching the oasis, the 7-year-old climbed one of the trees, which the chubby boy believed was a species similar to a desert poplar. It was one of the most common trees found in the Houdini Desert, and the chubby boy wondered what 13 was planning to do with it. A few minutes later, he saw his young master breaking off the thinner branches of the tree and throwing them on the ground. After he was done with the thinner branches, he tried to break the bigger ones that he could break by stomping on them as hard as he could. Young master, are you perhaps collecting firewood? Christopher asked. No. 13 replied as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. I'm planning to make traps and some crude weapons. Christopher, can you climb trees? If you can, help me collect branches. Understood, young master. Christopher replied before going to another tree to collect branches. Although he was chubby, there was also one thing that Christopher was good at, and that was climbing trees. In fact, he was good at anything that would allow him to run away or escape from anything that could harm him. Half an hour later, a good number of branches were lying on the ground, ready for 13 to do whatever he planned on doing with them. The boy then ordered Christopher to take as much of the thicker branches he could carry toward the boulder where they hid a while ago, and then he went to the oasis to look for smooth rocks that he could use. Before 13 collected the tree branches, he collected a lot of sharp rocks that he could use as throwing weapons if necessary. But after seeing the monsters that had just drunk in the oasis, he deemed that throwing rocks wouldn't be enough to defeat any of them. He needed to be resourceful and go all out, making use of everything in his arsenal to survive. After collecting the rocks he needed, he returned to the boulder and started to chip away at the smooth rocks with the sharper rocks that he had gathered earlier. It was time-consuming work, and the sound of rocks hitting each other spread in the surroundings as both boys went to work. Christopher created a small split in a tree branch and embedded a sharp rock in it. He then used a vine that they found growing amid the branches of the poplar trees and tied it up, making a makeshift stone spear. The two boys created stone spears and stone axes that they could use as weapons. They were very crude, but it was still better than having no weapons at all. After getting the stone axes, they started hacking away on the bigger branches and sharpened their tips, turning them into spear weapons as well. When he was done, the next thing 13 did was dig. He started digging a hole near the oasis with Christopher's help. It was another very time-consuming work, and by the time they were done, the sun was already setting on the horizon. Both boys were tired, and they knew that the temperatures would start dropping once night came, so they decided to conserve what was left of their energy and return to the boulder to rest. Their stomachs were grumbling, but they paid it no mind. This was only their body's natural reaction, and they knew that they would be able to survive a few days without eating anything as long as there was water. Young master, you can rest first, Christopher said. I'll take the first watch. 13 nodded. Christopher, I want you to remember this. The moment you feel sleepy, even if it is just a little bit, wake me up. It doesn't matter even if I sleep for only half an hour or even less. We can't afford to be careless. Our survival depends on it. Do you understand? Yes, young master, Christopher nodded. At the first signs of drowsiness, I will wake you up. Good. 13 laid down on the pile of leaves that they had prepared to sleep on during the night. They had scraped away the ground beside the boulder, creating a shallow pit where they dumped all the leaves that they'd collected from the trees. It wasn't the best of beds, but it helped create a somewhat warm place to rest. The boulder was the perfect windbreaker, so they didn't have to worry about winds hitting them from the back. Although he was tired, hungry, and aching in a few places, 13 was able to sleep easily, leaving Christopher in charge of the first watch. Only an hour had passed after sunset, and yet the sky was already studded with stars. The sight of it made the chubby boy remember the times when he was still living with his mother in the countryside. Their life was simple, and they were fine with that. They foraged for edible plants and fruits to eat. From time to time, they would also go fishing to have a change of pace. These were the memories that Christopher treasured. He wasn't a warrior, and he wasn't the least bit talented in literature and the arts either. He was just a simple country boy who wanted to live a simple life. But it was impossible to live a simple life in a world where dimensional gates could appear anytime and anywhere. His mother would enter a coma from time to time that lasted for a few months. This was all due to the injury that she received when a tier, one-dimensional gate opened near their small village. Some of his friends and acquaintances were eaten by the scorpion-like monsters that emerged from that dimensional gate. His mother had been seriously injured because she tried to protect him. If not for the fact that wanderers arrived in time, both of them might have also died under the hands of these monsters. And that was why Christopher decided to become a retainer of the Leventis family. He was willing to become a tool used by others just to ensure that his mother would get the medical help she needed. If he became useful enough, he believed that the Leventis family would ask a high-ranking wanderer to cure his mother's illness so that he would be able to see her smile again after years of suffering. Glancing at the sleeping boy a few meters away from him, Christopher wondered if his master, Terence, would have done the same thing Zion did if they were in the same situation. No, he would have done things differently, Christopher thought. I'm sure of it. With these thoughts in his mind, the chubby boy paid extra attention to their surroundings. Although night had come, the light of the stars and the two moons was still bright enough to allow him to see in the darkness. However, there were creatures whose sight was way better than an ordinary human boy during the night, and they all started to move in search of easy prey. Fortunately for them, there were dozens of teenage boys and girls who were unlucky enough to appear in the Houdini Desert that they could feast on. Back in Pangaea, dozens of shooting stars could be seen falling in the sky, letting everyone know that somewhere out there, several teenagers had died on the first day of their journey in Solterra, never to be seen ever again. Chapter 68 Final Struggle, Part 1. Chapter 68 Final Struggle, Part 1. 3 hours after 13 closed his eyes, he felt his body being shaken by someone. Since he had already prepared for this possibility, he didn't sleep too deeply in order to ensure that he would be ready to react at a moment's notice. He glanced at Christopher. Instead of saying anything, the chubby boy pointed at the sky. 13 followed the direction he was pointing at and saw 3 flying monsters in the sky. They were circling around the oasis, and although they were too far for him to discern what type of monster they were, he could estimate that they should at least have a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters. They have long necks, so they might be condors or vultures, 13 thought. Condors and vultures were basically the same species. However, the term condors was used for very large vultures, and from what 13 could tell, these flying monsters would be at least 2 meters tall if they stood on the ground. Not wanting to make any sound, 13 pressed a finger over his lips, letting Christopher know about his intention. The chubby boy nodded and simply held one of the stone spears they had made earlier firmly in his hands, ready to defend himself if the monsters were to sweep down from the sky and attack them. 13 was certain that the flying monsters had already noticed them, but since they weren't attacking yet, it meant that they were still sizing them up if they were a threat to them or not. At least rank 1 monsters, 13 thought. Rank 2 monsters are more aggressive. Also, they're not jinns. If they were jinns, they would have attacked us long ago. Jinns love to eat humans more than they love to eat other monsters. For them, humans were a delicacy. Regardless of their rank, they would not miss the opportunity to feast on a human's flesh. The only exceptions were the magians. They were the type of jinns with very high intellect, even capable of learning languages and conversing with the other races in Solterra. Some of them even formed mutual and beneficial partnerships with humans and entered a non-aggression pact with them. After thinking of this possibility, 13 was able to breathe a little easier. He was not afraid to face off against rank 1 monsters since he was confident that he could defeat one even with his 7-year-old body. But this was only true for one-on-one battles. Currently, there were 3 of these flying monsters circling the oasis. He wouldn't dare to fight all 3 of them at the same time. For now, the 2 children and the 3 flying monsters eyed each other. A few minutes later, another creature appeared on the oasis, which broke the stalemate. A troll. 13 immediately recognized the monster even with the dim light. It was smaller than the trolls that had chased after them earlier that day, which made him think that it was a rank 1 monster or a peak rank 1 monster. Trolls were one of the strongest rank 1 monsters. If 13 were to use the Remington family scoring system, the rank 1 trolls of the Houdini Desert would have around 90 to 95 points. After seeing the troll, the 3 flying monsters began to change their flight patterns. Get 2 spears, 13 commanded in a volume that only Christopher could hear. The flying monsters are going to attack the troll. 13 himself picked up 2 spears before slowly making his way towards the oasis, ready to take advantage of the battle that was about to take place. The 3 flying monsters didn't hesitate to attack the troll because they were already familiar with it. This meant that they were confident about taking it down and feasting on its flesh. 13 watched calmly as the 3 flying monsters took a nosedive toward the troll, who had also sensed their presence. A moment later, the 2 sides clashed, making the troll cry out in anger and pain. In the past, the Houdini condors and vultures were purely scavengers and would only eat the carcass of dead monsters. However, due to the Houdini Desert's natural state, this species evolved in order to adapt, giving them stronger bodies to actively hunt for food. Their favorite prey were the orcs, as well as rank 1 trolls who wandered off alone away from their tribe. Although some of these battles were not always in their favor, they usually had a higher chance of winning against their opponents thanks to their aerial superiority. With 3 condors fighting together, it was already guaranteed that the troll would be the one to suffer in their exchange. However, this particular troll was different from the others. It was a peak-grade troll and was only a step away from becoming a rank 2 monster. Although it had been hurt when the 3 condors attacked it at once, it still managed to land a blow on one of them, which sent the latter crashing toward the ground. Just as it was about to tackle the fallen monster, the 2 other condors became more aggressive and attacked it ceaselessly, forcing it to defend itself from their sharp beaks and talons. 13, who was still a distance away from the fallen condor who seemed to have broken one of its wings, gripped his stone spear tightly. If he attacked now, there was a chance that the 2 other condors would shift their attention to them, which was potentially the worst-case scenario. "Don't do anything," 13 said softly to Christopher. "Wait for my orders." Christopher nodded and did as he was told. The troll was putting up a good fight, but its entire body was now a bloody mess. One of the condors became bold and dove with its talons, prepared to grab the troll's body so that it could drop the other party from the sky. It almost succeeded in its plan because it managed to grab its target just like it planned. However, just as it was about to soar upward, the troll did something unexpected. It forcefully twisted its body to give the condor an upward smash with its club. It hit the latter's neck, breaking it instantly. They were already at dozens of meters in the air, so the fall made the troll suffer serious injuries, breaking one of its legs. The last condor was angered by the death of its comrade, so it swooped down from the sky with the intention of killing the troll once and for all. In a last desperate attempt to survive, the troll propped itself into a kneeling position and raised its weapon for one final blow using its full strength. When the claws and the wooden club clashed against each other, a pained cry escaped the condor's lips. The troll had successfully landed a direct hit, aiming for the condor's right leg. However, it still managed to use its talons to leave a deep cut on the troll's neck, making the latter howl out in pain. Just as the condor tried to force itself to flap its wings to fly upward, a stone spear flew toward its head, accurately hitting one of its eyes. It was an unexpected attack that came from one of the humans that it had been observing earlier. 13, who had been biding his time, started to run toward the condor that he had blinded, with Christopher hot on his heels. They only had one shot at this, so they didn't hesitate to go in for the kill before their enemies could regain their composure and shift their attention in their direction. Chapter 69 Final Struggle, Part 2. Chapter 69 Final Struggle, Part 2. 13 made sure to meticulously calculate the strength he was going to use so that the condor wouldn't die from his spear throw. With its right leg broken and one of its eyes blinded, the monster was in a sorry state, but it could still escape. This was something that 13 didn't want to happen, so he immediately threw his second spear and aimed it at the joint of its wing, which was connected to its main body. Using his entire body weight to empower his spear throw, 13 made sure that his attack would hit his target, and hit it hard. The divine-grade martial technique, cheap shot savant, wasn't called a divine technique for nothing. Even with the strength of a 7-year-old, it was very deadly when the one using it was a skilled expert. Due to using his entire body to create more force to his spear throw, 13 almost fell face-first toward the ground due to the momentum of his throw. However, he had already expected this to happen, so he curled up his body and rolled harmlessly on the ground while Christopher ran past him. 13's aim was true and landed on its target, making the condor screech and crash on the ground. Christopher roared as he thrust his spear forward, aiming for the back of the condor's head using everything he had. The moment the spear tip hit the monster's head, it shattered, making Christopher's eyes widen in shock. He initially thought that his attack would be strong enough to pierce through the condor's head, but the stone only managed to embed itself in the condor's body by 2 inches before breaking apart after hitting the monster's skull. Even so, this didn't mean that the chubby boy wasn't able to injure his target. In fact, the condor was in so much pain that it momentarily blanked out due to the impact that it received from its head. The part was also bleeding, which meant that the wound was serious enough to draw blood. "Hit it," 13 shouted. "Just keep on hitting it while it is still disoriented." Freeupnovel.com 13's shout brought Christopher out of his daze, and with a shout of fear and desperation, he swung the wooden branch on the condor's head, hitting the location where it was bleeding. He repeatedly hit it over and over like his life depended on it. After receiving a concussion, the condor's movement became sluggish. Unable to fully control its body, it fell on its back, unable to do anything against the teenage boy's never-ending onslaught. Christopher shouted over and over with each strike, until finally, the condor stopped moving as blood seeped out of the corner of its beak. Even so, he didn't stop hitting it, looking like a crazed person who had lost his senses. Just as he was about to smack the condor with the wooden branch, a hand held onto his wrist, stopping him. "Christopher, stop," 13 ordered. "It's already dead." "Dead?" Christopher said hoarsely. "Yes, you killed it," 13 replied. "But we still have to deal with the other monsters. Hurry, use this spear and aim for that troll. Just throw it in its direction, but make sure that you hit it." Christopher panted for breath, while his heart beat wildly inside his chest. He was still in his fight or flight mode, and his adrenaline was pumping inside his body, giving him strength to move. "Don't go near it," 13 warned. "Although it is on its last legs, it's a very unpredictable opponent. Your spear doesn't need to kill it. All you need to do is hit it. Anywhere will do." After understanding what his temporary young master was saying, Christopher raised his spear and approached the troll warily. Blood was gushing out of its neck, but the latter was pressing its hand on it as if doing its best to stop its bleeding. The wooden club lay several meters away from it, but it was unable to reclaim it because one of its legs was broken. Christopher then threw the spear towards the troll, but the latter deflected it with his hand. "Young master, I'm sorry," Christopher said as he looked in 13's direction. "It's fine, now use this." 13 handed him a handful of stones and pointed at the troll. "Just hit him. Anywhere will do." The chubby boy threw the stones one by one, and the troll deflected most of them. Even so, he still managed to land a clean hit on its head and shoulder. The stones didn't do much damage to the troll, most of them merely bounced off its body. But that was enough. That was all that 13 wanted to happen. "Now, let's deal with the last condor," 13 stated as he pointed at the condor in the distance, who was trying to drag its body away from the battlefield. One of its wings was broken, so it was unable to fly in the sky. The troll managed to land a good hit on it, rendering it helpless, but it could still threaten the 2 teenagers if they fought it in close combat. But just as 13 and Christopher were about to attack it, the chubby boy suddenly stopped and grabbed the younger boy's hand. "Young master, I got it," Christopher said hoarsely. "I got it." "Got what?" 13 asked in confusion. "We need to hurry and attack that condor before it can get away." But before 13 could pry his hand away from the chubby boy's grip, Christopher pointed at the ground in front of him. Suddenly, a monster appeared, holding a wooden club in its hand. It was none other than the troll that was bleeding to death earlier, making 13 stop in his tracks. "Avatar," 13 muttered. "Kill that condor." Christopher ordered hoarsely, and the troll Avatar obeyed his command. With a roar filled with anger, the troll charged at the condor with its weapon raised high. Some experts believe that when an avatar is formed, it would still retain the memories of its life before it died. It also retained all of its skills and abilities when it was still alive. 13 had noticed that the troll was quite different from the other trolls. Even though he had been alone, it was still able to fight against 3 condors, even killing one of them before it suffered grievous injuries. In short, the troll was already dying from the deep cut on its neck. The reason why he had asked Christopher to attack the dying troll was to give him the last hit mechanic that the law of Solterra followed. Only the one who dealt the killing blow would gain the rewards of the kill. Although this was an unfair mechanic, which was abused to the fullest in Solterra, it was the law that everyone followed. It didn't matter even if you worked hard to lower the health of the monster until it was about to die. Others could steal your kill, and the only thing you could do when that happened was cry. Since Christopher was the last one that dealt damage to the troll, it didn't really matter if it bled to death afterward. The one who had landed the last blow was Christopher, so any rewards would directly go to him. Getting an avatar by killing a monster was a 1 in a 1,000 chance. So, although the percentage was very low, an avatar could still be gained if you were lucky enough, or if the new generation god, Arangisus, loved you enough. Seeing that it had no choice but to fight, the condor screeched and used its sharp beak to peck the approaching troll. But its opponent was well-versed in fighting on solid ground, so it dodged the condor's attack before smashing the flying monster's head with the club in its hand. A loud cracking sound reverberated in the quiet night as the condor's skull broke due to the force of the troll's attack. The condor let out one last dying screech before its body fell on the ground, dead. The troll then raised its club high up in the air and shouted a war cry of victory. 13 glanced in the location where the troll's body was located earlier and didn't find it anywhere. Only the blood stains on the ground remained, which proved that it was still there a minute ago before transforming into an avatar, entering Christopher's personal spatial storage. It was where all the item drops from monsters went after a wanderer succeeded in killing it. The only thing that couldn't be stored in there were the monster cores, which should be stored in a separate container or storage ring. It's finally over. Christopher slumped on the ground and panted for breath. Beads of sweat were streaking down the sides of his face, despite the coldness of the night. This was his first battle, and he would live to tell his tale if he ever found his way back to Pangaea, where his sick mother must be waiting for his return. Chapter 70 Man proposes, but God disposes. Chapter 70 Man proposes, but God disposes after the last condor had been dealt with. 13 asked Christopher to make the troll rip off the monster's wings so that they could use them as beds and blankets for the night. Having an avatar was a game changer, and Christopher was extremely lucky to get one after their first battle. With the troll's addition to their party, a lot of things became much easier. Knowing that the corpses of the condors might attract several monsters, 13 asked Christopher to make the troll rip off the condor's legs so that they could cook the meat and use their sharp talons as weapons. As for their bodies, they were dumped hundreds of meters away from the oasis in order to prevent monsters from swarming the place to fight over the fresh corpses, whose legs and monster cores were taken away from their bodies. After this was done, 13 asked Christopher for more information about his avatar. Usually, avatars had active and passive abilities. Knowing more about their new ally was of great importance to 13 because it would allow the troll, whom the chubby boy named Brutus, to be part of his strategy when dealing with other monsters or threats. Since he couldn't see the stats of the monster, he had to ask Christopher to tell him everything he could see from his status screen. Young master, Brutus has the passive ability called Evolver, Christopher said with a big smile on his face. He can evolve the same as wanderers as long as he consumes enough monster cores. Isn't he amazing? You lucked out big time, Christopher, 13 replied. Monsters with the ability to evolve are few and far between. Usually, when people get avatars, the monster's rank will remain the same until the end of time. This was also why avatar trading was a very lucrative business in both Solterra and Pangaea. Wanderers who had grown stronger than their avatars no longer had any need for them. They were useful in the early stages, but their value diminished greatly in the long run. This was especially true for rank 1 monsters, who would no longer be of use after their masters had stepped into the higher ranks. Aside from Evolver, Brutus also has the Guts ability, which prevents it from dying instantly from one-hit kills, Christopher explained. That is all, young master. 13 pondered for a bit before looking at Christopher with a solemn expression on his face. Christopher, when you clear your first wandering, remember this, 13 said. Do not show Brutus to Terence. If you do, he would likely force you to hand your avatar over to him. If you don't want that to happen, make sure that you never let anyone know that Brutus has the Evolver ability. This is for your own good. The chubby boy nodded his head firmly. He was a bit scared, but he also didn't want to hand his first avatar over to Terence, who was his true master. Let's sleep, 13 proposed. It has been a tiring day. Just ask Brutus to keep watch and wake us up if it senses any danger in the surroundings. Understood, young master, Christopher replied. It had truly been an exhausting day, and both children were both physically and mentally drained after their first day in Solterra. Because of this, it didn't take long for the chubby boy to fall asleep. Heck, he even started snoring. 13 was in the same boat. As soon as he laid down on the fluffy and comfortable feathers of the condors they had killed, he fell asleep after half a minute. Unfortunately, his rest didn't last long because he felt himself being shaken by someone. Thinking that Brutus was waking him up because another monster had appeared in the oasis, 13's eyes immediately shot open and he immediately propped himself up. But, just as he was about to scan his surroundings to better understand the situation, he found himself staring at the face of a white rabbit, whom he hadn't seen for 2 years. Laplace demon, 13 muttered before raising his head to look at the giant fireball floating above him. The one. It's good that you still have your wits on you. Laplace demon chuckled. I'm sure you already know why you're here, no? 13 nodded. What happened? Why was I sent to Solterra? Isn't there a rule that only those that are 13 years old can have their first wandering? Laplace demon nodded. It is as you say. This is the first time that something like this has happened, and it's because of interference from your father. We didn't know how he did it, but on the night of the solstice, he changed your age from 7 to 13. Because of this, the law of wanderers deemed you ready to embark on your first wandering. The one had already confronted your father and given him an ultimatum. 13 arched an eyebrow. What ultimatum? The giant fireball hovering above 13's head snorted. I told him that if he interferes with the affairs of my world one more time, I will remove all the restrictions on your body, the one stated. I will not allow outsiders to do whatever they please within my domain. 13 blinked once then twice after hearing the omnipotent being's words. Old man, you did something good for once. 13 almost did a fist pump. Now, I just need to trigger him so that he will mess with me again. After that, I will be free. I can read your mind, you know? The one said, which made 13 cough lightly to his embarrassment. Also, what you are thinking of will not be happening again. Deus Ex Machina has signed a god contract with me, and he will not be able to wield his powers in my world any longer. The most he can do is just watch. 13 clicked his tongue because the easy method to break free from his restrictions had disappeared before he could even start planning to mess with his old man Laplace demon, who had been silent, spoke up, pulling 13 out of his thoughts. Since you were wrongfully sent to Solterra, we will send you back to Pangaea, the Laplace demon said. Are you ready to go back? What about Christopher? 13 asked. What about him? The Laplace demon arched an eyebrow. Can you send him back as well? And why would we do that? Christopher has been chosen as a wanderer. Unlike you, who was forcefully spirited away, he met all the requirements that we have set since the first wanderers appeared in Pangaea. 13 wasn't able to refute the Laplace demon's words because that was indeed the truth. However, he still felt hesitant to leave the chubby boy behind because he had made a promise to him. He promised that he would let him complete his first wandering and take him safely back to Pangaea. If that is what is troubling you, I can erase Christopher's memory of meeting you, the one stated. You will no longer have to worry about the promise you made because he won't even remember it. Don't, 13 replied coldly. Don't erase his memory. Even if you did, I will still remember the promise that I made. Then I'll erase your memory of him as well. Problem solved, right? The one proposed. 13 drew in a cold breath before glaring at the omnipotent being that governed Pangaea and Solterra. The one talked about erasing the memories of people as if it wasn't a big deal to him. Indeed, such a thing was very easy for a god to do. However, this also made 13 feel very cold inside. The mere thought of people's feelings being erased completely made him remember many unpleasant memories. As cannon fodders, some of his hosts had suffered this treatment from the villains and even heroes. Their precious memories were taken away from them, making them forget who they really were. Although they were still alive, they would no longer be themselves and be like blank pieces of paper that someone could write on and program as they wished. Deus Ex Machina had done the same to 13's current vessel, Zion. After the 5-year-old died and had 13's core planted inside his body, the system god wiped his state clean, removing everything from him. His precious memories of his family, as well as his current status and abilities. Deus Ex Machina had erased them all before rewriting it all over again. You gods don't have the right to mess with people's lives like this, 13 said coldly. His entire body was shaking not out of fear, but out of anger that came from every fiber of his being. He was about to say more, but he knew better than to tell a god what they should or shouldn't do. Blood flowed from 13's lips because he had bitten his lips too hard out of frustration. Being human had unlocked the limiters on his being. Although he was calm and collected most of the time, his sudden outbursts of happiness, sadness, and anger were greater than other people because these were the emotions that he wasn't too familiar with. Taking in deep breaths, 13 wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand. Instead of being wiped clean, it spread on his face and made him look like a bloodthirsty demon that was out for blood. I'm not going to return to Pangaea, 13 stated. But since I have been brought to Solterra due to my old man's interference, I want compensation. The corner of the Laplace demon's lips curled up into a smirk. It had been expecting that the brat would demand compensation right from the very start. After all, he already knew how shameless 13 was. Before they summoned 13, they had already discussed this possibility, so they were prepared to at least listen to the boy's demands. However, listening and agreeing were two different things. After all, man proposes, but God disposes. Chapter 71 13's 3 Requests. Chapter 71 13's 3 Requests. I only ask for 3 things, 13 said as he held up 3 of his fingers. The first one is an accessible spatial storage. Since I'm unable to get items and avatars from monsters, chests, and other reward-granting artifacts, the spatial storage that I possess as a wanderer is basically useless to me. I won't ask for much. I just want a spatial storage that is 1 square meter in size. Surely, you find this arrangement only fair, no? The Laplace demon and the one neither accepted nor rejected 13's proposal. They simply waited for him to state the 3 things that he wanted from them. The second thing I want is flint and steel. Last, but not the least, I want you to tell my parents that I am safe and that they don't have to worry about me. Also, allow me to write a message to them so that they will not be too anxious about my disappearance. These are the 3 compensations that I will ask of you. The Laplace demon and the one were quite surprised by the compensation that 13 asked from them. Laplace demon rubbed his chin as he carefully thought of the things that the boy had stated. The first one that 13 asked for was accessible spatial storage. Even as a wanderer, 13's spatial storage was indeed useless to him because he couldn't get any items from Solterra. Also, the size he requested was simply too small. Even the storage rings that had the smallest spatial storage that people used on a daily basis were at least 4 square meters in size. 13 only asked them to give him a 1 square meter spatial storage, which they deemed wasn't too much to ask. The second compensation was actually more troublesome than his first request, and that was flint and steel. Although these 2 items might seem simple and could be found anywhere in Solterra and Pangaea, the timing was very important as well. Flint and steel were used to make fires. There was nothing wrong with that. except for the fact that the first wandering was meant to test a person's survival skills. This meant that they would have to start in Solterra from scratch without any tools in their possession. Whatever they needed, they would have to search for it in the place where they spawned and use everything in their power to survive. Giving 13 flint and steel would break the purpose of that survival challenge because the gift of fire could do many things. Last but not the least, the boy wanted to send a message to his family, telling them that he was fine. Laplace Demon found no problem with this request since the boy was forcefully sent to Solterra despite not being 13 years old. Simply put, among the boy's 3 proposals, the first and the third were easily acceptable, but the same couldn't be said for the second one. "I will accept your first and third proposal," the one said after a minute had passed. "But we cannot accommodate your second request." 13 sighed because he had already expected this to happen. But having 2 of his requests accepted was good as well. Laplace Demon handed 13 paper and pen so that he could write a letter to his family. The boy gratefully accepted and started to write. However, the moment he began writing, he kept on asking Laplace Demon for more paper. The corner of the demon's lips twitched after he picked up one of the papers that 13 had written upon and read its contents. There, he saw a detailed outline of what Gerald should craft in chronological order in preparation for the future. A glance was enough for the Laplace Demon to understand that this was basically a training regimen meant for blacksmiths in order to improve their craft as much as possible. He picked up another paper, and there, he saw a list of pill recipes that were ranked from beginner to grandmaster level. As long as someone followed this sequence, it would ensure their growth in the art of pill making, paving the path to becoming a grand alchemist. A sigh escaped Laplace Demon's lips as the 7-year-old asked for another piece of paper. Perhaps out of annoyance, he just handed him an entire pack of A4 bond papers and left him to his devices. 3 hours later, 13 finally finished writing a 100-page letter, which was to be given to his family. Aside from Gerald's and Alessia's training routine, he also gave Shasha some pointers on how to effectively use her martial technique, Dance of Solaris. He also added that she must only train its core abilities inside their family's training grounds and never show its full might when she was taken to the Levinas family's main residence to train. He also wrote a letter for Remy. He had personally taught her how to read, so he was certain that his little sister would be able to read his message. 13 made sure to tell his family that everything was going to be fine, and he also promised to return to them as soon as he could. After he finished everything, he asked Laplace Demon and the one to send him back to Solterra. When he opened his eyes, it was already morning, and to his surprise, he felt as if he had taken a full night's rest because he felt so relaxed and revitalized. However, he was still hungry, which he immediately remembered after his stomach started to rumble. "I guess it's time to cook some bird's meat," 13 muttered. Although the Laplace Demon and the one hadn't given him any flint and steel, 13 wasn't worried. He had asked for 3 things from the one, but in fact, the only things he truly wanted were an accessible spatial storage, and for his letters to be sent to his family. The second one was just there to make the omnipotent God think that 13 wanted to take advantage of his generosity in order to ask for something that could help him make fire. When choosing between 2 evils, people would usually pick the lesser evil. This was the trick that 13 had used against the Laplace Demon and the one, making them focus on his second request, which made his 2 other proposals seem more acceptable to them. In short, it was just a smokescreen to get the 2 things he really wanted. Having spatial storage, no matter how small, was very important to him because it allowed him to store his crude weapons, which he couldn't carry all day long. Laplace Demon had told him how to access his spatial storage, but he didn't have time to test it in the celestial realm. Because of this, he closed his eyes and activated his spatial storage to see it for the first time. 13 was pleasantly surprised that instead of a 1 square meter spatial storage, the one actually gave him a 2 square meter spatial storage, which was a size bigger than what he asked for. Because of this, he would be able to store more items like his stone spears, wooden spears, and stone axes, which he no longer had to carry on their journey. Also, it would be the best place to store the condor's sharp talons, which they could also use as makeshift weapons. After appreciating his spatial storage, 13 walked towards the oasis to look for dark gray, black, or greenish stones. These were the natural colors of flint stones that could be seen in rivers and lakes. After picking up several rocks, he also took some dried leaves and vines from the desert poplar trees and brought them to the boulder where Christopher was still sleeping. Since the chubby boy had ordered Brutus to listen to 13's orders as well, 13 asked the troll to dig a small fire pit, where the boy deposited the dried leaves, vines, and small branches. He then held one of the condor's talons in his hand and started to strike it with one of the stones he picked up earlier. A spark appeared instantly, making 13 smile. It didn't take long before a fire was burning merrily inside the fire pit that Brutus had dug. When Laplace Demon and the One saw this, both of them felt the strong urge to spit in 13's direction because of the boy's audacity to ask them for flint and steel when he could easily start a fire without them. In short, they had been had. 13 chuckled internally because he could already sense the glares from the two omnipotent beings of Solterra and Pangea all the way from the heavens. This was his way of taking revenge on the One for casually saying that it would erase Christopher's and his memories if he wanted. Memories were very special to him because all of his hosts were special to him. If he forgot about even one of them, he would be extremely sad because they were his treasured memories. This was why he felt very angry when the One so casually mentioned the erasing of memories. Now that he had vented his anger, 13 started to barbecue the meat from the condor's legs, which was going to be their first decent meal in Solterra after being spirited away from the world of Pangea. Chapter 72 Young Master, you are really good. Chapter 72 Young Master, you are really good. Brutus' addition to their team did wonders. Because of this, 13 discussed with Christopher and asked him to prioritize giving monster cores to the troll so that it could become a rank 2 monster faster. Christopher had no problems with this arrangement. He also wanted to strengthen Brutus as much as possible, so he agreed to 13's proposal. The monster cores of the 3 rank 1 condors were then given to the troll, who needed 200 beast cores before he could rank up. Of course, if they were able to kill rank 2 monsters, then it would be better since they gave 2 points instead of just 1. Brutus race, troll rank, 1 progress before next rank up, 3 to 200 skills, none passive skills, guts unique ability, evolver. 13 also asked Christopher what his quest was because it was the key that would allow the latter to break through the next rank in the human rankings, allowing him to become a rookie. In order for the chubby boy to return to Pangea and upgrade his rank to rookie, he would first need to complete the mission that was assigned to him by the One. As the omnipotent being that governed all wanderers, they must all adhere to its rule, and only by doing so would they be able to clear their first wandering and return home. My quest is to help light the beacon of hope, Christopher said. It doesn't say anything else aside from that. It seems that I need to discover the clues on my own. 13 nodded in understanding. All the wanderers who have been teleported to this land will have the same quest as yours. That's the way the One does things, so it's safe to say that you're not alone in this place. Does that mean that most of them are dead by now? Christopher asked. He was certain that if he hadn't met Zion, he might have already died in this desert due to how dangerous it was. Probably, 13 replied. Their starting point is several times harder than others. But one thing is clear. Those who do survive will be stronger than most wanderers of this generation. Christopher agreed with the young boy's words. He also didn't think that ordinary children would be able to survive in this merciless place if they weren't considered the cream of the crop. Does your quest have a time limit? 13 inquired. FurioBienui.com, no time limit, Christopher replied. It says here that if someone else completes the quest, everyone who received it will complete it as well. 13's face became solemn after hearing Christopher's words. These kinds of quests were not uncommon for wanderers, and his host had searched for such things when he was still traveling in the world of Solterra. However, there was one problem. These kinds of quests were way harder than most because they usually required more than one person to complete them. This was why the One blatantly detailed that if someone else was able to complete the quest, those who had received the same quest would complete it as well. Young Master, what should we do now? Christopher asked. Since he had decided to treat 13 as his temporary master, he would follow whatever decision he made. Since there is no time limit, we will stay here in the oasis until Brutus ranks up, 13 replied. We will also use this opportunity to stock up on food, water, and weapons, which we will use on our journey. I don't know if there will be another oasis like this one between where we are and where we need to get to, but it's better if we assume that we won't find one again for a while. With that mindset, we will be able to prepare better. Christopher nodded because he found this a very logical way of doing things. Young Master, you're really good, Christopher said. Master Terence can't even compare to your resourcefulness. Enough flattery. Order Brutus to dig a hole. 13 pointed at a spot between their boulder and the oasis. Make it dig there. Make the hole at least 5 meters deep and big enough to trap a yellow-striped dusk brute. Christopher's body subconsciously shuddered after hearing 13's words. He had seen the monitor lizard from a distance, and he'd never want to be close to such a monster. But the boy beside him was casually telling him to order Brutus to dig a hole that was big enough to trap one. Young Master, you can't possibly be thinking of, just do it, Christopher. This is just to prepare us for any situation. The yellow-striped dusk brute isn't the only strong monster here in the Houdini Desert. Don't forget that we are in troll and ogre territory. The weakest ogre that wanders around this place is a rank 2 monster. We might even see rank 3 monsters come to the oasis. Since we've decided to stay here until Brutus ranks up, the possibility of meeting one exists. In order to give ourselves a chance of survival, we must do everything in our power to cross the difference in ranks. Christopher felt as if a whole new world had opened up to him after hearing the young boy's words. He didn't know how Zion knew where they were and what monsters were common in the area, but the way he said these words was filled with confidence that Christopher believed that the boy knew what he was talking about. Brutus, start digging, Christopher ordered. The troll grunted and did as it was ordered. It used its bone club to start digging into the ground. 13 wasn't idle and paid close attention to their surroundings. Having eaten condor meat, his hunger was sated and his head no longer felt lightheaded, allowing him to think better. In the distance, the dead bodies of the 3 condors were huddled together, baking in the desert heat. When morning came, 13 used the condor wings to make a makeshift tent to protect them from the heat of the desert. He also asked Brutus to break the bigger branches off the poplar trees and hammer them into the ground so that the wings could be tied to a supporting structure to hold them up. With this, the 2 teenagers were able to feel a little more comfortable as they now had a roof on their heads and a cushy floor made of dried leaves and feathers under their feet. 13 worked Brutus like a slave. As an avatar, it didn't need to eat or sleep, but for some reason, it had developed a fear of the little boy, who would constantly give it orders the moment one of its tasks was finished. Of course, even though it didn't need to eat or sleep, it still had the stamina of an ordinary troll, so it still got tired. When this happened, Christopher would recall Brutus back to his spatial storage, allowing the troll to recover its strength and stamina. Half a day later, the 2 boys saw a yellow-striped dusk brute appear in the distance. It was on its way to the oasis, but immediately stopped after it saw the dead condors that were huddled together. Since it was also an opportunistic monster, it made a beeline towards the dead condors to feast on their flesh. 13 had already collected enough condor meat and placed it inside his spatial storage to be used as food, so he didn't really care whether the yellow-striped dusk brute ate it all up. In fact, he'd rather the monster be full because then it would not shift its attention to 2 boys, who would only serve as a snack for it. Christopher looked at the monster warily. After all, it was a creature that was something that they couldn't defeat at this time. But he believed that, given enough time, they would be able to kill it as long as he followed his young master's order and raised Brutus' rank to the next level. Chapter 73, One of the Overlords of the Desert. Chapter 73, One of the Overlords of the Desert. 13 and Christopher could only watch as the poisonous monitor lizard feasted on the 3 condors. Several minutes later, more monsters arrived near the oasis, including 3 desert wolves that tried to challenge the yellow-striped dusk brute for its meal. All 3 of them were rank 1 monsters, and they thought that they could overwhelm the stronger monsters with their speed and numbers. For a while, their strategy worked until one of the wolves tried to drag the corpse of the condor away from the monitor lizard. That move didn't sit well with the yellow-striped dusk brute, so it immediately unleashed its poisonous spray, hitting the pitiful wolf, who still managed to run away for a few meters before collapsing on the ground. Its body convulsed for half a minute before it stopped moving completely. In just a span of a few minutes, a rank 1 monster died, just like that, prompting the other 2 wolves to make a hasty retreat. Of course, they also managed to deal some moderate injuries to the yellow-striped dusk brute, especially near its eyes. They knew how tough its scales were, so they only focused on targeting areas where they could deal considerable damage with their teeth and claws, taking turns attacking it in different directions. If one of the wolves hadn't gotten greedy and decided to steal one of the dead condors while his comrades were attacking their enemy, things might have ended differently, Christopher commented. Right. 13 nodded. So we mustn't be too greedy and underestimate our opponents either. The desert wolves were very agile creatures, so they could easily outrun and dodge the yellow-striped dusk brute's attacks, as well as its lethal poisonous spray, if need be. It just so happened that the desert wolf that died refused to let go of the condor, considerably slowing its movements, which gave the monitor lizard the opportunity to hit it with its poisonous spray. The other monsters eyed the yellow-striped dusk brute warily. Some of them were tempted to go for the kill, while others decided that it wasn't worth it and simply drank from the oasis before going on their way. 13 and Christopher had hidden themselves in the makeshift tent and only peeked at the battle from afar. Because of this, none of the monsters paid any attention to them and simply focused their gaze on the victorious monster who had added a dead wolf to its menu. However, after eating one of the dead condors, the desert monitor lizard decided that it had enough, so it headed toward the oasis to drink before moving northwards. The monsters that had stayed decided to also eat the remains of the condors, with some of them even fighting against each other to take it. In the end, some monsters were injured, while some emerged victorious. Even so, none of them touched the body of the dead desert wolf, whose skin had turned purple due to the effects of the poison that had spread inside its body. Only the yellow-striped dusk brute, the purple desert scorpion, the black-furred wolf spider, and the bronze desert boa could consume a poison monster without worrying about dying in the process. When all the monsters left the oasis, 13 asked Christopher to summon Brutus again to continue digging the hole he had started to dig a few hours ago. The trap they were making would only work if it had the element of surprise. Some monsters were very smart, so if they ever saw a troll digging in a certain location, they would be wary of going in that direction. A few hours later, Brutus managed to dig a deep enough hole to trap even a yellow-striped dusk brute. 13 personally entered the hole and placed several stone spears in it, creating a pitfall trap. When he was done, he climbed back out with Brutus' help and placed several branches over it before placing one of the condor's wings on top of it. When he was done, he used dirt and small gravel to hide it completely from sight. Just to make sure that he and Christopher wouldn't fall into their own trap, he placed 4 large stones next to the corners of the hole as a visual reminder that there was a trap there. A week passed, and the two boys had grown accustomed to a daily routine. Every day, they would attack the rank 1 monsters that approached the oasis alone together. When the monster thought that it found 2 weaklings as its prey, Christopher would summon Brutus, who would immediately launch a full-powered strike on their enemy, catching it by surprise. Once the target had been hit by one of its attacks, the rest of the battle would be wrapped up in minutes, with Christopher landing the last blow each time. After killing over a dozen monsters, the two boys finally got an item from one of them, which was a dagger from the rank 1 purple desert scorpion that had wandered into the oasis during the night. It was a young scorpion that was only a meter tall and 3 meters long. Usually, a purple desert scorpion remained hidden in its burrow because it was too eye-catching during the day. It was typically more active during the night and preyed on unsuspecting monsters that wandered too near its burrow. This monster was also known to create pitfall traps and attack its prey once they were immobilized. It was one of the most notorious night hunters in the desert, and it could live for many months without food if water was readily available. The name of the dagger was Purple Stinger, and its blade was colored purple just like its namesake. It had the passive ability of inflicting poison on those who were pricked by its blade, albeit by a small percentage. 13 asked Christopher for the dagger because he would be able to use it as a throwing weapon. Of course, since 13 had the skill ban restriction on him, the passive skill of the Purple Stinger of poisoning its target was grayed out. This meant that because it was in 13's possession, this passive ability was currently inactive. However, the 7-year-old didn't care. With the dagger, he was able to carve sharper wooden spears, which he planned to use as throwing weapons. He even started to make wooden arrows in preparation for when he could make a bow. Sadly, he didn't have the proper materials near the oasis to make one, so he just made preparations for the future. Just as the sun was about to set, 13 saw something moving toward the oasis from the corner of his eye. After squinting a bit, he noticed that it was standing on two legs and was, at the very least, 2 meters tall. Most of the time, Christopher and him stayed in their makeshift tent to stay out of sight in the open. The monsters who were curious enough to approach their resting place would find themselves falling into one of their pitfall traps. Those who were lucky to survive would then be finished off by Brutus without much suspense. But the creature approaching the oasis wasn't an ordinary monster. An ogre, 13 thought before motioning for Christopher to lie low and not do anything. If it comes to us, wait until it falls into one of our traps before you summon Brutus, 13 said in a volume that only the chubby boy could hear. Yes, young master, Christopher replied. They had spent more than a week in the oasis, but this was the first time they had seen an ogre. Ogres were stronger than trolls and also more intelligent than the latter. This was why whenever the two sides fought, it would almost always be the trolls who ended up being on the losing side. As one of the strongest races in the Houdini Desert, very few monsters were their match. Because of this, they were able to grow in numbers and become one of the overlords of the desert, which 13 was looking forward to fighting. Chapter 74 Christopher's Hidden Class. Chapter 74 Christopher's Hidden Class. Stay here and summon Brutus at the right moment, 13 ordered. Young monster, are you going to fight that ogre? Christopher asked. Clearly, the chubby boy was horrified by the notion of fighting an ogre this early. Yes. But why? We can just let it leave like the other monsters. Why must you fight it? 13 lightly patted the chubby boy's shoulder, while continuing to look at the ogre in the distance. We can't stay in this oasis forever, 13 stated. I know that I told you that the moment Brutus reaches rank 2, we will leave this place. However, it will be best to first gauge how strong an ogre is because we might encounter a lot of them as we continue our journey. Don't worry, I will not do something that I believe that I cannot handle. Everything is within my calculations, and there is a high chance of winning. Yes, 13 wouldn't do anything without a chance of winning. This was why he was confident that he would be able to fight against the ogre, using his martial technique cheap shot savant, the traps he made, as well as the troll, Brutus. With these three added on the equation, 13 believed that he had enough trump cards to defeat the ogre in front of him. After stepping out of the tent, 13 walked steadily towards one of the pit traps that they had painstakingly created. This one was around 4 meters deep, which 13 had made specifically for ogres. It contained several stone spears which would not really hurt a yellow-striped dusk brute due to its hard scales, but it could give an ogre a world of pain. 13 was unable to see Christopher's stats, so he was unable to determine if he had a hidden class, or if he was just lucky enough to get an avatar of the troll after killing one. But trolls and other brute-type monsters, like ogres, were part of the nearly impossible list of creatures to get an avatar of. He didn't know if the one simply hated these types of monsters, but their avatar capture rate was even lower than dragons, which was 1 in 100,000. People even said that if someone were to get a dragon's avatar, it just meant that they had used all the luck in their lifetime because they were one of, if not the strongest race in the world, and their avatars were worth billions of gold if they were to be sold to auction houses. If the avatar capture rate of dragons was 1 in 100,000, the avatar capture rate of brute-type monsters were 1 in a million. Yes, it was 1 in a million, which was why 13 was very surprised that Christopher managed to catch one on his first try. Although the chubby boy didn't have much luck in getting the avatar of other monsters, or even weapons from them, the 7-year-old believed that Christopher had a hidden class, and he would test his theory right here, right now. Hey, ugly! 13 shouted, catching the ogre's attention. I'm right here. Come and get me. Although ogres weren't that intelligent, they could still understand human words to a certain extent. The thing they hated the most was being called ugly. After getting a better look at it, 13 realized that the ogre was over 3 meters tall, at least at the peak of rank 2, 13 thought as he stood his ground, standing perfectly still. When the ogre saw that its prey didn't plan on running away, it increased its speed, raring to crush the boy's body into meat paste. But, just before it could reach its target, the ground under its feet gave way, making it fall down on the pitfall trap that was filled with stone spears. FGYOBinovel.com. The ogre cried out in pain the moment its body was pierced by the stone spears, which later shattered under the monster's weight. Christopher was quick to act and summoned Brutus, who picked up one of the nearby boulders that had been placed near every pitfall trap that they created. The strategy when dealing with monsters was really simple. The moment they fell inside the trap, Brutus would appear and throw one of the boulders on the monster's head or body, further hurting it. When Brutus threw the boulder inside the pitfall, he aimed it directly at the ogre's head. To 13's surprise, the boulder actually shattered, making his eyes widen in shock. Leaving nothing to chance, Brutus started to pound the ogre's head with its club. Since the ogre was perfectly stuck inside the pitfall, it couldn't lift its arms and was unable to fight back against the one-sided beating from the troll, whom its race treated as inferior and sometimes used as slaves after they were captured. Brutus still had its memory from before it died, so it had a deep hatred for ogres. Because of this, all of its blows were filled with anger and hatred, making it look like a crazed monster that was out for blood. The ogre's head was already bloody from the repeated blows that it was taking, but it was still very much alive. Suddenly, the bone club in Brutus' hand broke, but the troll couldn't be stopped. It resorted to using its fists and repeatedly punched the ogre's head, shouting a bestial growl each time it unleashed a punch. Christopher, who was now standing beside 13, looked at this scene with a pale expression on his face. "Take this," 13 said as he handed the purple stinger to the chubby boy. "Ask Brutus to stop attacking for a while you stab it repeatedly with this weapon." Christopher no longer asked his temporary master why he needed to attack the ogre when Brutus was already beating it senseless. He just stabbed the back of the ogre's head several times with the dagger. After stabbing the ogre's head for the 7th time, the purple stinger's blade glowed, which signaled that its passive ability to inflict poison had activated. "That's enough," 13 ordered. "Let Brutus continue punching it." The troll, who was more than happy to resume its one-sided beating of its mortal enemy, roared and pressed its hands together before smacking the ogre's head with all of its might. 10 minutes later, the ogre finally died a pitiful death, unable to hit its opponents even once. The poison and the beating it was receiving from Brutus accelerated its death, which made 13 look at the dead body fiercely, as if waiting for something to happen. Suddenly, the ogre's body shrunk and transformed into a miniature crystal statue of an ogre before disappearing completely. A moment later, Christopher's eyes widened in shock as he heard a voice inside his head, informing him that he had acquired an ogre's avatar. "Young master, I got another avatar," Christopher said giddily. "Unfortunately, this one doesn't have the evolver skill. If it did, it would have been better." A faint smile appeared on 13's face because he had finally confirmed his suspicions. The omnipotent being of Solterra and Pangea might be merciless, but it didn't send children to Solterra just to die. No, he sent them there to become strong, so that one day, they would have the power to protect Pangea from the jinns and magents, who could potentially wipe the human race from the face of the world. The children who were sent to the Houdini Desert were fated to be there, in more ways than one. This also meant that their greatest opportunity was also there, allowing them to obtain great rewards before and after they cleared their mission. "I knew it," 13 thought as he looked at the giddy boy, who summoned the rank 2 ogre they had just killed. Christopher is a brute tamer. The 7-year-old didn't expect that the chubby boy, who had almost no survival skills, had managed to acquire a hidden class, which would play a vital role in their quest to light the beacon of hope. Chapter 75: The Pros and Cons of Brute Tamers, Part 1. Chapter 75: The Pros and Cons of Brute Tamers, Part 1. This was one of the hidden classes in Solterra, but only a handful of people had managed to get it. But the irony of it all was that even those who got it didn't know they had the job class. Just like the class implied, it was truly a hidden class. It couldn't be seen on their status screens. People who had it lived and died, not knowing that they could have become one of the most powerful men and women in the world. Sadly, they weren't aware of it because it didn't appear on their status screens, so they only contributed it to luck. Since 13 had been in Pangea and Solterra once, his database had been filled with all the information about the world, including the hidden classes, and Brute Tamer was indeed one of them. "You lucky son of a..." 13 stopped what he was going to say next because he knew that it was inappropriate. Christopher loved his mother so much, so he couldn't possibly finish it on the wrong note. "You lucky son of an amazing woman." Upon hearing his words, Christopher blinked in confusion but smiled in the end. Anyone calling his mother amazing was a good person in his book. Right now, 13 was in a dilemma. Should I tell him about his hidden profession? 13 pondered for a bit. But in the end, he decided to come clean with Christopher because he had already decided to support the chubby boy, who had the label cannon fodder plastered on his butt cheeks. Christopher, let's go back to the tent, 13 said. There's something very important I want to say to you. For now, order Brutus and Bruno, Christopher interjected. I named the ogre Bruno. 13 blinked once before nodding his head. Order Bruno to dig more holes over there. And over there. 13 ordered and pointed at 2 places near the big boulder where their makeshift tent had been set up. Christopher nodded and sent his 2 brutes to do as 13 asked him to do. Upon returning to the makeshift tent made up of the wings of the condors they had killed, 13 made Christopher sit, so he could have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Christopher, I have good news and bad news, 13 said. Which one do you want to hear first? Young master, let me hear the bad news first, Christopher replied. 13 nodded and told him the bad news. The bad news is that aside from brute-type monsters, it is impossible for you to gain other avatars, 13 replied. In fact, even if you bought or acquired avatars through trades, these avatars would not listen to you, and may even outright disobey your orders. Huh? Christopher looked at the young boy in disbelief. Why? It's because you have acquired a hidden class. A hidden class? Freeweb.vel.com. Christopher then opened his status screen to look for the class that his temporary master was talking about. Young master, I don't see any hidden class, Christopher reported. That's why it's called a hidden class, 13 explained. You will not see it in your status page, but it's definitely there. Christopher scratched his head before shifting his attention back to his young master. Now, I will tell you the good news, 13 stated. The hidden class you acquired is the Brute Tamer. Brute Tamer. Christopher frowned. Never heard of it. Of course you never heard of it, 13 replied. Even those that have it don't know they have it. Now, let me tell you what a Brute Tamer is. 13 glanced at the troll and the ogre in the distance who were busy digging holes to create the next batch of pitfall traps that they could use to trap monsters before continuing his explanation. The Brute Tamer is a special class that specializes in acquiring the avatars of brute-type monsters, 13 stated. If you don't know what brute-type monsters are, just think of big, strong, and dumb monsters. All of them fall into the brute monster category. However, some brute monsters are actually smart, which is a good thing for you. Now, to give you a more detailed explanation, trolls, ogres, orcs, minotaurs, bears, yetis, boars, and other similar monsters are brute-type monsters. Now tell me, how many ogres or minotaur-type avatars do you see in auction houses or avatar trade shops? Less than a handful, Christopher replied. Truth be told, he was a fan of brute-type monsters because they were everything that he wasn't. They were big and strong, which were the traits that Christopher wanted to possess. This was why, when he suddenly got a troll avatar, he was ecstatic. When he received the ogre avatar, he felt like laughing out loud like a madman. Now, let me tell you all the good things about this class, as well as all the bad things about this class, 13 said. Let's start with the good things first. The good thing is that if you happen to defeat a brute-type monster, you are 100% guaranteed to receive their avatar. However, you can only get one avatar per species. For example, Brutus is a rank 1 troll. This means that if you saw a rank 4 desert troll like him, you will not get an avatar because you already have Brutus. The same for Bruno. Since you already have a rank 2 desert ogre, you will not be able to get the avatar of ogres that have a higher rank. Christopher's mouth fell open after hearing 13's explanation. He had no idea why the boy knew about these things, but for some reason, he was very inclined to believe it, even though he didn't have any solid proof. But, after hearing that he might have missed the chance to acquire higher-ranking monsters because he had already captured a monster of that species, the earlier happiness he felt suddenly disappeared like the fleeting clouds in the sky. Seeing his expression, 13 could only smirk because he already knew what the chubby boy was thinking. It was only natural for others to want stronger and more powerful monsters, but Christopher was forgetting one thing. He was still too weak to even dream about acquiring stronger monsters, who could easily kill him just by spitting in his direction. 13 intended to pound some common sense into his temporary subordinate to make sure that he wouldn't become a frog who would try to eat a swan. Chapter 76 The Pros and Cons of Brute Tamers, Part 2. Chapter 76 The Pros and Cons of Brute Tamers, Part 2. Christopher, don't get too ahead of yourself, 13 said in a serious tone. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Sure, higher-ranking monsters are strong, but are you able to kill them? No, young master, Christopher replied. I'm sorry, I just became too ambitious. It's fine to be ambitious, but you must understand that a dead genius is no longer a genius, 13 stated. You don't have to hurry. You will eventually acquire stronger monsters as you progress through the human rankings. Now let's continue. Christopher nodded and listened seriously to what his young master was about to say. The good thing about brute tamers is that the first brute monster avatar that they obtain is special, 13 explained. It will always have the ability to evolve. This is why Brutus has the skill evolver. In simple terms, as long as you spend time nurturing him, he will become one of your strongest supporters as you grow stronger. Christopher felt happy inside because Brutus was his very first avatar. Of course, he knew that people discarded their avatars the moment they surpassed their ranks as well as when they were no longer useful to them. He didn't want this to happen, so he was truly happy when he saw that Brutus had the ability to evolve. This meant that he would accompany Christopher for a long time. Now, the downside of being a brute tamer, like I said earlier, is that you won't be able to gain any avatars aside from brute monsters, 13 said. Any avatars that you buy or trade for will not listen to your orders, so don't bother getting them. The second downside of being a brute tamer is that you have to share your resources with your first brute monster. Just like now, you are giving Brutus all the monster cores we obtained to our kills instead of using them to strengthen yourself. Of course, you can choose not to do this and just focus on making yourself stronger. You just need to look for higher-ranking brute monsters to serve as your bodyguard for the time being. With good planning, Christopher didn't need to strengthen Brutus and could just focus on strengthening himself. Although it was dangerous, he could just hunt higher-ranking brutes in the world of Solterra, allowing him to not waste additional resources on the first brute monster that he had acquired. Young master, I want to keep Brutus with me, Christopher replied. You can do whatever you want, Christopher, 13 stated. Your life, your choices. The chubby boy then nodded after hearing 13's words. Now, since you are now aware of your hidden class, we can exploit it to the fullest. 13 smirked. Originally, I planned to go to the east to enter the city of barbarians, but now, we have a few more options available to us. 13 put down 4 stones in front of him, which made Christopher wonder what the younger boy was doing. The west is the territory of the trolls, 13 explained. The south belongs to the ogres, the north belongs to the orcs, and the east is where the barbarians are. I have a proposal to make to maximize your potential and to ensure that we will have a higher chance of surviving our first wandering. Christopher's ears perked up when he heard the phrase, maximize your potential. He could already understand what the young boy was going to say because his hand was pointing at the north, where the orcs were located. Just like 13 had explained earlier, orcs were also brute-type monsters. It was as if the Houdini Desert was specially catered to make Christopher one of the powerhouses of the next generation. Originally, 13 only planned to make Christopher his temporary subordinate. But now that his suspicions were confirmed, he threw away any intention he had of letting him return to Terrence's side. Let Christopher go back to Terrence and become his subordinate again? What a joke. He knew that Terrence would be angry about his subordinate being poached away from him. But if he had a problem, talk to Arthur Leventis. See if he will choose you over me. Freeupnovel.com 13 was determined to make Christopher part of his inner circle. Since the chubby boy only joined the Leventis family to help pay the medical fees of his mother, 13 would gladly shoulder it. In fact, he would even cure the illness of Christopher's mother free of charge. So what if Terrence got angry with him? In Arthur's eyes, 13's value was higher than the current young masters of the Leventis family. If 13 wanted something from the Leventis family, Arthur would have no choice but to take him seriously or risk getting on his bad side. And Arthur knew that he couldn't get on 13's bad side. Christopher, I asked you to become my temporary subordinate, but now I changed my mind, 13 stated. I want you to serve me as your true master. You don't have to worry about Terrence because, I promise you, even if he doesn't agree, the patriarch of the Leventis family, Arthur Leventis, will order you to become my subordinate with just a word from me. Of course, The reason why I am doing this is because of your potential. I will not lie to you that this is the main reason as to why I changed my mind from only keeping you as my temporary subordinate to being a permanent one. Of course, I will not force you. If you wish to refuse my offer, you are free to do so. However, hear what I have to say. You will reach greater heights being with me than you will if you return to Terrence's side. I can also promise to cure the illness of your mother. This is not just lip service. I will do it as soon as I return to Pangaea. You have my word. Young master, will you really cure my mother? Christopher asked with a serious expression on my face. Yes, 13 replied. I will swear it on my name. Christopher didn't have to think twice and accepted 13's invitation to become his true subordinate and not just a temporary one. He had been observing the younger boy since the two of them had met, and something inside him was screaming at him that this was a chance of a lifetime. If he refused this opportunity, 13 would never ask him to become his subordinate again. I will become your subordinate, young master, Christopher said in a solemn tone. I look forward to working with you from this day onward. Likewise, Christopher, 13 said as he extended his hand for a handshake. Now that they had formalized their master and subordinate relationship, 13 started to create a new plan. A plan that would make their lives much easier despite the dangers that were always around them in the Houdini Desert. Chapter 77, Let's Do This. Chapter 77, Let's Do This. A month passed since 13 and Christopher had been sent to the world of Solterra. Although they experienced many ups and downs, the two managed to overcome all of them with the help of Brutus and Bruno, who tag-teamed to annihilate any rank 1 monsters that fell for 13's and Christopher's taunting, triggering them to run in the pair's direction, only to fall into the pitfalls traps that they created. After the monster had fallen to their traps, Christopher would summon Brutus and Bruno, who would deal the finishing blow to the monster that never stood a chance against their overwhelming might. The number of monsters they had slain was nearing 3 digits, but the number of items that Christopher gained was pitifully low. Despite killing over 70 monsters, they only gained 3 items. The first one was the purple stinger, which was currently in 13's possession. The second one was spiked bronze mace, which came from a spiny bronze anteater, which was a very tough cookie to crack. Out of the monsters they had killed, it was this monster that made 13, Christopher, Brutus, and Bruno work together, with everything in their power, to kill it. It was one of the rank 2 monsters that had wandered near the oasis, and its defenses were very tough. Fortunately, its underside wasn't as tough as its exterior, so the moment Bruno succeeded in flipping it over, its fate had been sealed. Its death allowed Brutus to have a good weapon that had a small chance of paralyzing its target the moment its spikes made contact with its body. Last but not the least was a black spear called Night Piercer, which Christopher acquired from a black scorpion that had wandered too close at their makeshift base during the night. They didn't see it right away since it came from behind the boulder, the blind spot in their field of vision. Fortunately, Brutus and Bruno were on night duty, so they immediately eliminated the threat before it could attack the 2 sleeping children, who were woken up the moment the 2 brute monsters unleashed their war cries and started to clobber the poor scorpion silly. All the weapons they got were bronze-grade equipment, so they didn't have any problems equipping them. Since 13 was now considered a true wanderer after declining the Laplace demon's offer to return to Pangaea, he was now able to use bronze-grade equipments as well, just like Christopher. Just a little more, and Brutus will evolve into a rank 2 monster, 13 said as he ate some barbecued scorpion meat. He made sure that Brutus cut off the scorpion's stinger, so the venom wouldn't make the rest of its meat poisonous. Also, since they had venom at the ready, 13 dipped their makeshift weapons into it, especially the wooden spears, as well as the wooden arrows, making them more potent in battle. Since Christopher wasn't part of his family, he couldn't bestow upon him any martial techniques that he could use to become stronger in Solterra. He was already planning to negotiate with the Laplace demon and the one to add Hans and Christopher to the people allowed to benefit from his abilities after he cleared the 13 trials that had been forced upon him by his father, the system god. However, since the chubby boy needed something to help him survive, 13 decided to teach him how to throw spears and basic spear footwork that he could use if the enemy managed to close in on him. Christopher didn't really want to fight enemies in close combat and preferred to use ranged weapons. But they didn't have bows and arrows, so 13 decided to temporarily teach him how to throw the wooden spears in their collection. During the past week, Christopher did nothing but throw one spear after the other, with the younger boy giving him pointers. Slowly but surely, his range and accuracy improved. 13 also taught him the basics of blocking, deflecting, and stabbing. For this, 13 asked Brutus to become Christopher's sparring partner since the monsters that were commonly seen in the desert were 2 meters tall and above. The chubby boy needed to get used to fighting bigger monsters in order to get a chance to survive if something managed to get past 13's, Brutus, and Bruno's defenses. Finally, after another half a month had passed, Brutus managed to reach the required number of monster cores to evolve to the next rank. The moment Brutus became a rank 2 monster, its features became sharper, and there were even black tattoos that appeared on its arms and chest. It looked more intimidating than before, and with 2 rank 2 monsters as their bodyguards, 13 felt that it would be a good time to head north and enter the territory of the orcs. But just as they were about to do that, a monster, which they hadn't seen for a long time, appeared near the oasis. It was none other than the yellow-striped dusk brute. 13 and Christopher looked at the monster and exchanged a glance with each other. Christopher was very wary of this monster, knowing that Brutus and Bruno were not fast enough to avoid its poisonous spray. The moment the monster died, their avatar would also shatter and would not be usable again. There were no ways to repair an avatar, and the monster's death was final. The only saving grace was that if one of his brute-type monsters died, he would be able to capture a new brute-type monster of that species. However, 13 had a feeling that Christopher wasn't the type to treat his summoned monsters like disposable tools that he could discard whenever he wanted. He didn't want the chubby boy to have this kind of mindset either, since once one started thinking in this direction, it would be very hard to stop. 13 pondered long and hard before coming up with a decision. Christopher, 13 said, "Let's do this." "Understood, young master," Christopher replied. There was still hesitation in his voice, but he trusted 13 enough to listen to his orders. "Don't worry, I won't let Brutus or Bruno die," 13 stated. "We now have what it takes to beat that thing." Christopher nodded as he listened to the plan that 13 had made in order to defeat one of the most dangerous rank 2 monsters, whose venom could easily kill both of them before they could even regret their life choices. Chapter 78 Young Master, please reconsider. Chapter 78 Young Master, please reconsider. 13 knew that even if they lured the yellow-striped dusk brute into one of their pitfall traps, it would not really do much damage to its body due to the hard scales that protected it. Their wooden and stone spears would not even put a dent in its armor, so their weapons were more or less useless. The only realistic thing they could do was to let Brutus and Bruno tag team to smack it into submission with their spiked mace and bone club. However, they weren't exactly the fastest-moving monsters in the Houdini Desert. The monitor lizard was also slow-moving, but it had something that the 2 brutes didn't have, and that was a poisonous spray attack that could kill the 2 avatars in minutes. Over the past month, 13 had strategized a way to overcome its deadly weapon, but in order for his plan to work, Brutus and Bruno had to get close enough to execute his plan. In fact, they had to get extremely close, which was the main problem. When faced with strong monsters, the first thing that the yellow-striped dusk brute would do was use its poison spray to target them from a distance. It was very possible that Brutus and Bruno may dodge the first poison spray attack, but the second one would be harder to dodge. If the 2 brutes were able to close the distance, then their victory was assured. To have a higher chance of success, 13 was willing to make sacrifices, like using Bruno to tank the poison spray while Brutus went to execute the plan. This strategy had a very high chance of success, but at the cost of losing the rank 2 ogre, which he promised Christopher wouldn't happen. So, there was only one choice. 13 must join the 2 brutes in attacking the monitor lizard to give them at least a 50-50 chance of winning without any of them dying. When he shared his plan with Christopher, the chubby boy's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. "Young master, please reconsider," Christopher said. "We don't have to fight that thing. We can just wait for it to leave, and we can go on our way." "You're right, Christopher," 13 replied. "But if we manage to kill this monster and retrieve its poisoned sac, we will be able to neutralize almost all of the threats that we will face in the Houdini Desert. The poison of the purple desert scorpion and the black scorpion could paralyze the monsters that they were fighting against, but some stronger monsters were more resistant to their paralysis. Because of this, they could only resort to another method which would slowly but surely kill their enemies, and that was by using the yellow-striped dusk brute. Also, 13 was wondering if the monitor lizard was a brute monster as well due to its name. He was aware that this was a shot to the moon, but if the yellow-striped dusk brute was really a brute-type monster, and Brutus and Bruno were able to kill it, they would have another formidable comrade in their party, which would truly make Christopher a formidable wanderer in the Houdini Desert. Perhaps Christopher subconsciously knew of this as well, but he was afraid that his young master might get seriously injured, or worse, die from the attempt of tackling one of the most dangerous rank 2 monsters in the Houdini Desert. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, 13 said as he looked at the monitor lizard that was only 100 meters away from the oasis. This is also good training for you, Christopher. You must master the proper way to summon and unsummon your creatures. freewebnovel.cm. If you think that Brutus or Bruno are going to be hit by the poison spray, recall them right away. However, you can only recall one of them. I will need one of them to assist me in fighting against the yellow-striped dusk brute in close combat. If both of them disappear, I'll be easy prey for the monster. So make sure to only recall one of them as a last resort. Christopher gritted his teeth before nodding his head. He had no idea whether this would really work, but he prayed to all the gods in Solterra that they succeed on their first try. Brutus, Bruno, make sure to always listen to the orders of the young master, Christopher ordered. The troll and the ogre both nodded their heads as they, too, prepared to fight against the monster that even their tribes were very reluctant to face in battle. 13 did a few short stretches to prepare himself for what he was about to do. When he was finally ready, he circled the pitfalls in order to approach the oasis. Brutus and Bruno did the same, but after passing the pitfall traps, the 2 monsters separated and approached the yellow-striped dusk brute from its left and back sides. Meanwhile, 13 was approaching the monster from its front, holding a stone spear he had dipped into the toxin of the purple desert scorpion. Although the monitor lizard's body was covered in hard scales, there were still places that were vulnerable, like its eyes and the inside of its mouth. However, even 13, who was confident in his throwing skill, wasn't really sure if he would be able to hit his target. At the very least, it was worth trying since he was faster than the 2 brutes, who were slowly but surely closing the distance between them and the yellow-striped dusk brute. 13 waited until the monitor lizard started to drink from the oasis before he initiated his attack. After taking out a stone axe from his spatial storage, 13 swiftly threw it toward the face of the yellow-striped dark brute, hitting its snout. Immediately, the monitor lizard hissed in anger and glared in 13's direction. 13, who finally got the monster's attention, took out another stone axe and threw it in the monster's direction, making the latter even more furious. The yellow-striped dusk brute had faced many kinds of opponents in its lifetime, but it had never faced a human boy who dared to attack it while it was quenching its thirst. Chapter 79 13th Dangerous Gamble. Chapter 79 13th Dangerous Gamble. The stone axe bounced off its body, dealing no damage whatsoever. However, the boy had successfully triggered the monster and made it advance in his direction. Seeing this, Brutus and Bruno hastened their approach, almost running at full speed in order to bridge the distance. However, the yellow-striped dusk brute had already seen the 2 of them quite a while ago and had also taken precautions in case these 2 monsters attacked him at the same time. FKUYOBnovel.com. The human boy was annoying, but he posed no threat to it whatsoever. Because of this, the monster turned its attention to Brutus, who was closest to it, and unleashed a poison spray that had an effective range of 20 meters. The troll might not be the fastest monster in the Houdini Desert, but it was still faster than an ogre. Brutus swiftly dodged to the side, evading the poison spray. Upon impact, poisonous white fumes erupted from the earth, thinly enveloping the surroundings. Seeing that its attempt had failed, the yellow-striped dusk brute prepared to release another spray attack. However, it stopped after it caught sight of the approaching figure of the ogre from the corner of its eye, whom it recognized as the bigger threat at the moment. Knowing that it couldn't afford to let the powerful monster get close, the yellow-striped brute monster unleashed its poisonous spray once more. This time, it increased its power and range, creating a wide-sweeping cone of toxic mist, making sure that the ogre had nowhere to escape. A few seconds before the poison spray reached the ogre, Bruno turned into particles of light as he was recalled by Christopher at the nick of time. The yellow-striped dusk brute was surprised to see its target suddenly vanish in front of it, making it stop its spray attack completely. It made sure that the ogre didn't just duck or hide itself somewhere to escape its attack. Because its attention had been focused on the ogre, it didn't notice the 7-year-old boy who was approaching it from behind. 13 had activated his movement technique, Traceless Shadow, which was the perfect assassination footwork due to its soundless nature. With the monitor lizard's attention completely focused on the two stronger monsters, it didn't notice that the boy had made a beeline toward it from behind. When 13 was only a meter away from the monster's head, he grabbed something from his spatial storage that resembled a muzzle, which he had specially crafted for the yellow-striped dusk brute. With a calmness that far surpassed anyone his age, 13 fearlessly jumped onto the monster's head and slipped the muzzle over its jaws in one swift movement. He then firmly locked it in place with the strap that was made from the long, thick hair of a Houdini Mustang, which 13 had baited towards one of their pitfall traps. The 7-year-old boy had no intention of riding the monitor lizard like a cowboy, since it was also known to do death rolls. As soon as he finished what he intended to do, he hurriedly jumped away before the monster could even react to the sneak attack he had unleashed from behind. The yellow-striped dusk brute wasn't really the smartest of creatures. With its strength, it could easily kill anything in sight, allowing it to move unhindered anywhere in the Houdini Desert. Perhaps it was for this reason that it took a while for it to realize what had happened to it, buying 13 precious seconds to run away with all of his might. The boy had already run 6 feet away from the monster when it finally showed a reaction to what the annoying human had done. It immediately tried to pry the muzzle off of its jaws, rubbing its face against the ground in an attempt to dislodge it. However, it held strong. It was made from the body parts of the spiny bronze anteater, making it exceptionally durable. The monitor lizard had small clawed feet and hands, which couldn't reach up to its jaw, so it couldn't use it to remove the muzzle that was placed on its head. Perhaps out of anger, it then started to do a death roll, which was something that crocodiles and alligators did to tear their prey apart. While it was doing this, Brutus had finally closed the distance and raised its spiked mace high over its head. With a roar that reverberated in the surroundings, the troll smashed the mace down, targeting the back of the yellow-striped dusk brute's head. Sparks emerged from the point of impact, showing just how hard the monster's scales were. Even so, Brutus' attack still did damage to it. Shallow puncture wounds could be seen on the monster's head. The troll repeatedly bashed the monitor lizard, who had tried to defend itself by lashing the troll with its tail. This attack sent Brutus falling backward due to the force behind the attack. At the end of the day, the yellow-striped dusk brute was still a peak rank 2 monster, making it a very formidable enemy even without using its poisonous breath. However, Brutus propped itself up in a matter of seconds and once again engaged the enemy in close combat. Left with no choice but to use its tail and short claws to fight, the monitor lizard did its best to use its body's robust defenses to endure Brutus' fierce attacks while counterattacking from time to time. But just as it was about to use its tail to attack the troll for the 6th time, something grabbed its tail from behind, preventing the yellow dusk brute from lashing it toward the troll, who had been smacking the back of its head nonstop with its spiked mace. The monitor lizard hissed in anger when it realized that the ogre it had tried to kill earlier had not only returned, but was also holding onto its tail. This gave Brutus the perfect opportunity to keep on pounding the monster's head, drawing more and more blood. Bruno, who was holding onto the lizard's tail with its left hand, raised the bone club in its right and smashed it down on the lizard's back leg, making the latter hiss in pain. The two brute monsters were pounding it at the same time. With all of its means of attack neutralized, the yellow-striped brute was unable to show any kind of resistance. A purplish liquid was dripping from its mouth as it tried to unleash a poison spray despite the muzzle that was preventing it from opening its jaws. There was still a way for it to poison the troll and ogre. With the intention of letting the purple droplets hit the trolls and the ogre's bodies, it shook its head from side to side. Having noticed this, Brutus decisively sat on the monster's neck and rode it like a champ, holding it in place. Bruno, on the other hand, sat on the monster's back, adding extra weight, which burdened the oversized lizard from moving and throwing them off with a death roll. After several minutes of painful pounding, the yellow-striped dusk brute finally breathed its last, dying with a heart full of resentment. Not only was it unable to use its ability in battle, but it was also pounded until it died, making it die a slow and pitiful death. Unfortunately, it didn't turn into an avatar, proving that it wasn't really a brute-type monster. However, Christopher gained equipment from it, making him extremely happy. It was none other than the dusk brute armor, which covered the wielder's entire body. 13 almost laughed out loud when Christopher equipped it because he looked like a chubby, yellow-striped dusk brute that was standing on 2 legs. The armor provided exceptional defense, and it could also help fool their enemies because it made Christopher look like a yellow-striped dusk brute, which the denizens of the Houdini Desert avoided like a plague. As long as the chubby boy lay down on the ground on all fours, anyone would think that he was the dreaded poisonous monster instead of a teenage boy who was pretending to act like one. First things first, let's hang this monster upside down in one of the pitfall traps, so that the poison in its mouth will drain out, 13 proposed. We can collect its monster core later. This time, you will absorb it, allowing you to build your body up. Yes, young master, Christopher replied with a smile. The chubby boy looked forward to strengthening himself with the beast core, allowing himself to become stronger. In order to achieve the rookie rank, he would need to absorb 100 cores, allowing him to gain a strength that far surpassed normal humans. This was also the first stage for wanderers, which increased their lifespan by 20 years and doubled their strength and the overall performance of their bodies. If possible, Christopher wanted to become a rookie before he returned to Pangaea, which was something that all those who had been spirited away prioritized. This was to ensure that, on the day of their second wandering, they would be stronger than their past self, giving them a higher chance of surviving the next stage of their trial, which would allow them to become adepts. Chapter 80 Orc Hunting Party. Chapter 80 Orc Hunting Party. Young master, must I really do this? Yes. How long must I do this? Until I'm satisfied. A groan escaped Christopher's lips as he crawled on the ground on all fours. His 2 avatars, Brutus and Bruno, quietly watched their pitiful master, not daring to do anything to help him because 13 forbade them from doing anything. Currently, the 7-year-old was riding on Brutus' shoulders as they walked toward the north end of the Houdini Desert. The ogre was pulling what seemed to be a makeshift wooden cart, filled with monster parts in it. The majority of the items placed in it were the scales and claws of the yellow-striped dusk brute, as well as other monster parts that 13 and Christopher had collected after killing so many monsters. The wings of the condors were also there since 13 planned to use them as makeshift beds and tents due to how comfortable they were. Of course, they also gathered soft animal skins that could be used as blankets and cushions, allowing them to sleep comfortably during the day, the night, or whenever they wanted. Brutus was also pulling a similar wooden cart. However, the cart contained water skins made from the skin of monsters that 13 had altered to store water. There was also smoked meat in some of them, which was wrapped up properly with animal skin. The 2 brute monsters walked 6 meters away from each other, leaving a gap in the middle. This place was reserved for the chubby yellow-striped dusk brute, who was crawling slowly on the ground. Of course, this monster was none other than Christopher, who was currently equipped with dusk brute armor. Since he looked very much like the poisonous monster of the Houdini Desert, 13 ordered him to practice walking like one. Some animals disguised themselves as other creatures in order to ward off predators. For example, the most fearless creature on the planet called Earth was called the honey badger. This animal was quite small, but it was very aggressive. It was not afraid to face off against snakes or even bigger animals like lions and hyenas. Simply put, it was the fiercest animal in the world, and just seeing it was enough to make the top predators distance themselves from it. Because of this, cheetah cubs, who shared similar features as the honey badgers, were often avoided by the top predators because they looked like honey badgers from a distance. Knowing that it would improve their chances of survival in the Houdini Desert, 13 adopted the same tactic for Christopher, making the latter pretend as the yellow-striped dusk brute, whose powerful poisonous spray deterred the trolls, ogres, and orcs. Of course, the 7-year-old had explained this to the chubby boy, which was the main reason why the latter had agreed to do it despite how hard it was to crawl on all fours for many hours. Even so, He didn't feel hot since the dusk brute armor fended the heat off, making Christopher feel like he wasn't crawling across scorching desert sand. Since his entire body was covered with black scales, his hands and knees were also protected from being scraped by the ground, allowing him to move as he pleased, painlessly. Master, you said that there are other wanderers aside from me in this desert, right? Christopher asked. How many do you think are still alive now that 2 months have passed? It had been 2 months since 13 and Christopher had been sent to the Houdini Desert, and after facing off against the monsters in the desert, the chubby boy believed that the survival rate for first-time wanderers was very low. I don't know, 13 replied, but I do hope that dozens survived. The mission you received seems difficult, so I'm guessing that hundreds of teenagers were sent here in order to complete that quest. 13 wasn't aware that his guess was accurate. Although the number of wanderers that were sent to the Houdini Desert was not more than 1,000, they still numbered around 600 individuals. And out of this 600, less than 100 were able to survive the 2 months that they had spent in the Houdini Desert. 13 and Christopher had left the oasis more than a week ago, and they were constantly traveling northward. They had met several rank 1 monsters along the way, and these slain monsters didn't give them any item drops. Even so, they weren't useless either. 13 gave all the monster cores to Christopher so that the chubby boy could build up his body. Currently, the progress of Christopher's rank was 31 out of 200. This wasn't bad, considering that they prioritized getting Brutus to evolve into a rank 2 monster. With 2 monsters doing the manual labor, 13 didn't have to trouble himself with dismantling, skinning, bleeding, and smoking the meat of the monsters to increase their food reserves and other supplies. The boy used his free time to dive into his core to better understand the Houdini Desert. He wanted to know its dangers and the opportunities it presented. Despite the fact that his information was outdated by 300 years, 13 believed that there were a lot of things that hadn't changed even with the passage of time. Finally, on their 10th day after leaving the oasis, they saw several orcs trying to catch a few desert wildebeest from a herd. However, these omnivorous monsters were putting up a good fight, especially the alpha wildebeest, which was a peak rank 3 monster. 13, Christopher, Brutus, and Bruno watched from a safe distance as the orc hunting party divided themselves into 2 teams. Some kept the alpha wildebeest at bay, while others targeted the herd it was protecting. Their strategy and teamwork were seamless, which suggested that they had done this multiple times already. Surprisingly, the one leading the orc hunting party was a rank 3 high orc, which was a stronger version of the orc warriors. All orcs ranged from rank 1 up to rank 2 monsters. When they evolved, they would become high orcs, which was a stronger and much smarter version of the common populace of the orc race. The high orc was being supported by 8 other orcs that were all rank 2 monsters. Since they were holding back the alpha wildebeest, the high orc was unable to help its subordinates in the second team of the orcs, who were there to kill and capture some of the herd. Fka Yuyo no L.C. Sigmum. This hunting party is very strong, 13 said softly. We are not a match against them. Christopher nodded in agreement. What should we do, young master? Nothing, 13 replied. We will distance ourselves from them, so they won't get the wrong idea. Their leader has already noticed us, but it's not doing anything because it is busy with the rank 3 alpha monster. Let's go. Staying here for long is dangerous for us. 13 knew that if the orcs finished their mission of hunting the desert wildebeests, they would shift their attention to them, which was something he would like to avoid at all costs. Fighting against 2 to 3 orcs was fine, but if they were up against a hunting group, it was simply impossible. Even if Brutus and Bruno were stronger than the orcs, the fact remained that they were outnumbered. There were only 4 of them, while there were 17 orcs and 1 high orc. Going against them would be pure suicide. 13 gave the hunting party one last glance before ordering Bruno to take a detour. Now that they had arrived in the orcs' territory, it was time to initiate his plan to gather more information about the balance of power in the Houdini Desert. Chapter 81 Rethinking His Life Choices. Chapter 81 Rethinking His Life Choices. 13 made sure to get as far away as possible from the orc hunting party, so that they wouldn't target them. One of his goals for coming to the orc territory was to collect information. Although he had many restrictions on his body, the system god had given him one unique ability, which was the universal language proficiency. With this unique ability, He would be able to communicate with any kind of creature as long as they had a form of language or a means of communication. Of course, since Christopher was their master, the chubby boy could also communicate with them normally and understand their grunts, snorts, and broken Houdini language. 13 had asked Brutus and Bruno a lot of questions, but the two brute monsters didn't know much about the overall balance of power in the Houdini desert. When he asked Brutus which race was the strongest, the troll didn't hesitate to tell 13 that it was the trolls. When he asked Bruno the same question, the latter told him that it was definitely the ogres. The two monsters had almost gotten into a fight then, because they didn't like the answers that the other had given. Fortunately, Christopher had ordered them to listen to 13's commands, preventing a brawl between the two brute monsters from happening. After settling the dispute peacefully, he decided to ask them other questions to change the topic. The 7-year-old asked them if they also knew about the Beacon of Hope, but Brutus and Bruno had no idea what that thing was. Trolls and ogres weren't really the smartest of monsters, so 13 needed a much more intelligent race to talk to, which was the orcs. Although it may come as a surprise, the orcs and the barbarians shared a semi-peaceful relationship with each other. They were not openly hostile with each other, and took great care to prevent any tension between the two races. This was why there were half-orcs in the Houdini desert, because some barbarians and orcs found love despite the difference in species. Even so, that didn't make the orcs any less dangerous. Unlike the trolls and ogres, they were a race that specialized in working together as a group, allowing them to fend off threats in their territories. Similar to barbarians, the orcs had created their own orc kingdom, and 13 wanted to visit it to gather more information about the Beacon of Hope, which would allow Christopher to return to Pangaea. If 13 wished for it, he would be able to clear his first trial by leaving the Houdini desert. But he promised Christopher that he would help him survive his first wandering, so that he could return home safely, where his mother was waiting for him. He had already decided to make Christopher his own retainer and part of his inner circle. Also, he had given the chubby boy his promise, and 13 always kept his promises, just like how his hosts had kept their promises to him. After traveling for a few hours, they found a cave, which led deep underground. Since they had been traveling nonstop for several days, 13 decided to rest for a while. Brutus and Bruno took turns standing guard, while the two teenagers rested. Even 13, who had nerves of steel, found himself feeling exhausted due to the long journey in the desert. Since he was still technically a 7-year-old boy, he still hadn't fully developed and was only enduring the hardships he faced through sheer willpower. A day later, the two boys were feeling better, so 13 started to discuss their strategy. Unlike trolls and ogres, orcs have a more tight-knit community, 13 said. This is why I am also hesitant to kill one of them to make them become one of your avatars. If we kill the wrong person, we might make the entire orc race our enemy. Of course, since there is a chance that they are still allied with the barbarians, that will make the barbarians our enemy as well. Unless we confirm these things, we will not kill an orc for the time being. Christopher nodded his understanding. He had learned to trust the 7-year-old boy more than his former young master, Terence. Then, what do you suggest that we do, young master? Christopher asked. Do we just go to their settlement and ask to talk to them? 13 shook his head firmly. Although they are sociable creatures, orcs are still savage monsters, 13 stated. They might not target barbarians, but we are different from them. So, the approach we will use is different as well. The first thing we do is observe the common routes that the orcs use when they hunt. Also, if we spot a lone orc, we will move to try and communicate with it. What if the orc doesn't want to communicate, young master? Christopher asked. You don't have to worry about that, 13 replied. I have many methods to make them talk. Not killing an orc and hurting an orc were two different things. Although he was hesitant in killing one, torturing one wasn't a problem for 13. As long as he got his answers, he would free the orc so that it could keep its life. The two then went to work and traveled in the direction where they thought the orcs were congregating. They left their wooden carts in the cave, asked Bruno to guard it. It would be a very bad idea to travel with their belongings, especially if they were going on a scouting mission. An hour later, the two stared at an orc stronghold that they had discovered after following an orc hunting group from a safe distance. What now, young master? Christopher asked. Now that they had found their objective, he wanted to know what his young master planned to do next. Now, we wait, 13 replied. If we see a lone orc leaving the stronghold, we will follow them. But if we don't see any, we will wait until night time. What will we do in the night time, young master? Infiltrate their stronghold, of course. Huh. Christopher knew that Zion could be daring and even crazy at times. After the battle against the yellow-striped dusk brute, he knew that the 7-year-old wouldn't do something that he wasn't sure of doing. However, he was still worried because they were not dealing with a single rank 2 monster this time. They were dealing with an entire stronghold of orcs, which easily housed at least 200 to 400 rank 2 monsters and above. This was no longer a matter of being brave or not. This was simply bat-sh*t crazy. The chubby boy looked at his scary and crazy young master, who currently had a mischievous smile plastered on his face. Whatever the 7-year-old was thinking, Christopher knew with absolute certainty that his young master was up to no good, which made him rethink his life choice of vowing to serve Zion as his new master for life. "Don't be like that, Christopher," 13 said after noticing that the chubby boy's complexion wasn't too good. "Relax. This will just be a walk in the park." Several hours later, Christopher would find out that this walk in the park that his young master was talking about would turn out to be a mad dash to save his life from being taken. Chapter 82, I look forward to our family reunion. Chapter 82, I look forward to our family reunion. Aldebaran continent, in Pangaea. Ever since 13 had disappeared, his family had been under a lot of stress as of late. What happened was truly unprecedented, and there had been no recorded incidents of a similar nature. Only the higher UPS of the Leventis family were aware of what had happened, and they advised Gerald and Alessia not to spread this information because it might cause widespread panic. If the 13 age limit was suddenly rendered useless, people would fear that their children could be spirited away at any point in their lives. Knowing that the Leventis family was doing their best to look for 13 both in Pangaea and Solterra, Gerald and Alessia calmed down a bit. Both of them tried to live their lives as normally as they could, while waiting for news of their 7-year-old son. In order to get his mind off things, Gerald went to the smithy early that day to practice his craft. However, it didn't take long before he understood that his mind was too occupied with other thoughts, that he couldn't focus on his work. Suddenly, something moved in the corner of his vision, making him immediately hold the hammer in his hand as if it was a weapon, ready to strike at the person who had snuck inside the smithy. However, his eyes widened in shock when his gaze landed on the intruder. A rabbit demon, who was wearing a butler's suit, was standing several meters away from him with his right hand pressed over his chest and his body bowed slightly. "My apologies for disturbing you. I have come bearing a message from your son, Zion Leventis," the Laplace demon said. "Here are the letters, documents that he asked me to give you." The Laplace demon took out a thick stack of papers and casually placed them on the table. "I know that what happened with your son is truly unfortunate, and I assure you that something like this won't happen again," the Laplace demon stated. "Just know that he is alive and well, and even had the guts to make me his errand boy. Now, I will be taking my leave. Once again, I apologize for the inconvenience that his disappearance had caused." After saying those parting words, the Laplace demon disappeared without a trace, almost making Gerald think that he was just imagining things due to worry and stress. But the stacks of papers were still sitting on top of his table, making his body move subconsciously to see if they were real or not. Picking up the topmost page, Gerald read its contents. "Dear Pops and Mother, I pray that you and Mother haven't done anything reckless due to my disappearance. Right now, I am well, but due to certain restrictions, I cannot tell you where I am. Even so, know that I am in good health, and even have a companion with me. Do you remember that chubby boy at the party, Christopher? He is currently in the same place that I am, and both of us are working together to survive here in Solterra. I know that Mother can be a worrywart, so make sure to let her read this letter as well. Pops, I don't know when I will be able to return, so I made a list of all the things that you need to craft while I am away. All of these things are important, so I want you to make as many of them as possible. Aside from these things, I also created a proper guideline for what kind of things that you should tackle with your blacksmithing profession. I also added the list of materials that you can practice on to improve your craft. Of course, I didn't forget about Mother, so there is also a list of pills that she needed to make in the proper order. It is my hope that after I return to Pangaea, both of you will have become proficient in your crafting professions and helping our family's finances. There is also a letter for Shasha and Remy included in this package, so make sure to hand it over to them. Don't worry, I taught Remy how to read. She's my sister, and a very smart girl. I'm sure she will understand everything. Last, but the least, I am currently undertaking 13 trials here in Solterra. It seems that I will be away from home for a year or two, probably more. But worry not. When Christopher finishes his first wandering, I'll ask him to pass my message to all of you as well. Pops, I may not be very strong, but my will to live is stronger than anyone's, probably more than everyone in Pangaea combined. I still have goals that I need to achieve in life, so this little setback will not faze me. So, do not worry about me because I am confident that I will be able to return safely to you, Mother, Mikhail, Shasha, and Remy. I look forward to our family reunion. P.S. There is a chance that I might take a liking to Christopher, so make sure to tell Gramps to take better care of his mother. Also, there is a chance that I might make this chubby boy my permanent subordinate, so tell Gramps about this in advance. Don't slack off, Pops. If I find out that you've been lazing around while I'm trying to survive here in Solterra, I'm going to clobber you. As Gerald read the letter, he didn't notice that tears were already streaming down his face. His son was alive and well, so all was good. Suddenly, the door of the smithy opened and Alessia came in. Gerald, is everything okay? Alessia asked in a worried tone. The Laplace demon showed up in front of me and told me that I should come to the smithy because there is a surprise waiting for me here. What happened? Why are you crying? Did the Laplace demon attack you? Being barraged by countless questions, Gerald shook his head and wiped the tears from his eyes with the back of his hand. Alessia, read this, Gerald said. Zion sent it to us. The beautiful woman, who was feeling anxious earlier, hurriedly took the letter from her husband's hand and read it. Soon, she, too, was crying as she read the contents of the letter. Gerald hugged her from behind because he understood what she was feeling. That day, their family felt as if a heavy load had been taken off their shoulders. Although the world of Solterra was dangerous, they believed that Zion had everything it took to come back to them safely, wearing a confident smile on his face as if he had just returned from taking a stroll in a park. Chapter 83 Infiltrating the Orc Stronghold, Part 1. Chapter 83 Infiltrating the Orc Stronghold, Part 1. 13 and Christopher observed the Orc stronghold from a safe distance. Unfortunately, even after waiting for several hours, they didn't see a lone orc leaving the stronghold. They always left in groups of 4 to 6, as if it was some kind of rule that they must follow. The hunting parties, on the other hand, were composed of a dozen or more orcs, and all of them looked like seasoned warriors, even if they were only rank 2 monsters. Just as the sun was about to set, 13 decided that he would initiate Plan B and infiltrate the orc stronghold alone. Young master, be careful, Christopher said. Prioritize your safety at all costs. I will, 13 replied. You stay here and keep watch. If I don't return by sunrise, go back to the cave and wait for me there. It's dangerous to stay out here in the open during the day. The orcs might find you. I'm very sure that they will be more than happy to roast someone like you. Young master, please don't joke around like that. Christopher looked at his surroundings anxiously, thinking that there might be some orcs that might be hiding and waiting for the right opportunity to ambush them. Relax, 13 patted Christopher's shoulder. Just equip your Dusk Brute armor and pretend that you are a yellow-striped Dusk Brute. I'm sure that they will not dare to come near you if you do that. Well then, I'm off. Safe trip, young master, Christopher said. 13 nodded. You be safe as well. The chubby boy didn't really specialize for such covert operations, so 13 ordered him to remain hiding on their spot and keep watch and wait for his signal. The stronghold had several guards stationed at its entrance and a few watchers on their fortified walls. From what 13 could see, the stronghold seemed to be built using monster bones, so he wondered if the orcs had built it when they found the bones of a giant monster, or if they just carried back any large bones that they found in the desert. 13 used the cover of darkness to sneakily approach the wall of the stronghold. He had several man-made tools that were properly stored inside his spatial storage, and among them was a grappling hook made from the claws of one of the condors that they had killed on their first day in Solterra. The base of the claws were tied up with the long braided hair of the Houdini Mustang, guaranteeing its firmness and strength. 13 was confident that the braided hairs wouldn't snap even if he and Christopher were to climb the grappling hook together. As someone who mastered the martial technique, cheap shot savant, 13 was proficient in throwing things. Because of this, he didn't have any trouble throwing the hook over the bone walls of the stronghold and securing it in place. Slowly, but surely, he climbed up, making sure that he wouldn't be detected by the orcs that were keeping watch. Truth be told, the watchers weren't really paying too much attention to what was happening outside of their stronghold. They would just give the surroundings a casual glance from time to time, allowing 13 to infiltrate it without too much problem. After successfully stepping onto the ramparts, 13 promptly stored his grappling hook and observed the interior of the stronghold from his vantage point. The place was illuminated by torchlight, so it was not too dark. As 13 observed his surroundings, he noticed that near the very center of the plaza, several orcs gathered, with some of them being high orcs. He didn't see it right away because their bodies were blocking the view earlier, but after a slight movement, his gaze landed on two humans. One was a boy, the other was a girl, and both of their hands were tied behind their back. They looked to be the same age as Christopher, 13 thought. They are also wearing the standard clothes for beginner wanderers. I guess the orcs captured them when they appeared in their territory. The Houdini Desert was a large place, so it was highly possible for the teenagers to appear near the settlements of the four races that called it their home. Perhaps, the luckiest of the wanderers would appear near the barbarian territories. If they were discovered, the worst thing that could happen to them is to be sold as a slave. For 13, that was still infinitely better than being eaten by trolls, ogres, and the other monsters that roamed around the desert. He didn't know if orcs still ate humans, especially after their improving their relationship with the barbarians. But, seeing that the two teenagers were only tied up, it is safe to assume that they would not be part of their menu for tonight, at least not yet. The orcs seemed to be discussing something, and judging by the pale expressions on the two teenagers' faces, it definitely wasn't something good. As wanderers, they had also gained the ability to learn the language of the world. But this was only true for the free humans. Those who were not free humans were unable to understand the language of the monsters, unless they were using common language shared by all humans in Solterra. Orcs usually used the language of free humans, so it was possible that they were speaking using the human language. After half an hour, the two teenagers were dragged away by one of the orcs, who held the ropes that were tied on their bodies. 13 followed them with his gaze, and remembered the building where the two teenagers were taken. Suddenly, one of the high orcs glanced in the direction of the ramparts, forcing 13 to lower his head so that he wouldn't be seen. Although not all orcs had dark vision, high orcs definitely did, so the 7-year-old didn't take any chances and lied low for the time being. Only after several minutes had passed did 13 start moving again. He knew that it was dangerous, but he still decided to infiltrate the interior of the orc stronghold and go to the building where the two teenagers had been taken. Maybe there are other wanderers in that place, 13 thought. 13 didn't want to think of such a possibility, but there was a chance that his brother, Mikhail, was also sent to the Houdini Desert. Because of this, he felt that he should investigate the place to see if his brother was really there. If he was, 13 would find a good opportunity to free him, so that both of them could escape the stronghold together. As for the other wanderers, he didn't really care about them, but that didn't mean that he would not try to give them an opportunity to escape if there was a high chance of success. Chapter 84 Infiltrating the Orc Stronghold, Part 2. Chapter 84 Infiltrating the Orc Stronghold, Part 2. 13 slowly made his way to the building where the two teenagers were taken. He had to be resourceful in doing so, to prevent the orcs from detecting his presence. Although not all orcs had dark vision, he made sure to play it safe, and only moved whenever a chance appeared. With his movement technique, Traceless Shadow, he didn't have to worry about making any sounds as he went deeper into the orc stronghold. After arriving at the building, 13 scouted the place to make sure that he wouldn't be seen by anyone once he entered. He was deep in enemy territory, so he couldn't be careless with his actions. To his surprise, there were no orcs that guarded the building, at least on the outside. This made him wonder what kind of building this was because there were no orcs standing guard. Maybe there are guards inside, 13 thought. I better be careful not to alarm anyone. Once again, the boy made sure that no orcs were within the vicinity for the third time before he took the chance to enter through the window. Going by the front entrance was something he didn't dare to do, especially in this situation. The building had 2 floors, but after inspecting the second floor, the boy didn't find anything interesting, so he went to the first floor. Just like the second floor, there were no orcs in the first floor. However, he now had a better understanding about what this place was and that it was a warehouse. Monster meat was preserved on the second floor, and he found more monster meat on the first floor. Well, at least it isn't human meat, 13 thought as he looked at the remains of an ogre and a troll who were cut up into different parts and stored in proper containers. After spending a few minutes exploring the first floor, he finally found a staircase that led underground, which he believed was where the 2 teenagers had been taken earlier. He didn't descend the stairs right away, and instead, listened to the sounds that were coming from downstairs. However, no matter how much he strained his ears, he wasn't able to hear anything. Should I take a look? 13 thought. He was hesitating a bit because there was only one path that led downstairs, unlike the first and second floors, where he found several good hiding places just in case an orc suddenly entered the warehouse. But going down the basement was a big gamble, which made him think twice. However, when he thought that his brother, Mikhail, might be down there as well, 13 did not hesitate any longer and descended the stairs slowly. After peeking down the underground hallway from the base of the stairs, he didn't see or sense any orcs, which made him a bit bolder. The boy then walked down the hallway as fast and as silently as possible until he reached a wooden door. Pressing his ears over it, 13 could hear muffled sounds. However, they were too faint for him to decipher. I guess now is a good time to try it, 13 mused. Closing his eyes, he opened up the most primal instinct of humankind. One of his hosts was raised in a tribe inside a forest where dangerous beasts lurked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Because of this, all of them had developed something like primal instincts, allowing their body to alert them if there was something dangerous in their surroundings. Out of curiosity, 13 had asked his host how he developed this ability because, even if he could see the skill in his database, he didn't understand too much about it. His host explained that using primal instinct was making your physical, emotional, and mental states vulnerable, so it could be affected by outside factors. Once trained to the fullest, the person would develop some kind of sixth sense that would immediately trigger once a monster or beast stronger than them appeared within their primal instinct's range. 13 didn't develop this skill because he thought that he wouldn't need to use it. However, he now thought that learning this skill was also good because it would give him a similar sixth sense just like his previous host, alerting him to dangers that he couldn't see. Although he was still an amateur, 13 knew the basics. 2 minutes later, he opened his eyes and slowly opened the door. The coast is clear. 13 sighed in relief before pressing his hands over the wooden door. His senses didn't detect anything dangerous, but because he was using the skill for the first time, he deemed that utmost caution must still be done to prevent mishaps from happening. The moment he opened the door, the muffled sounds he heard earlier became more pronounced. The sounds of sobbing and people talking reached his ears. Taking a peek inside the room, he saw several teenagers that were locked up in cages made up of bone. Their hands were also tied behind their backs, making them unable to do anything but sit and cry or talk to their fellow captives, who were the same age as them. There were many bone cages, and 13 couldn't see everything from where he was, so he decided to enter the room, closing the door firmly behind him. The moment he appeared, everyone's gaze landed on his body. However, before any of them could talk, they saw the boy place his finger over his lips, telling them to keep silent. Thinking that he had come to rescue them, everyone held back what they were going to say, and all looked at him with hope. Even the girls, who were crying earlier, held back their tears. But, after observing him for a while, all of them realized that the boy was actually way younger than them, taking them by surprise. Still, none of them made a sound because even though he was young, he could still free them from the cages that locked them in place. The 7-year-old breathed a sigh of relief in his heart because everyone seemed to be more sensible than he thought they would be. So then, he walked towards the other bone cages and took a look inside them one by one. He didn't see anyone whom he was familiar with, but there were still a few more bone cages that he hadn't inspected yet. Finally, on the last bone cage, 13 saw someone familiar, and that person also looked at him in surprise. "It's you." A teenage boy with brown hair and green eyes looked at 13 in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" 13 looked at the teenage boy with a complicated look on his face because he was debating whether he should rescue him or not. But, in the end, the 7-year-old knew that taking the risk to rescue the captured boy could net him some great benefits if he managed to survive his first wandering. After all, the person before him was none other than Harry Remington. He was the only son of Elijah and Vivian Remington, who were also the best friends of his father and mother, and supported their family when Gerald was kicked out of the Levington main residence. Chapter 85 Infiltrating the Orc Stronghold, Part 3. Chapter 85 Infiltrating the Orc Stronghold, Part 3. 20 minutes earlier outside of the Orc Stronghold. What is taking young Master so long? Christopher thought as he looked at the stronghold from a distance. I hope he is safe. Suddenly, something tapped him from the back, which made the chubby boy brush it off in annoyance. Not now, Brutus, Christopher said. I'm busy. However, a second later, he was tapped again in his shoulder, making Christopher very annoyed. But, just as he was about to turn around to reprimand his avatar for disturbing him, he realized something very important. He didn't summon Brutus to watch over his surroundings. The chubby boy then slowly turned his head to look behind him. There, he saw a 2-meter-tall monster with grayish-black skin, looking at him with an amused look on his face. It was none other than a high orc, which made Christopher's fat shudder uncontrollably. Hi, Christopher said with a smile that looked as if he was about to cry. Bye. The chubby boy then ran faster than he ever ran in his life. Freewebnovel.cm, he even ran faster when he was being chased by the 2 trolls. However, he realized that there were several orcs blocking the direction he was running from, making him come to a complete stop. He then ran in another direction, but soon found out that there were other orcs waiting for him there. I was careless. They had me completely surrounded, Christopher thought when he realized that there was no place where he could run. Then, it dawned on him. These orcs seemed somewhat familiar, and after giving it more thought, he concluded that they were the same orc hunting team that they saw fighting against the desert wildebeests upon reaching the territory of the orcs. The chubby boy then remembered the orders that 13 had given him before he left to infiltrate the stronghold. If you were discovered by an orc, you can summon Brutus to deal with them, 13 said with a serious expression on his face. Fighting 2 of them is fine as well. However, if you find yourself facing more than 3 orcs and are completely surrounded, don't summon Brutus because he will not be able to help you. In fact, it might even make your situation worse. Orcs and trolls don't really get along, so if they see you with one, they will automatically see you as an enemy. But, since you are human and look harmless enough, they might consider letting you live if you don't resist capture. I know that it may be difficult, but since you are already facing many enemies at once and death is certain, go for the path that will lead to survival. Don't worry. Even if you get captured, I will find a way to free you. You have my word. Christopher, who was currently surrounded by these same monsters, couldn't help but want to bawl out and cry. However, if he really did that, it might annoy the orcs, making them kill him on the spot. In the end, he completely stood still and watched as their leader, the high orc who had grayish-black skin, approached him with a smug look on its ugly face. Take him, the high orc ordered using the language of free humans. Christopher didn't resist and allowed himself to be captured. He knew that this was the only path of survival and hoped with every fiber of his being that his young master would realize that he had been captured and would find a way to rescue him. Orc Stronghold, present time. What are you doing here? Harry asked the 7-year-old with a dumbfounded look on his face. I entered a dimensional gate by accident, 13 replied. You what? Chill. Not too loud. Harry immediately shut up when he realized his mistake. Even the 2 other teenagers inside the cage glared in his direction because the only person who might help them escape might get captured because of his carelessness. Can you free us? A teenage boy, who was in the same cage as Harry, asked. I can, 13 replied. But not now? The timing is not right. There are orcs outside this building, so freeing all of you right now is too high of a hurdle. The 7-year-old suddenly stopped talking because he could hear the loud cries of someone familiar to him, followed by the laughter of orcs in the hallway that was leading to the wooden door. The other teenagers also noticed this, making their faces turn pale from fright. 13, however, didn't panic and simply hid behind Harry's bone cage, crouching low to hide as much of his body as possible. The cages near the door were still empty, so he assumed that the orcs wouldn't come near Harry's cage to imprison the new person that they had just caught. Ha ha. This human. Funny. One of the orcs said before pushing Christopher into one of the cages that were still empty. The other orc beside him chuckled before glancing at the kids, who all seemed to be behaving properly. After scanning the surroundings, one of the orcs frowned. It felt that something wasn't right, but didn't know what it was. In the end, it just shrugged and thought that maybe he was just hungry. They had just returned from a hard hunt, and he hadn't eaten yet. Let's go, one of the orcs said. Leader is waiting. Right, the other orc replied. They gave the children one last glance before both of them left and closed the door behind them. 13 waited for exactly 5 minutes before leaving his hiding spot. He then went straight towards the door and pressed his ears against it. Hearing nothing from the other side, he tried to push it open. The 7-year-old breathed a sigh of relief because the door wasn't locked from the outside, allowing him a path of escape. He then went to Christopher's cage to check if the chubby boy was fine. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt, making 13 sigh in relief. What happened? 13 asked. How did they capture you? Christopher didn't hesitate to tell everything that had happened ever since his young master left him outside of the stronghold. He told him how the orcs made fun of him and took turns lifting him up like a sack of rice as if it was a very amusing thing to do. Did you see any other humans on your way here? 13 asked. Yes, Christopher replied. Before I was brought here, there was this tall man who looked like a bodybuilder chatting with the orcs. He has these bone necklaces made from animal teeth, and the orcs seemed to know him very well. He even said that I would make a fine slave after I've been trained properly. After that, I was sent here, and then I saw you, young master. 13 nodded in understanding. He didn't have much time to explore the orc stronghold earlier because he had come straight to the building where the 2 teenagers he had seen were taken. That human he saw must be a barbarian, 13 thought. It seems that they still have a good relationship with the orcs even after 300 years have passed. I can use this. Now that Christopher had confirmed one of his suspicions, he understood why the orcs only locked the children in cages and didn't hurt or cripple them. 13 then glanced at the teenagers inside the prison, who numbered less than 30. If he really wanted to save all of them, then he had to do it right, or else he would suffer the same fate, which was something he wanted to avoid at all cost. Chapter 86 Rekindling the Hope of Others. Chapter 86 Rekindling the Hope of Others. I'll be perfectly honest with all of you, 13 said after a few minutes of careful thinking. It is impossible to escape this stronghold with your current levels of strength. The orcs here are all rank 2 monsters, and there are no less than 20 high orcs which are all rank 3 monsters. Lastly, a stronghold like this will always have an orc chieftain, which is at least a rank 4 monster. Escaping this place is next to impossible at this moment in time because none of you are strong enough to do so. But once you are outside of the stronghold, anything is possible. The teenagers who felt down after hearing that it was impossible to escape the stronghold all perked up when 13 said that it was possible to escape when they had left it. They had seen how well protected the entrances were, so they understood where the boy was coming from. Actually, 13 could still help them escape by going through the stronghold and climbing over the wall using his grappling hook. However, he didn't do that. A glance was enough to tell him that not all the captives were trained at a young age like Harry, which would lower their chances of escaping. One mistake, and all of them would suffer, so 13 rejected this idea. Also, he was tempted to free the children who had received proper training from their families. But he didn't do that. He didn't know if the orcs had memorized the faces of the children or remembered how many they were. If 1 or 2 of them went missing, the others would be questioned, and he was certain that these children would start spilling their secrets once the orcs started to torture them. Pain was a very good way to make people talk, especially for very young teenagers who hadn't experienced torture in the past. I will pay close attention to the stronghold and wait for you guys to leave this place, 13 said. According to Christopher, he saw a human earlier wearing bone necklaces. That person is definitely a barbarian, and he seemed to have a trade relationship with the orcs. I'm guessing that he will be taking all of you to the barbarian kingdom to be sold as slaves. I'll find a way to free all of you during the journey, so just follow the orcs for now and don't resist. Suddenly, one of the boys that was locked up in the cage snorted. What can a boy like you do? The boy asked. I doubt that you can really save us. I think it is much better if the orcs catch you as well. The boy was about to shout in the hope of getting an orc's attention, but before he could do that, a girl, who was in the same cage as him, knocked him out with a quick jab to his jaw. 13 was pleasantly surprised because he didn't expect the timid-looking girl to actually be stronger and bolder than her looks. "Go," the girl said. "I'll make sure that he doesn't say anything." 13 nodded and thanked the girl properly before shifting his gaze to Christopher. "I will meet up with Bruno and think of a strategy to rescue you," 13 stated. "Until then, don't do anything reckless, okay?" "Understood, young master." Christopher nodded. "Be careful." The 7-year-old gave the chubby boy a thumbs up before leaving the prison to leave the stronghold, while he still could. When 13 could no longer be seen, the girl, who had knocked out the boy who almost caused trouble, looked at Christopher with great curiosity. "You called him young master?" the timid-looking girl asked. "Is he from an influential family?" Christopher pondered for a bit before nodding his head. As an ordinary person, he could understand what the other teenagers inside the room were thinking. If he hadn't met Zion when he arrived in Solterra, he might have also been captured by the orcs, or worse, became food for the monsters that roamed the Houdini Desert. He knew that what people needed during this time was hope, and if giving them hope would allow them to have the will to live another day, then he would be willing to give them this hope. Because if not for his young master, he might have lost all hope by now. "My young master's name is Zion," Christopher replied. "Zion Leventis. Remember the name of the person that will save all of us from our current situation. Zion Leventis." The timid-looking girl muttered before nodding her head. "I will remember it." Harry, who was silently listening to the conversation, clenched his fists. Freewebnovel.com. As someone who had been born in the Remington clan, he refused to believe that he would die during his first wandering. If that really happened, not only would the Remington clan be disappointed in him, but his family would also be sad. He had promised his sister that he would return safely and advised her to train while waiting for him. Because of this, when he was captured, he felt as if the sky had fallen over his head. But, after seeing the boy, whom he had seen in the party appear in front of him, he felt as if fate was toying with him. Zion was only 7 years old this year, so he had no business appearing in Solterra. When the boy told him that he accidentally entered a dimensional gate, he couldn't help but think that he was very unlucky to suffer such a fate. As much as he wanted to deny it, the younger boy's misfortune made him feel that the heavens still hadn't abandoned him. With hope rekindled in his heart, Harry vowed that he would survive his first wandering and return safely to Pangaea, where his family was waiting for him. 13 didn't leave the stronghold right away. In order to raise his chances of being able to free the children, he would need to arm them properly. Although his stone weapons and wooden spears could potentially injure and kill the orcs, he still wanted to get proper weapons. Since he was already inside the orc stronghold, he decided to look for a place where they made or kept their weapons. He believed that as long as those who could fight could be properly armed, their chances of escaping together would become higher. Chapter 87: The Deadliest 7-Year-Old in Solterra, Part 1. Chapter 87: The Deadliest 7-Year-Old in Solterra, Part 1. It was almost sunrise when 13 left the orc stronghold. He had found the location where the orcs stored their weapons, and he made sure to take as many as he could. His storage space was limited, so he couldn't take many of the weapons that were available. The 7-year-old took 2 short bows and 3 quivers of arrows. Most of the weapons of the orcs were either too big or too heavy for the children to carry, so he took 5 daggers and 5 short swords. He wanted to take more, but his storage space was already at the maximum capacity. It was mostly filled up with food, water, and the monster parts that 13 deemed to be too valuable to be left behind. Fortunately, the wooden carts that Bruno was guarding at the cave were also filled with smoked meat and water, which would help sustain the teenagers for a while. He didn't plan on sharing his personal resources with them, with the exception of Christopher and Harry, whom he planned to save. Since he had already considered Christopher his subordinate, he had no intention of leaving him behind. Harry was the only son of his father's best friends, Elijah and Vivian, so he couldn't possibly ignore him either. Freewebnov.com. He would help the children to the best of his abilities, but if any of them wished to oppose his orders, he would kick them out without a second thought. Heck, he was even willing to leave with Christopher and journey on their own, while leaving the kids under Harry's command. Since he belonged to the Remington family, which was one of the 5 monarch clans, they would be more willing to listen to his orders than the order of a 7-year-old boy who was not even old enough to be considered a wanderer. It took 13 nearly an hour to return to the cave where the ogre was guarding their belongings. When Bruno saw him, the ogre had shown a relieved expression, which 13 found cute. "Listen, Bruno, your master has been captured by the orcs," 13 said. "But, don't worry, we will go and save him. However, you need to listen to me very closely so that we will succeed in our rescue operations." The ogre nodded his head obediently because he now knew better than to oppose 13's command. "I will take you to a place that will allow you to observe the orc stronghold safely," 13 said. "If you see any human children leaving the stronghold, wake me up at once, okay?" Christopher being captured was not part of the plan. Because of this, he would ensure that Bruno's hiding spot would be perfect, allowing the ogre to observe without being discovered by the orc hunting parties who frequented the region. After bringing the ogre to the location that he deemed very safe, he went back to the cave to rest. In order to help save the children, he needed to return his body's performance to its peak, and that could only be attained by eating and sleeping. At around noon, the ogre returned to the cave and woke 13 up. He told him that he felt Christopher's presence inside a wooden wagon that was being pulled by 2 Houdini Mustangs. The ogre didn't see any other human because the wagon didn't have any windows, but since he could feel that his master was inside it, 13 assumed that the other teenagers were also with him. "I can't take these carts with me because Bruno and I need to travel without being burdened," 13 thought. "It is regrettable, but I need to leave them here." 13 sighed before wearing a hat made from animal skin to protect his head from the heat of the desert. "Let's go, Bruno," 13 ordered. "Let's go save Christopher." Christopher, who sat at the shaking wagon with his hands tied up, perked up when he felt a familiar connection following them from behind. He subconsciously looked at the path behind them, hoping to see a glimpse of his avatar, Bruno, who was keeping a certain distance from the wagon. "What are you looking at?" A barbarian that was tasked to look after the children and made sure that they didn't do anything funny asked. "Nothing," Christopher replied before lowering his head like a scared boy. The teenage boy, who had tried to shout and allow the orcs to capture 13, was seated in front of the chubby boy and looked at him in disdain. "Still hoping that a boy younger than you will come and save you," the teenage boy thought. How delusional. Because of the threat of the other children beating him up, he decided to shut his mouth. However, he didn't believe even for a second that the boy, whose name was Zion Leventus, would come to rescue them. Several hours later, the wagon came to a stop in order to rest for the night. The Houdini Desert was a dangerous place, and traveling at night was sometimes more dangerous than traveling during the day. Unlike the orcs, who had dark vision, the 6 barbarians, who managed the 2 wagons, were unable to see clearly at night. Because of this, they started to set up camp and assigned 3 people for night duty, while the other 3 rested to swap with them at a later time. "Where are you going?" One of the barbarians assigned for night duty asked his comrade, who was walking towards a boulder in the distance. "I'm going to take a dump," the other barbarian replied without even bothering to look at his comrade. When he approached the boulder, he immediately crouched down to do the deed. However, just as he was about to relieve himself, he felt something pierce his throat, making him grunt. The 2 other barbarians heard it, but they just thought that their comrade grunted because he was trying to push down a big one, making the 2 of them chuckle. The barbarian, who realized that an arrow was stuck up in his throat, tried to shout, but it was impossible. The arrow was stuck in his windpipe and also carried the toxin of the purple desert scorpion, whose deadly sting had a strong paralysis effect. A moment later, another arrow struck the barbarian, this time piercing his chest. The barbarian was still young and was only at the adept stage, which was only a rank higher than a rookie. If the first arrow was dipped in the toxin of the purple desert scorpion, the second arrow was dipped in the poison sac of the yellow-striped dusk brute. One was meant to paralyze, the other was meant to kill. 13 knew that if he shot the poisonous arrow first, there was a chance that the barbarian would be able to alert his comrades, so he played it safe and used a paralyzing arrow first, targeting the latter's neck, preventing him from shouting. Of course, he could aim for the head and eyes, but the skulls of barbarians were very tough, so he wasn't confident that he would be able to pierce it with his arrow. This savage tribe would often use their heads to head but their opponents. so their skulls had evolved to the point where it was strong enough to allow the barbarian to survive an arrow strike. As for the eyes, the barbarian might scream in pain before he died, alarming his companions. One down, 13 thought as he remained still in his hiding spot. He knew that one of the two barbarians would come to check why their comrade was taking too long to do his business. When that happened, he would launch another sneak attack, bringing their enemies down to 4. He didn't know if he could take all 3 watchers at once without waking up the other 3. But he was up for the challenge. Right now, his priority was to weaken the opposing party by killing as many of them as possible. If he could bring their numbers down to 2, the chances of winning were high. However, he had sensed that one of the barbarians had the rank of an elite, which meant that he was at least as strong as a rank 3 high orc, which could pose a problem for his rescue mission. Even so, 13 wasn't fazed. As long as he could land a hit or 2 on the leader of the barbarians, it would only be a matter of time before the latter succumbed to the poison that would spread inside his body. Chapter 88, The Deadliest 7-Year-Old in Solterra, Part 2. Chapter 88, The Deadliest 7-Year-Old in Solterra, Part 2. The 2 barbarians who were on the lookout were of similar strength to the one that 13 had just killed. If he had to make a guess, they were in their late teens and would probably grow stronger once they get older. But they wouldn't have that opportunity. The only people that 13 wouldn't blatantly kill were very young children, because even if he was cold-blooded, he still had his bottom line. Also, the situation didn't allow him to show mercy. He didn't really care about the other teenagers, but he wouldn't allow Christopher and Harry to be sold as slaves. His goal was still to go to the barbarian kingdom, but he would go there on his own terms and not tied up as a slave. After nearly half an hour had passed, the 2 barbarians thought that their friend was taking too long in handling his business. "You tell him to hurry up," one of the barbarians said, making the latter frown. "How about you go instead?" The second barbarian replied, "I'm not going near that smelly punk." The first barbarian clicked his tongue before standing up. He then walked towards the boulder, while the second barbarian looked at him with a smirk. "Boy, what is taking you too long?" the first barbarian asked as he neared the boulder. "Are you constipated or something?" Hearing no reply, the barbarian clicked his tongue for the second time before taking a peek around the boulder. But, just as he did, he heard something faint like a twang, followed by an almost inaudible whistling sound. The barbarian's face immediately became pale, because he was very familiar with this sound. But, just as he was about to shout for help, an arrow pierced his throat, followed by a second arrow that pierced his chest after a delay of a few seconds. He was only able to grunt once before the paralysis immediately took effect, making him fall on the ground face first. The last barbarian, who was looking at his friend from behind, felt that something was terribly wrong. He heard the second barbarian's grunt and saw him disappear behind the boulder as if he was falling. Since the boulder was a distance away, he couldn't see it properly, but he trusted his instinct. The moment he made a decision, he immediately stood up and shouted in the direction of his leader in order to wake him up. "Master Warren, something is wrong." An arrow hit the barbarian's back, followed by a second arrow, making him fall on the ground face first. "And no, I don't want to die," the barbarian muttered unwillingly. Although he was dying, he managed to alert the 3 other barbarians, who were resting inside the 2 wagons. Warren immediately jumped out and looked at his surroundings. Seeing the 2 arrows stuck in the watcher's back, he immediately glared in the direction where he believed the 2 arrows had come from. Knowing that his location would be compromised, 13 immediately left after shooting his second arrow. The 2 other barbarians were about to head in the direction where their leader, Warren, was looking. But, before they could do that, they heard an ogre's roar come from behind them. The 3 immediately took out their weapons and took a defensive stance. However, they made sure to move near the wagons, using it as cover against the bowman who was in the opposite direction. Chapter 89, The Deadliest 7-Year-Old in Solterra, Part 3. Chapter 89, The Deadliest 7-Year-Old in Solterra, Part 3. As much as 13 wanted to save the other children, he knew that it was impossible to outrun the Houdini Mustangs after they started running for their lives. Also, Brutus and Bruno weren't exactly runners, so it was impossible for them to catch up as well. Brutus walked towards the barbarian, who still had 2 arrows sticking on its back, to check if he was still alive. After confirming that the enemy was dead, he walked towards the back of the wagon and peered inside. The teenage boys and girls screamed in fright because they thought that the troll was going to eat or kill them. The only people who didn't shout were Christopher, Harry, and the timid-looking girl, whom 13 had met earlier. After making sure that its master was all right, Brutus made a gesture for everyone to come out. "Let's go," Christopher said. "Don't worry, he is a friend. He won't harm us." As if to prove that what he was saying was the truth, he was the first one to leave the wagon. Harry followed behind him, with the timid-looking girl next. Seeing this, the other teenagers reluctantly left the wagon as well one by one. When everyone had properly disembarked, they heard a familiar voice calling out to them from a distance. "Is everyone all right?" All the teenagers then looked in the direction of the 7-year-old boy who was walking towards them, while holding a dagger in each hand. The clouds that were blocking the moon earlier parted, allowing them to see the person that had come to their rescue. 13 walked confidently, releasing a faint blood lust from his body, making the other teenagers shudder subconsciously. Although the boy was younger than them, they could faintly feel that he was someone that they shouldn't oppose no matter what. "Young master, thank you." Christopher went forward and thanked 13, who used one of the daggers to cut the ropes that bound his arms. "Free the others," 13 said as he handed Christopher one of the daggers in his hand. "Yes, young master." Christopher bowed before walking towards Harry to untie him first. Since his master knew who he was, the chubby boy decided to free him first. While this was happening, the teenage boy who had tried to cause trouble for 13 looked in his direction in fear. As if sensing his gaze, the 7-year-old glanced at his direction and gave him an evil smile, making the teenager almost pee his pants due to how frightened he was. Harry and the timid-looking girl, whom Christopher had freed, shifted their attention to 13. Unbelievable, Harry thought. What a scary child, the timid-looking girl mused. Both of them believed that at that moment, they were currently staring at the deadliest 7-year-old in Solterra. Although they were older, they didn't believe that they could accomplish the same thing that he had, especially against the 6 barbarians, who were stronger than them. "This place is not safe," 13 said to the teenagers before taking out a short sword from his spatial storage. "Who among you considers yourselves to be very lucky?" The teenagers frowned because they didn't understand why the boy was asking them this question. "I believe myself to be fairly lucky," the timid-looking girl replied. 13 looked at the familiar girl and flipped the short sword in his hand and handed the handle of the sword to the girl in front of him. "Your name?" 13 asked. "You can call me Rihanna," Rihanna replied. 13 nodded. "Kill those 2 Mustangs, Rihanna. Hopefully, you will get something from them because of your luck." The teenage girl nodded and went to do the deed without questioning 13's orders. Harry had been told by his parents that aside from Mikhail, the younger boy, Zion, also seemed promising, so he should do his best to form a good relationship with him. Of course, Harry thought that his parents were only being nice when they told him that. He didn't see anything special about Mikhail's brother and only said yes to his parents' words out of respect. But now, after seeing this boy stand before him, he could tell that his parents were right. Just as he was about to ask 13 what he planned to do next, Rihanna returned and gave her report. "I got an avatar from one of the Houdini Mustangs, but," Rihanna frowned. "But what?" 13 asked back. He was pleasantly surprised that the girl had managed to get an avatar, which was considered a boon to wanderers who were starting out. It seemed that she was indeed quite lucky, making her an ideal last hitter in 13's book. Christopher's luck wasn't bad, especially since he had the hidden class, Brute Tamer. But his item drop rate was very bad. If there was a status screen that would show Christopher's hidden stats, it would be something like this. Christopher Rotombus, Strength, E Intelligence, C Dexterity, E Stamina, E Drop Rate, F. Rihanna frowned before raising her hand. Instead of a Houdini Mustang, a different kind of horse appeared, making 13 rub his chin as he consulted his database to find out what kind of horse it is. "This is a Black Morgan," 13 said after a few seconds, making Rihanna's eyes widen in shock. "It's a mutated horse breed that is extremely rare. Tell me, does it have the Evolver skill?" "It does," Rihanna replied. "How did you know that this is a Black Morgan?" "I am from the Leventis family," 13 replied. 13 didn't plan to explain how he knew about the name of the mutated horse, so he simply said that he was from the Leventis family. Using the name of one of the 10 prestigious families, he wanted others to think that he was able to do the things he could do and know the things he knew. because he was born from a prestigious family. It's a rank 2 monster, right? 13 replied. While it doesn't specialize in battle, it is one of the most sought-after horses by cavaliers because it is one of the best horses in mounted combat. Also, its ability to evolve makes it the cream of the crop. You really are lucky. 13 then glanced at the wagon and nodded his head. Well then, Rihanna, I'd like to use your horse to drag the wagon, 13 stated. Like I said earlier, this place isn't safe and there is a chance that the barbarians might return later. For now, let us head back to a safe place. Bruno, lead them back to the cave. Harry and Brutus stay with me. We need to cover our tracks so no one will be able to follow our trail. Bruno led everyone back to the cave, while Christopher sat on his shoulders. Rihanna urged her Black Morgan to follow behind the ogre, while pulling the wooden wagon behind it. While the first group was moving away, 13 and Harry started to erase the tracks that were left behind by the wagon. Brutus was there simply to guard the two of them just in case a monster appeared. A few hours later, the first group arrived at the cave. What 13 didn't know was that, during this time, the boy who didn't like him was once again causing a ruckus, and was even instigating the others to join his side. Christopher watched this coldly from the side with his arms crossed over his chest. What the others didn't know was that he was laughing at them in his heart. The reason why he wasn't doing anything to stop the boy from instigating a mutiny was because he wanted to know which of the teenagers were going to side with the annoying bastard, who still didn't understand that he was messing around with the wrong person. Chapter 90 Shut Up, Villager A. Chapter 90 Shut Up, Villager A. When 13, Harry, and Brutus arrived back at the cave, they noticed that a commotion was brewing. What is going on here? Harry asked after seeing that the teenagers seemed to be listening to the teenage boy, who went by the name Colbert. Sir Harry, you're finally here, Colbert greeted. We were just talking about the fact that it should be you who is supposed to be our leader, and not some upstarts. The teenage boy with dark brown hair and gray eyes had no intention of following the 7-year-old's orders as if he was their leader. Even though 13 had saved them, the dislike he felt towards the younger boy only grew. Because of this, he decided to rally the other teenagers to choose Harry as their temporary leader until they were able to complete their quest of lighting the beacon of hope. 13, who heard Colbert's words, didn't say anything and just walked towards Christopher. He had already anticipated that, because of his age, none of the children would follow his orders, but he was fine with that. The only people he wanted to save from the barbarians were Christopher and Harry anyway. So, as for the rest, they could do whatever they wanted for all he cared. Of course, he also thought of the possibility that Harry wouldn't come with him, but that was fine. Whether the teenage boy from the Remington clan would be able to survive his first wandering or not would depend on his own abilities. After 3 hours, we're going to leave, 13 said to Christopher. We'll just let Brutus rest for a bit. The troll had fought a few creatures along the way, since they had tried to attack 13 and Harry while they were covering their tracks. He had let Harry deal the last hit to these creatures, hoping that they would get something good from them. Unfortunately, none of the monsters dropped any items. Brutus received some minor injuries, but he would recover a bit after resting inside Christopher's spatial storage. Colbert, who was observing the younger boy, frowned when the latter didn't show any reaction to his proposal. He clearly felt that 13 had completely ignored him as if he was just a piece of rock on the side of the road, which had no importance whatsoever. Harry, who was now surrounded by the majority of the teenagers, was having a dilemma. As one of the scions of the Remington clan, he knew that his family name alone was enough to command respect and loyalty from the teenagers around him. He was doing fairly well surviving the wild with the timid-looking girl, Rihanna, who had appeared in the same location as him. Together, they were able to overcome most challenges and even managed to kill a few rank 1 monsters together. Unfortunately, they came across an orc hunting party that had managed to surround them. The leader of the orc party spoke the language of free humans and told them to surrender, or they would cripple them before bringing them back to their stronghold. In the end, Harry surrendered because he believed that as long as he was alive, an opportunity would appear to regain his freedom. And that opportunity did come. Seeing the solemn gazes of the teenagers around him, Harry glanced in 13's direction. The 7-year-old was eating some smoked meat alongside Christopher, which made the other teenagers look at them with envy. If not for the fact that Bruno was sitting beside the two of them, They might have already forced themselves into the resources that were placed inside the 2 wooden carts that belonged to the 2 teenagers. Rihanna then walked towards 13 and asked him if she could have something to eat and drink. She and the other teenagers hadn't eaten anything for a day because the orcs and the barbarians didn't want them to have the strength to oppose them during their trip back to the barbarian kingdom. "Go ahead," 13 replied. "Eat and drink as much as you want." Rihanna thanked 13 and helped herself to a few pieces of smoked meat. She also drank sparingly from a water skin, quenching her immediate thirst. "Hey, give us some food and water as well," Colbert demanded. "We are also hungry and thirsty. Sir Harry is a member of the Remington clan, and you should know better than to offend them." The other teenagers weren't as vocal as Colbert and simply watched from the side. Unlike him, they were very thankful to 13 for saving them from the barbarians and didn't want him to offend him. "Shut up, villager," 13 replied. "Side characters like you should know their place." Villager, Colbert wasn't ignorant of such terms because he liked reading books during his spare time. Being treated as a side character didn't sit well with him, so he made his way towards 13 with the intention of giving the boy a piece of his mind. But before he could even come close, Bruno stood up and grabbed the annoying boy with his right hand. He then lifted Colbert up and roared, sending spittle flying on the boy's face. Perhaps out of fear, the boy lost control over his bladder and started leaking, making the ogre look at him in disdain. "You better behave," Christopher said in a cold tone. "The young master is a very merciful and benevolent person, but I am not. One more word from you, and you'll be Bruno's lunch." After his master finished saying his threat, the ogre tossed the boy in his hand to where the other teenagers were gathering. 13 gave Christopher a thumbs up in his heart because the chubby boy was showing his loyalty to him. Fewabnov.co, good. Saving you wasn't in vain, 13 thought as a faint smile appeared on his face. Harry, who saw this, frowned because he also didn't like how Colbert was pushing his weight around using his family name. Still, unlike the arrogant boy, he wasn't an ingrate and knew that he owed 13 a favor by helping him escape from the possibility of becoming a slave by the barbarians. "Zion, can you please spare us some food and water?" Harry said. "We are very grateful that you saved us from the barbarians, and hope that you can extend your generosity to us once more." "Okay," 13 replied. "You can take half of the resources in this cart, and also have the wagon if you like." "Thank you. I will remember this and repay you back in Aldebaran." "You should. Also, can you ask Uncle Elijah to give our family an attack helicopter as compensation for saving you?" "I'll tell him about your request, but there is no guarantee that he will agree to it." "Okay." Harry did everything in his power to stop his lips from twitching after hearing 13's request. Although he didn't know if his life was worth an attack helicopter built by the best engineers of the Remington clan, he had a feeling that his father would do his best to make it happen. He was lucky to have a loving family, but for Zion to use this incident to extort a helicopter from them made him feel conflicted. 3 hours later, the 7-year-old boy who had taken a nap slowly opened his eyes. It was time for him and Christopher to continue their adventure and find more information about the Beacon of Hope. Chapter 91, Getting a New Ally. Chapter 91, Getting a New Ally. After being put to his place, Villager A, also known as Colbert, no longer dared to talk arrogantly to 13. The only thing he could do was glare in the younger boy's direction as they prepared to leave the cave. The 7-year-old told Harry that he could keep half of the food and water in his cart. He also gave them 3 short swords and 3 daggers that they could use to arm themselves and hopefully survive the Houdini Desert. With their numbers, 13 believed that they would be able to survive the Houdini Desert if they worked together. He even gave them one of the condor's claws and a flint as a freebie so that they could make fires. After that, he bid Harry goodbye and left the cave. However, to his surprise, someone else decided to join them. It was none other than Rihanna, who was mounted on her black Morgan. Just like most girls her age, she hadn't fully matured yet. But with her pretty face, 13 was certain that Rihanna would be a looker after a few more years. Her long brown hair nestled gently behind her back, and her hazel eyes scanned the surroundings for possible threats, making 13 have a better impression of her. "Why are you following us?" 13 asked. He could tell from a glance that Rihanna had received some proper training. Unlike a day ago, where she was acting timid, She was now showing a competent and confident side of her that made 13 realize that she was just hiding her true character from others. As to why she was showing this side of her, the younger boy could only make a guess, and that was she was trying to show him that she would be a good addition to his team and would not drag them down. Being with you will give me a higher chance of surviving this place, Rihanna replied. Also, I don't want to remain indebted to others. I will make sure to repay you before I finish my first quest here in Solterra. Confident are we? 13 commented. I'm not that confident, Rihanna stated. But, with you, I think I have a higher chance of returning to Pangaea. I think you are the most confident 7-year-old I've seen in my life. Most of the children I see from the influential families are just spoiled and arrogant pricks who think that everyone who doesn't have a good background are just to be used as tools or stepping stones to help them attain a higher position in their family. 13 didn't say anything and observed their surroundings. They weren't far from the orc stronghold, so the chances of them meeting a hunting party was high. Because of this, he kept his eyes and ears open for anything that might threaten their lives. Since they only had a few hours before sunset, they traveled as much as they could, while looking for a place to rest for the night. Building a fire was not a good idea because they would get spotted by the orcs, so their only option was to find a cave, or a place where they could properly take a rest. Fortunately, the area had a lot of caves, so they chose one that wasn't inhabited by a monster, or had traces of being used by the orcs. The teenage girl was more competent than 13 expected, which was a good thing in his book. Christopher had 2 brute monsters that gave them the necessary manpower to fend off most threats in the Houdini Desert. Rihanna told him that she was only average in ranged combat because she specialized in using swords. Because of this, 13 had given her one of his short bows and a quiver to act as support during battles. He had also given her one of the short swords in his possession, which boosted her effectiveness in battle. Since she was riding on the Black Morgan, which she named Lancelot, she was capable of mounted combat, allowing them to use strategies that weren't available to them before. As the 3 of them settled in for the night, Brutus and Bruno took turns in doing the night watch. Both brute monsters had night vision, and Brutus also had a very strong sense of smell. With these qualities, they were the perfect lookouts while the 3 teenagers rested. When morning came, they had breakfast and prepared to continue their journey. Currently, they were taking the northeastern route. 13 had talked with Christopher in private to tell him the plan he had in mind. Now that they had Rihanna with them, he believed that they had a higher chance of getting an orc avatar for the chubby boy, which would be a good addition to the number of servants under his command. However, 13 wasn't just aiming for an ordinary orc. No, this time, he was aiming for a high orc. The hunting parties that left the orc stronghold usually numbered around 4 to 12 individuals. Bigger hunting parties usually targeted monster herds, similar to the hunting party that 13 and Christopher first encountered when they arrived in the orc territory. He didn't plan on targeting those big hunting groups. His aim was to look for a party with a high orc, which was a rank 3 monster. Although it was a rank 3 monster, in terms of strength and raw power, they were weaker than rank 2 ogres and trolls. However, having a rank 3 high orc was important if they wanted to enter the barbarian kingdom. High orcs were smarter and more adaptable to the situation than the regular orcs. If they were going to infiltrate the barbarians' domain, he would need a pawn that would ensure that they wouldn't become slaves the moment they entered the barbarians' domain. Since avatars were said to retain their memories before they died, having a high orc would allow 13 to ask questions that Brutus and Bruno couldn't answer. The group of 5 saw several hunting parties after several hours of traveling. However, they didn't make any move because either they didn't have a high orc among their ranks, or they were simply too many to take on. Finally, just before noon, they came across a hunting party that consisted of 6 orcs, with one of them being a high orc. To their surprise, these orcs were currently fighting against a spiny bronze anteater, the monster from whom Brutus got his spiked mace after they had successfully killed it. It was a rank 2 monster, so it wasn't an easy opponent for the orcs. However, after seeing the hunting party encircle it, 13 could tell that this wasn't their first time hunting this monster. What should we do? Rihanna asked 13. Should we let them fight the monster and wait for it to finish, or we attack them while they are fighting the monster? Of course we attack them while they are facing off against the monster, 13 replied. Just remember this, Rihanna. You can kill any of them, with the exception of the high orc. Christopher and I will deal with it. Understood, Rihanna nodded. Now, tell me the strategy we are going to use in this fight. Rihanna didn't mind letting 13 take the lead because she had recognized his ability. Truth be told, when the 7-year-old told them that he would do his best to rescue them from the barbarians, she just thought that he was just bluffing. Not only was he younger than them, he was also alone. She didn't believe for a second that the boy would actually do as he promised. But she was wrong. Just like the other teenagers that were imprisoned at that time, they didn't think that Zion would carry through with his promise. However, when the boy managed to kill the 3 barbarians and set them free, she decided that there was more to him than met the eye. Because of this, she decided to stay with him, so that she would better understand if what 13 did was just a fluke, or if he was really someone who would be able to defy all odds, and allow her to complete her mission, which was something that she intended to finish no matter what. Similar to the other teenagers, her family was waiting for her back home. Also, her father was someone she didn't want to disappoint no matter what. One of her goals was to become a soldier for the central government, so she didn't mind following orders. But if she was going to follow someone, she wanted to follow the orders of a competent person who wouldn't use her as a disposable tool to accomplish the goal that they wished to achieve. Chapter 92 The Young Master Did It Again. Chapter 92 The Young Master Did It Again. The orcs had the spiny bronze anteater surrounded, but their opponent was a tough nut to crack. Even with so many enemies ganging up on it, it stood its ground and gave the orcs a hard time. 13's group had also fought this monster in the past, so he understood how hard it was to kill it. However, this wasn't the first time that the orcs were fighting such a monster. They already knew the strategy that they had to use against it. The High Orc commanded its subordinates to use hit-and-run tactics to pressure the anteater while it waited for the perfect opportunity to move in and flip it over. Once that is done, 2 more orcs would move in to stab its soft underside, dealing serious injuries to the anteater. After that, it was only a matter of time before it bled to death or completely unable to right itself, allowing it to land more hits on its body, ending its life. Seeing that the opportunity had come, the High Orc charged forward and grabbed the side of spiny bronze anteater's body. Using all of the strength it could muster, the High Orc roared and flipped the monster's body. As soon as he succeeded, the 2 orcs who were waiting for this opportunity moved in to stab the soft underbelly of the anteater, making it bellow in pain and anger. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of hooves in the background. However, before the other orcs could even look in the direction where the sounds were coming from, one of them got hit by an arrow in the arm. A moment later, another arrow flew and hit another orc. But, this time, the arrow landed in its throat, making it grunt. The High Orc's gaze then landed on a black horse that was running in their direction with 2 humans riding on its back. Rihanna had one of her arms wrapped around 13's body, holding him in place, while the younger boy fired one arrow after the other, aiming at the orcs in the distance. 3 of the orcs were hit, while the other 3, including the High Orc, used their shields to block the other incoming arrows. While this was happening, the spiny bronze anteater righted itself up and tackled the orc closest to it. Its sharp claws dug deep into the orc's body, causing the latter to cry out in pain. Seeing this scene, the High Orc knew that their operation was compromised. The anteater only ate ants, but it was still a rank 2 monster that mustn't be underestimated. With the anteater behind him and the 2 humans in front, the High Orc knew that it wasn't in a position to defend itself properly. The only saving grace was that the anteater was already seriously injured and might bleed to death very soon. Perhaps knowing that it didn't have long to live, the anteater decided to take the orcs down with it. So after mauling the first orc to death, it shifted its attention to the High Orc and the other orc beside it. With a bellow filled with anger, the anteater charged at the 2 orcs, prompting the High Orc to distance itself from the monster. The other orc was about to do the same, but before he could do that, an arrow hit his leg, hampering its movements. The arrows that 13 shot were coated with the venom of the purple desert scorpion, paralyzing everyone it hit. Although the orcs wouldn't be paralyzed right away, it still made their movements sluggish, buying the spiny bronze anteater plenty of time to catch up. 13 then focused his attention on the High Orc and shot one arrow after the other. However, the latter used its shield effectively to block the arrows headed in its direction. As the High Orc was doing this, it was running in a particular direction so that it wouldn't be sandwiched between the humans and the anteater, who was now fighting the orc it had set its eyes on. Chase the high orc, 13 commanded. Okay, Rihanna replied. The younger boy's target was the high orc, so he wouldn't let it escape no matter what. 13 fired one arrow after another, putting pressure on the high orc, who had no choice but to block his attacks while running away. First off, it knew that it couldn't run toward the Black Morgan because it was way faster than it. Second, it believed that the moment the human ran out of arrows, the boy would no longer be able to threaten it. This high orc is smart, 13 thought as he fired another arrow. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. Just as the high orc was about to hide behind a nearby boulder as a shield, it found itself facing a bone club headed straight to its chest, which sent it flying. 13, who was waiting for this moment, fired 2 arrows in rapid succession, hitting the high orc's body. Brutus then ran past Bruno, shouting his war cry with his spiked mace raised high. It then mercilessly smashed it down, aiming at the high orc's chest with the intention of killing it. The high orc had no intention of dying, so it rolled to its side, evading the attack. Although its movements slowed down considerably due to the scorpion's venom, it took a fighting stance, raising its sword and shield to fight Brutus to death. Unfortunately for it, this wasn't a one-on-one battle. Bruno, who was feeling competitive with Brutus, also charged forward with its bone club raised high. Christopher, who was hiding somewhere safe, clenched his fist in excitement. The young master did it again. Christopher watched as his 2 subordinates worked together to confront the high orc. This high orc is as good as ours. Brutus and Bruno took turns attacking the pitiful high orc, who was unable to come up with a strategy to defeat the 2 brute monsters. Its body was also starting to succumb to the scorpion's poison, rendering it unable to fight properly. Because of this, it was unable to do anything and simply stood, blocking and parrying the attacks of the 2 monsters who left it with nowhere to run. This battle lasted for a few minutes before Bruno, who was using his overwhelming strength to his advantage, unleashed a powerful blow, which shattered the high orc's shield and broke the arm that was holding it. Brutus didn't miss this opportunity and smashed his spiked mace on the high orc's chest, making the latter collapse on the ground. It was Bruno who landed the killing blow by smashing the high orc's head with its bone club, finally ending its life. After confirming that the high orc was dead, 13 urged Rihanna to return to where the other orcs were so that she could land the killing blow on the survivors. Out of the 5 orcs, only 3 survived. The anteater, on the other hand, was lying on its side no longer able to move and was just waiting for its death. Although it was dying, 13 didn't take any chances and ordered Rihanna to hit its underbelly with an arrow. Rihanna obeyed and hit her target. The Black Morgan stood 5 meters away from it. They then went to the 3 surviving orcs and repeated the same process. Only this time, Rihanna used arrows coated with the yellow-striped dusk brute's poison, ensuring that they would succumb to death slowly. Rihanna managed to get an item from the 4 monsters that she had killed, which wasn't a bad thing. The item she got was a spiny dagger that had the ability to return to its owner with a command or just a thought. Of course, this item came from the spiny bronze anteater, which they had killed. 13 then rummaged through the belongings of the orcs and looked for things that they could use. He collected their swords and a few silver coins, which they used to trade with the barbarians. Although none of them could wield the swords of the orcs, Brutus could, so he kept them in storage. 13 also collected the arrows he had used in battle because he had a very limited supply of them. After making sure that they had taken everything useful, they left the scene and joined up with Christopher, who was smiling ear to ear because he now had a high orc under his command. Chapter 93 Clues about the Beacon of Hope. Chapter 93 Clues about the Beacon of Hope. So what is your name? 13 asked the high orc in front of him. My name is Succubi, the high orc replied. Unlike Brutus and Bruno, who didn't have their own names, the high orc had its own name. Since that was the case, Christopher decided to keep the name out of respect for his new subordinate. So, Succubi, can you tell me more about the balance of power here in the Houdini Desert? 13 asked. Also, tell me all the interesting news and rumors that you know. The high orc nodded before answering 13's questions. Christopher ordered the high orc to always obey 13's orders as if he were the one giving him the order. Having received such a question, he didn't hesitate to obey and answered the younger boy. The strongest race in the Houdini Desert are the barbarians, Succubi replied. The second strongest are the orcs. Following that are the ogres. The trolls are at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, this ranking is only based on the development of both races. When it comes to pure power, the ogres still reign supreme. As for tenacity, it is the trolls. The orcs and the barbarians do not rely solely on strength, but on strategy as well. Ogres and trolls are simply too dumb to understand such concepts. Although they can also form hunting parties together, their ability to strategize is dirt poor. So if there is a war of the races, despite their strength and tenacity, we believe that the orcs and the barbarians will win hands down. In short, the ogres and trolls are too dumb to use their God-given abilities. This explanation earned him the disgruntlement of Christopher's two other brutes, who were also there to welcome their new ally. "You dumb," Brutus growled. "Dumb." Bruno pounded the ground with its bone club, showing how pissed he was. Succubi was unfazed by his two companions' reactions. The reason? It was because the truth hurt. Just as Succubi was about to proceed to answer 13th's next question, the two brutes started to make noises in the background due to their discontentment. "Both of you shut up," 13 said coldly, making the two brute monsters behave like little kids who had just been scolded by their parents. "There is news that the barbarians are doing something big," Succubi stated. "It seems that they plan to wage war on the inhabitants of the next island." 13 then accessed the database in his soul core to get the information he needed. "Are you talking about the capital city of the Valbera Kingdom, Lunation?" 13 asked. No, Succubi shook his head. The Valbera Kingdom fell long ago. The second island is now under the control of the Tigerkins. They changed the name of the kingdom to the Sumatran Kingdom. The name of their capital city is Dawn. 13 sighed in his heart. 300 years was indeed a long time. And in Solterra, it was enough time to see the rise and fall of the kingdoms he once knew. Tigerkins, since they managed to invade the Valbera Kingdom, it means they are strong, right? 13 asked. "They are," Succubi replied. "But they were weakened by the war 20 years ago. However, the barbarians think that they are only biding their time before they launch an invasion on our land." "I see." 13 nodded in understanding. "You talk well, Succubi. It's like I'm really talking to a human instead of an orc." "This is the gift that I have received from Master Christopher," Succubi replied. "My previous self was just a brute who knew how to fight." 13 glanced at Christopher, and the latter walked toward 13 to whisper something in his ears. "Succubi has the unique ability called Scholar," Christopher whispered. "It makes him incredibly smart and proficient in speaking all the languages in the Houdini Desert, including the language of free humans." 13 found this to be quite interesting. Just like Christopher had stated, the unique ability, Scholar, allowed anyone who possessed it to be incredibly smart and proficient in learning different kinds of languages. If Bruno suddenly gained this unique ability, the ogre would also be able to speak the human language as if he was born as a human instead of an ogre. "Succubi, have you heard about the Beacon of Hope?" 13 asked. Rihanna, who had been quietly listening to the side, perked up after hearing this question. Since this was her quest that would allow her to return to Pangaea, she paid extra attention to it. "The Beacon of Hope is just a myth," Succubi replied. "It is said that there will come a time when the Houdini Desert will face a calamity that will dye the ground red with blood. The only way to survive this terrible fate is by lighting the Beacon of Hope. Our ancestors have tried to look for it, but they never found anything. Even the barbarians have searched far and wide for it within their territories, but they weren't able to find it. Perhaps it's in the territories of the ogres or trolls, but none of us dare to enter too deeply into their domains. Although our races would not hesitate to kill each other if we met in the desert, a full-blown war between the four races has never happened in the past. Also, due to the alliance between the orcs and the barbarians, our races have been able to coexist side by side for hundreds of years. fguyobinovel.com. Even though we have allied with the humans, we still don't dare to invade the territories of the trolls and the ogres. They might be a dumb race, but their leaders are intelligent enough to know what is happening. An alliance between the trolls and ogres is a very scary thing, so we didn't dare launch an invasion against them." Brutus and Bruno, who were listening earlier, both smiled. They may not be as smart as Succubi, but both of them understood that their territories weren't attacked because they were strong. "Succubi, have you gone to the barbarian cities before?" 13 asked. This was a very important question, and the answer to it would decide what they were going to do next. Yes, Jubii replied. I frequently visit the barbarian city of Groner. It is the barbarian city nearest our stronghold, and we actively trade with them. That is also where the most recent batch of slaves was supposed to be taken. 13 pondered for a while before making his decision. Although it would be a little risky, he wanted to go to the barbarian city to gather more information. Can you take us inside the city safely? 13 asked. I can, Jubii answered. But you might not like the method I will have to use to do that. Actually, 13 already knew what Jubii planned to do, but he was fine with it. As long as they could safely enter the barbarian city without worrying that the barbarians would target them, he was willing to be inconvenienced, even if it meant that his hands and feet would be tied up for a short period of time. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, 13 thought. Well, as long as I am able to confirm my suspicions, a little discomfort will be worth it. After hearing Jubii's proposal, 13, Christopher, and Rihanna unanimously agreed to it. For the time being, all of them decided to spend the night in the cave that they found. The next day, they'd be heading to the city of Groner to see the sights and hear the sounds of the barbarian city, which would play an important role in 13th's scheme. Chapter 94 13th's Second Trial. Chapter 94 13th's Second Trial. After traveling for nearly half a day, the group of people finally arrived at the entrance of Groner City. Although it was supposed to be a city, it was only a little over a kilometer long, and its width was roughly the same. Groner City was one of the places where trade between the orcs and the barbarians were in full swing. Even though it was small, it was one of the most important cities of the barbarian kingdom. Before coming to this place, 13 came up with a story that Jubii would use as an excuse if the latter was recognized by his fellow orcs. The story went something along these lines. While his hunting party was out looking for prey, they stumbled upon 3 children who were wandering within their territory. Since they had been ordered by their chieftain to catch any human children who weren't of barbarian descent they saw, they took them in. However, they didn't know that these children were being hunted down by ogres and their troll slaves. While they were on their way back to their base, they came across a spiny bronze anteater and thought that they could kill it as their prize before returning home. But in the middle of the battle, the ogres and trolls ambushed them, killing all of Jubii's teammates. The orc would then explain that he managed to run away, but since the path back to the stronghold was blocked by the ogres, he had no choice but to head to the barbarian city of Groner in the hope that he could join other orc hunting parties to return to their stronghold. As for the kids, he was planning to sell them as slaves to recover his losses. This was the story that 13 had prepared, and he made sure that Jubii memorized it very well. The high orc walked confidently toward the gate, gripping a rope attached to the bodies of the 3 children behind him. This ensured that they wouldn't be able to escape regardless of what they did. The barbarians only gave Jubii a brief nod and didn't even bother to question why he was entering their city. The sight of the 3 children was enough for them to assume that he was there to sell slaves. Because of this, they no longer thought of questioning him and simply allowed him to enter unchallenged. After entering the city, Jubii took the children to an inn that was a popular gathering place for orcs and barbarians. He only rented one big room, since renting more than that would be very suspicious. Make sure to bring a few buckets of water into my room, Jubii told the innkeeper. These kids stink, so I plan to let them wash before I sell them. That way, I can fetch a higher price for them. Understood, the innkeeper replied. I will send someone to bring the buckets of water to your room. Groner City was situated beside a river, so they didn't have any shortage of water. It was also situated right outside the desert, so it became a hub of trade and activity for the orcs and the barbarians. As if to confirm that his guess was correct, a notification appeared, congratulating 13, for he had managed to pass one of the trials. Unique quest. Quest category, chain quest name. The 13 trials, first trial, completed. Escape the Houdini Desert. Second trial, find a 5-leaf clover. Rewards for chain quest completion. You can go back home if you succeed, you unfilial brat. 13 couldn't help but stare at the condition of clearing his second trial. He was wondering if the quest was bugged or if his old man was completely messing with him. However, he also knew for a fact that it was impossible for a quest to appear if there was no possibility for it to be cleared. A 5-leaf clover. 13 pondered. Where will I be able to get that? While he was pondering the answer to this question, someone knocked on the door. Succubi opened it to see who it was. When he saw that it was only the inn's helper carrying 2 buckets of water, he stepped aside to allow him to pass through. Succubi, feel free to look around the town and see if you can find familiar faces, 13 ordered. Also, if possible, see if you can find where the human slaves are being held captive. The High Orc nodded and left the room to do what 13 had asked of him. When only the 3 teenagers were left inside the room, Rihanna stood up and picked one of the buckets of water. She then carried it over to the corner of the room and started washing herself. The teenage girl hadn't taken a bath since she arrived in Solterra, so she decided to at least wipe her body clean now that she had the opportunity to do so. "Don't look in my direction, okay?" Rihanna told Christopher, who almost choked on his saliva. "Why are you only asking me to not look in your direction?" Christopher asked with a face filled with injustice. "The young master is here as well. Why don't you tell him not to look in your direction?" "Zion is different," Rihanna replied. "I can see that he has no interest in girls' bodies. You, on the other hand, are a healthy young man. I'm sure you don't have resistance to ladies." Before Christopher could even object, 13 ordered him to go to the corner of the room to look at the wall. Just like Rihanna had said, he had no interest in looking at her juvenile body. He was someone who had seen the bodies of drop-dead, gorgeous beauties, who were often referred to as goddesses for thousands of years. Even after becoming a human, he was already immune to the allure and charms of the opposite sex. The rustling of clothes sounded inside the room as Rihanna took off her clothes. She then took a cloth and soaked it inside the bucket of water for a while, using it to wipe her skin. While doing this, she was facing 13's and Christopher's direction to make sure that the chubby boy wasn't peeking at her. Although she was strong-willed, she was still a girl. Even she would feel embarrassed if a boy were to look at her. 13 also had his back turned in her direction as he brainstormed about their next course of action. Rihanna had been paying close attention to the younger boy and already knew that he was someone very dependable despite his young age. Even now, she was still comparing 13 to the children who were of the same age as him. Even after racking her mind, she couldn't think of anyone who could match his confidence and presence. Is this what a real prodigy is like? Rihanna thought as she continued to wipe her body clean. She had seen the children of the 5 monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families, but none of them came close to the boy that was in front of her. After she finished washing her body, she reluctantly pulled her dirty dress back on and sighed sadly. She wished that she could have a proper change of clothes and have her current clothes washed properly. But for now, she would have to settle without these small luxuries, while waiting for the clue that would lead them to the location of the Beacon of Hope. "Do you want to wash yourself too, Christopher?" 13 asked. "Young master, you can wash yourself first," Christopher replied, still looking at the wall in front of him. "I can do it later." "It's fine," 13 replied. "You can wash yourself first. I'm still busy thinking." After hearing 13's words, Christopher went to the corner of the room in order to wash himself. He then looked at Rihanna and asked her not to peek at him. "You don't have to worry about that," Rihanna replied. "You're not my type at all." "Well, sorry for not being your type," Christopher snorted. "Just don't look, okay?" Yeah. I told you not to worry." Tisk. 13 could only shake his head at the 2 children, who were acting their age. He felt like a babysitter looking after 2 kids. But for some reason, he didn't find this annoying at all. Chapter 95 Location of the 5-Leaf Clover. Chapter 95 Location of the 5-Leaf Clover. Succubi returned after 2 hours because he saw a couple of familiar faces in the city. Back in the Orc stronghold, he didn't have a lot of friends, but he knew a lot of people. While he was out, he recognized the person walking down the streets alongside the warlord of the city, whose position was equivalent to that of a mayor in barbarian cities. He followed them for a bit without drawing any attention. Since the Orcs and barbarians were allies and Groner City was a hub for their interactions, no one thought much of the High Orc who seemed to be wandering alone and following their warlord from behind. "I have found other human children, and all of them are currently being sold in the slave market," Succubi reported. "Some of them have already been sold, while the others are being forced to work and follow the orders of their master." There were no slave collars in Solterra, so although the human children had been sold as slaves, they could choose not to obey their new masters. However, this wasn't a problem for barbarians. They would just punish and beat up the unwilling slaves until they became willing. Starvation, pain, and the fear of death were three strong factors that could break a person's will, especially if they were only around 13 years old, like the children sent to Solterra. Most of them didn't receive any training, but those who did would only resist for a little while longer before they, too, followed their new master's wishes. At the end of the day, they were still ordinary humans, and they were facing barbarians who were far stronger than they were. Their only hope was that someone would be able to light the beacon of hope and free them from their suffering. FRUEBubble.com. Master, do you want to save the human children? Succubi asked. Not really, 13 replied. But I still need to check to see if there are some familiar-looking people within that group. Truth be told, half of him wished to see his brother, Mikhail, in the barbarian city. If he were there, then 13 would do everything in his power to save him and prioritize his safety at all costs. At the same time, if his brother really were here, then he would wish that Mikhail had been sent to a more peaceful place. 13 had a feeling that Christopher and Rihanna's mission was troublesome, and he didn't want his brother to be involved in their messy situation. Christopher and Rihanna were conflicted about whether they should ask 13 to save the other children. But both of them understood that even their current situation wasn't that great. Simply put, they weren't in a position to help others since they were barely able to help themselves. Having more people isn't always a good thing, 13 said as if reading what the two teenagers were thinking. Do you remember what happened with Villager A? Instead of being thankful, he even instigated others to try and get the resources that Christopher and I worked so hard to get. Fortunately, Harry is of a different breed. If not, I would have asked Brutus and Bruno to pound them all to submission. Besides, as long as we light the beacon of hope, all the wanderers here will return to Pangea. Let us make that our priority, okay? Christopher, who had been annoyed by Villager A, who went by the name Colbert, sighed in his heart. His young master was right. More didn't always mean better, and what happened back in the Houdini Desert proved that doing good deeds wasn't always rewarded. Rihanna also settled down after hearing 13's words. She knew that he was right, so she no longer thought about trying to free the human children from slavery. As long as we complete the mission, all of them will return to Pangea, Rihanna thought. Zion is right. Completing the mission should be our priority. Seeing that his two companions understood what he was trying to say, 13 asked Succubi to guide them to the slave market. Since they were already inside the city, there was no need for them to be tied up. As long as they acted as though the High Orc was their master, no one would try to make things difficult for them. By the way, Succubi, do you know where to find a 5-leaf clover? 13 asked. He wasn't really expecting the High Orc to know the answer to this question, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. A 5-leaf clover. Succubi looked at the 7-year-old with surprise. Young master, I do know where to find it. However, that place is a restricted area. Restricted area? 13's curiosity was piqued after hearing Succubi's reply. He didn't really think that the High Orc would know where he could find a 5-leaf clover, but his firm answer gave him a pleasant surprise. You can find it at the Shaman's Enclave, which is located further east. It's a day of travel from here, Succubi explained. But that area is sacred land to the barbarians. Anyone who enters it without permission will be sentenced to death. However, I do have good news for you, young master. Once every 6 months, a 5-leaf clover will be auctioned at the Lonkar auction house. If my memory serves me right, a 5-leaf clover will be auctioned 2 weeks from now. But can I ask you something, young master? What is it? Do you know what the 5-leaf clover is for? I do, 13 replied. Since he had the database of Solterra, he knew what a 5-leaf clover can do, and that was to heal a serious injury. While it might not be able to regrow a severed arm or leg, it could still save someone who had been shot by a bullet or had been stabbed by a sword, granted that they were still alive. This was why it was very precious. Also, the 5-leaf clover wasn't really a plant. It was a crystallized condensation of spiritual energy from an individual with abundant life force and brimming with vitality. This person could only make one of them once a month, making it a life-saving treasure that warriors would love to have, especially when they plan to hunt very strong monsters. Although 13 didn't know why his second trial asked him to get one, now that he had a lead, he might as well see if he could get this precious item. With this thought in mind, he, Christopher, and Rihanna continued to trail behind Succubi as they finished their walk to the slave market, where human slaves could be bought for the right price. Chapter 96 Time to Get Filthy Rich, Part 1. Chapter 96 Time to Get Filthy Rich. Part 1. The slave market was bustling with people. To 13's surprise, humans were not the only race up for sale. Trolls, ogres, and even tigerkins, which had been captured by the barbarians in their raids, were also up for grabs. Although they weren't physically restricted by slave collars, there were beast tattoos that forced the monsters to obey those who would purchase them. These tattoos would be planted on the foreheads of these monsters, and once their new owners had placed a drop of their blood on it, the monster would serve them for exactly 5 years. 13 already knew about this because it was similar to his rune magic. Unfortunately, only advanced rune magic would allow him to enslave monsters. However, Laplace Demon and the One limited the abilities he could use to intermediate rune magic. The beast tattoos also worked on beastkins since they were part beasts. With the tattoos, no matter how smart or ferocious the captured tigerkins were, they would still be bound by the power of the beast tattoo, making them ideal slaves for the barbarians. Christopher looked at the tigerkin ladies who were locked up in cages with great interest. Since these tigerkins had the faces of humans and the ears and tails of tigers, they looked very exquisite. 13 believed that a certain minority on the planet called Earth would definitely love these girls, especially those who had a fetish for monster girls. How much are they? 13 asked in a volume that only Succubi could hear. The tigerkin girls fetch for 100 silver coins, while the men cost around 200 silver coins, Succubi replied. The trolls cost 150 silver coins, and the ogres cost 300 coins. As for the human children, they cost 30 silver coins each. When 13 looted the orcs, he was only able to gain a total of 50 silver coins from them, which meant that he only had enough money to buy one human slave. Their group checked all the slaves that were for sale, and just as they had expected, Rihanna recognized some of those who had been placed on the wagon that had managed to escape. The other children also recognized 13, Christopher, and Rihanna. However, after seeing that they were following a high orc, they assumed that they had already been bought as slaves by it. 2 hours later, they returned to the inn to plan their next move. Master, I think we should aim to buy some tigerkins as slaves, Christopher proposed. They will certainly be helpful to us in battle. I bet you're only interested in those tigerkin girls, right? Rihanna sneered. The look on your face as you gawked at them was really funny. Christopher's face turned beet red because he was unable to refute Rihanna's words. There were a few tigerkins who were quite beautiful, and if possible, he wanted them to become their helpers. Succubi, what is the fastest way to earn money? 13 asked. Since the 5-leaf clover would be auctioned in 2 weeks, 13 wanted to see if he could bid for it. Also, he would like to buy a few slaves as well, which would increase the strength of their party. Although they already had Brutus and Bruno, he believed that adding more fighters to their team would increase their chances of completing their mission. Succubi didn't answer right away and pondered for a few minutes before facing the younger boy. There are 3 ways to earn money, Succubi replied. The first method is to hunt monsters to sell their meat and monster parts. The second way is by gambling. Originally, the High Orc wanted to say that there were only 2 ways to earn money, but after careful consideration, he had a feeling that the 7-year-old could clear the third option. The last way is through slave duels, Succubi stated. There is a registration fee of 10 silver per slave. Every win gives you 30 silver. Also, we can also place bets on the slaves that are going to fight. The lower the odds, the higher the winnings. 13 finished what Succubi was going to say next. It is as you say, young master. Good. We will choose this option to make money. Christopher looked at Rihanna with a solemn expression on his face. Your time to shine has come, Christopher stated. Win us a few battles, and we'll become rich. Rihanna frowned, but she didn't have any problems with this arrangement. Although she didn't seem strong, she was actually trained in martial arts by her grandfather, so she was confident that she could win if the disparity in strength wasn't that much. The one fighting in the slave duel will not be Rihanna, 13 stated. When Christopher heard this, his face immediately became pale. Why, young master, are you saying that I will be the one who will do the fighting? Christopher stuttered. Are you planning to bet on my opponent so that we can win money? The 7-year-old was quite amused by the chubby boy's misunderstanding. But, instead of correcting him, 13 only smiled evilly. That doesn't sound like a bad idea, 13 said. All we need to do is bet on your opponent, and we will win. Freewebnovel.com. Christopher's face turned pale after confirming that his suspicion was correct. He immediately begged and wailed for his young master to reconsider, making Succubi scratch his head. He knew that the younger boy was only teasing his master, but seeing his master act like this was quite embarrassing. "Okay, calm down," 13 said as he pushed Christopher's face away, which was now covered in tears and snot. "You will not be fighting either, so stop crying." Rihanna took a deep breath before clenching her fists in determination. Since this was the fastest way to earn money, she decided to give it everything she had. "You're not fighting either," 13 said to the girl who was pumped up to fight. Rihanna blinked her eyes in confusion. "If not me, then who will fight?" "Who else?" 13 asked in a teasing tone. "Of course, it will be none other than me." The young lady looked at 13 in disbelief. Although she had seen him use bows and arrows, she didn't think that the younger boy would propose to fight in the slave duel instead of her. Succubi, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Although he hadn't seen 13 fight all out, he believed that the 7-year-old had what it took to make them all filthy rich. Chapter 97 Time to Get Filthy Rich, Part 2. Chapter 97 Time to Get Filthy Rich, Part 2. Step right up in the duel arena. The barbarian who was managing the duel shouted, "Want to see how good your slave is? Send them here and see them fight. Throw your coins and have a good time. Come inside the duel arena." Succubi walked up to the barbarian and gruffly pushed 13 forward. "I want to register my slave to the duel arena," Succubi stated. "Here are 10 silvers. The barbarian looked the 7-year-old boy up and down before looking at the high orc. "He's a bit too young for duels," the barbarian stated. "I've been in this business for a long time, but I haven't seen someone as young as him fight. Won't you reconsider?" Hearing those words, 13 looked at the manager with a surprised look on his face. Barbarians were one of the fiercest free humans in Solterra. They liked to brawl and do many other things, so he didn't expect that the man would show him a bit of kindness, despite looking like a brute. "No," Succubi replied. "I have no need for useless slaves. Take my money and register him." The barbarian sighed before reluctantly nodding his head. "He will fight in the 3rd round." The barbarian, who went by the name Raldo, said, "Do you also plan to join the betting?" "What are his odds?" Succubi inquired. Raldo checked who the boy was going to fight before giving his opinion. 1 out of 20, Raldo answered. "He will be fighting one of the slaves who was brought here by you guys a few days ago. That boy has 15 wins and 1 loss under him." Succubi pondered a bit before nodding his head. "Here, 40 silvers." Succubi handed a pouch containing all the money they possessed. Raldo nodded and took the pouch from the high orc. He then scribbled something on a piece of animal skin, recording Succubi's bet. After that, he motioned for one of his subordinates to bring 13 to the waiting area while he waited for his turn to fight in the arena. "Will he really be all right?" Rihanna asked Christopher in a volume that only the chubby boy could hear. "I'm not sure," Christopher replied. "But I believe that the young master would not volunteer to do something like this if he isn't confident about winning." Rihanna was a bit worried about the younger boy because she didn't know how good 13 was when it came to fighting without weapons. She had only seen him use the bow and arrow, and she had to admit that he was much better than her in that regard. "Don't worry," Succubi commented as he led Christopher and Rihanna to the stands. "I have a feeling that the young master will surprise us." The 3 of them didn't have to wait for long because half an hour later, 13 entered the duel arena looking around his surroundings like a scared brat. When the barbarians saw him, some of them laughed and started to tease the little boy, even calling him names like Shorty. 13's body shuddered as he walked into the arena, acting as if the shouts of the barbarian unnerved him. His pitiful sight made all of them laugh loudly. Half a minute later, his opponent also appeared in the arena. The boy was a head taller than 13, and judging from his stance, he had received at least some proper training. He might be a retainer from one of the influential families, or his family was rich enough to hire a wanderer to train him, 13 thought. "Sorry about this, but I have to win." The teenage boy looked at 13 with a confident smile on his face. "My name is Wilson. No hard feelings, okay?" The younger boy's opponent was one of the wanderers who had appeared near the barbarian territory, and he was captured by one of their hunting parties. 13 nodded timidly, which made Wilson's smile widen. While the 2 boys faced off against each other, Raldo gave the spectators a short period of time to cast their bets. Naturally, all of them placed their bets on Wilson since they didn't want to lose their hard-earned money. Although the winnings they would earn in return were small, They didn't mind it one bit because they thought that they were about to get easy money. A few minutes later, Raldo raised his hand, signaling the referee to announce the start of the match. Just like he had expected, everyone had placed their bets on Wilson. Killing is not allowed, the referee said. Everything else is allowed. If you fall from the arena, lose consciousness, or surrender, you lose. Now fight. After giving the signal to fight, Wilson immediately charged toward the younger boy, intending to end the fight right away. 13, on the other hand, started to run away, making the spectators break out in laughter. Go, little boy. Run. Don't let him catch you, or you'll get beaten up. Run, Forrest, run. Wilson was stronger and much faster than his opponent, so he was able to close the gap in an instant. But just as he was about to grab the younger boy, 13 stumbled on the ground and fell. Since both of them were running at full speed, Wilson wasn't able to stop himself and tripped before skidding to the edge of the arena. But just as he was about to prop himself up, the younger boy pushed him away, making him fall out of the arena. The barbarians who were laughing earlier all froze in place when they realized what happened. *T. No. My money. Damn it. My wife is going to kill me. Why did this happen? Why? While everyone was lamenting their loss, the referee raised the 7-year-old's hand and declared the winner of the match. Winner Zion. Boo. The barbarians in the stand weren't too happy with how things turned out. Christopher and Rihanna, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief because they could tell that 13 was relatively unharmed. 1 black coin was equivalent to 100 silver, which Succubi could exchange at the gambling den for money. Since the dueling arena and the gambling arena were under the same management, the black coins were recognized by the entirety of Groner City as a currency. This meant that the coins had purchasing power within the city. In fact, some people exchanged their silver for this currency. It was more convenient than carrying a bag of silvers, which was too heavy. Congratulations on your winnings, Raldo said as he handed Succubi 8 black coins. At least that dumb slave is good for something. Succubi snorted as he accepted the black coins. Do you wish for him to continue fighting? Raldo asked. Might as well, Succubi shrugged. Who is his opponent and what are the odds? The manager of the arena double-checked his records to see who 13's opponent was. This time, the odds are 1 in 40, Succubi replied. His opponent is older than Wilson by 2 years, and he has 42 wins and only 2 losses under his belt. Succubi pondered before looking at the 7-year-old beside him. Human, if you lose, I'll feed you to the ogres. The younger boy's body uncontrollably shuddered after hearing the high orc's threat. Master, I can't win, 13 begged. Please don't kill me. 13 grabbed hold of Succubi's arm, but the high orc pushed him away, making him fall to the ground. I don't need weaklings, Succubi growled. Either you win or you die. I'm signing him up for the duel. Of course, Raldo replied as he took the 8 black coins from Succubi. He originally didn't want to do this, but the people who had lost their money wanted to see 13 fight again to see him suffer. They were still very annoyed that they lost their money, so they wished for him to get beaten up really well. That way, all of them could let go of their frustration. After sealing the deal, Raldo asked for one of his subordinates to drag the still pleading boy away. Master, I don't want to die. Please have mercy on me. The barbarians, who saw this all, smiled evilly. They were quite happy with Succubi's decision to feed the boy to the ogres if he lost. Serves him right. Even if it's just a fluke, how dare he make me lose my money? I almost died hunting an ogre for that. He's fighting against Braca? Man, now he's really a goner. That freak likes to break people's limbs before beating them up even after they've lost consciousness. FREOWebnovel.com. Yeah. He is one sick bastard. But for once, I'll be happy to see him beat up that brat. I feel the same way as you do. Succubi was led by Raldo to a room meant for VIP guests. He had a feeling that things might get messy later, so he decided to take the initiative to place the high orc in a different seat just in case another miracle happened. E/N. What they feel for 13 now is what I feel for that kid in Hadarubi no Mori. Years have passed, but I will never move on. Chapter 98 Time to Get Filthy Rich, Part 3. Chapter 98 Time to Get Filthy Rich, Part 3. This time, 13 was about to fight a teenage barbarian boy who was around 15 years old. He wasn't a slave. On the contrary, he was one of the young barbarians who enjoyed fighting against them. For them, fighting slaves was a good way to train themselves and was more effective than looking for monsters to fight in the wild. In fact, many young barbarians do this, and this gained the approval of the adults. Since killing wasn't allowed, and he was a barbarian, Braca was able to get special treatment, allowing him to fight opponents who were weaker than him. He was the dual arena's cleaner, whom they'd call up in order to deal with the troublesome slaves who had offended many people. Since the barbarians wanted to see 13 suffer and bleed, they pressured Raldo to make Braca the boy's opponent if Jubii wished for him to fight again. Now, all of these people were sitting calmly in their seats as they looked at the hateful boy who made them lose their money. The referee looked at the 7-year-old with pity. He knew how violent Braca could be, and he could already see the sorry state the boy would be in by the time the match ended. 13 had been told by the man who dragged him to the waiting room to say his prayers because he was guaranteed to be a cripple by the time his match ended. Out of curiosity, 13 asked the man whom he was fighting against, and the barbarian was more than happy to scare him out of his wits. Because of this, 13 had a good idea of what kind of person he was going to face. And now, we present to you Braca. Raldo announced as he pointed at the young barbarian who was walking towards the arena with a wild grin on his face. Braca, 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 Braca. The audience chanted his name, making the barbarian raise both of his hands like a professional wrestler about to fight a championship match. The moment Braca stepped into the arena, he shouted a war cry, making the barbarians cheer. Boy, I don't know how you managed to piss these people off, but I'm glad you did, Braca stated. I was already getting bored and wanted to play with a new toy. Don't worry, I won't break you easily. 13 looked visibly shaken. A moment later, he tried to run towards the edge of the arena, intending to jump to end the match in Braca's favor. However, the referee was faster than him, so he caught the 7-year-old firmly in his hands. Use the cage, one of the barbarians shouted. That's right. We want the cage. Cage match. Cage match. Cage match. The referee glanced in Raldo's direction as if asking him if they should listen to the audience. The manager shook his head because he believed that this was a very cruel thing to do. He still had his principles despite being the manager of the dueling arena. For him, giving 13 a chance to jump off the arena was the only mercy that he could give him as a human. Don't worry, everyone, Braca declared. Even if he jumps off the arena during our match, I will still break his limbs. So just sit back and enjoy the show. Nice. Good. Ha ha. Break his legs. Break his arms. Make him suffer. The referee, who was holding on to 13, crouched down to look the boy in the eye. If you jump off the arena, I will catch you and personally hand you over to Braca, the referee stated. Give it up. There is no escape for you. Just do your best to land a hit or two against Braca because that might be the last thing you'll ever be able to do before you are crippled. After saying those words, the referee released 13 and walked back to the center of the arena. Killing is not allowed, the referee shouted. Everything else is allowed. If you fall from the arena, lose consciousness, or surrender, you lose. Now fight. Braca laughed as he walked towards the boy with confidence. Just like what he did earlier, 13 ran toward the edge of the arena, making the audience start booing. You won't get away with the same trick twice. Just accept your fate and get your limbs broken. Time to pay for your sins, boy. Braca, who was casually walking toward 13, sneered. You aren't the first and the last slave who has used this strategy on me, Braca said. It's no use, boy. Your petty tricks will not work on me. Seeing that the fish wasn't biting the bait, 13 ran along the sides of the arena, remaining at its edges. Braca only laughed and followed his opponent in a leisurely manner. Everyone understood that the barbarian was just playing with his prey, so they just cheered him on. Finally, 10 minutes later, Braca seemed to have gotten a little impatient because the only thing that 13 did was to run away. Because of this, he increased his speed and cornered him. Where are you going to run now, boy? Braca asked with his arms spread wide, as he walked towards the 7-year-old, who was standing in one of the corners of the arena. Playtime's over. The barbarian reached out and grabbed 13's shirt with the intention of raising him high up in the air. Braca enjoyed watching the helplessness of his victims when they were in his grasp, making them feel despair. However, he had just raised 13's body up to his chest level when the younger boy's scared-looking eyes suddenly sharpened, as if waiting for that exact moment. A few seconds later, A grunt escaped Braca's lips before his grip on the boy's clothes loosened. 13 had timed his attack perfectly, giving Braca a FREOWEBNO-EL.com aimed kick on his balls, making him temporarily lose his strength. The barbarian curled his body like a shrimp while holding onto his family jewels with a pale expression on his face. Even if he were stronger than 13, he was still a man, and getting kicked in that place hurt like hell. "You're right," 13 said as he raised his hand. "Playtime's over." Using a palm strike, the 7-year-old accurately broke the barbarian's nose, making Braca grunt in pain. However, this was just the beginning of his suffering. The boy then grabbed the back of Braca's head and forcibly brought it down. 13's knee rose up to meet the barbarian's jaw, making Braca see white as his brain was shaken due to the impact. But even if he was in a daze, he still managed to hear the boy's words in his ears like a devil telling Braca that his soul now belonged to him. "You have crippled countless people, haven't you?" 13 smiled evilly. "Don't worry. Your fate will be worse than theirs. I will cripple you in a way that you will remember for the rest of your life." After saying those words, the younger boy slapped the barbarian's ears with his hands at the same time, making one of Braca's eardrums burst, disorienting him. This was followed up by an uppercut, making the barbarian fall on his back. 13, who wasn't done with his combination attack, raised his foot and stomped on Braca's balls a second time, making sure to crush them completely. The barbarian started to foam in the mouth after 13's deadly combos, forcing the referee to interfere and stop the match. Winner Zion. As soon as he declared the boy's victory, 2 barbarians ran up into the arena to carry Braca away. The audience was speechless because they didn't expect Braca would actually lose to the 7-year-old, who was walking down from the arena with confidence. His earlier display of cowardice and fear was nowhere to be seen, making Raldo, who watched the battle from start to finish, subconsciously clench his fist. "This brat," Raldo thought. He played us all in the palm of his hands. As if sensing his gaze, 13 glanced in Raldo's direction and gave him a faint smile. The manager of the arena felt a cold chill run down his spine the moment he met the boy's gaze. Something was telling him that this incident was not over yet, and he would be seeing the 7-year-old again in the not-so-distant future. Chapter 99 Breaking You Won't Be Fun Otherwise. Chapter 99 Breaking You Won't Be Fun Otherwise. Here are your winnings. Raldo handed the pouch he had prepared for the high orc with a conflicted look on his face. Succubi casually took the pouch and checked its contents. Inside of it were 32 white coins. If 1 black coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins, 1 white coin was worth 1,000 silver coins. This meant that 13's group now had 32,000 silver coins in their possession. "After what happened with Braca, the odds are no longer in your favor," Raldo commented. "I suggest not going to the duel arena for a time." Succubi nodded in understanding. Raldo then glanced at the 7-year-old with awe and admiration, which he rarely showed to someone. "You hit it well, you little monster," Raldo smiled bitterly. "Still, I look forward to your next duel. Just don't do it anytime soon." 13 gave the duel manager a faint smile as if telling him that he wasn't going to make any promises. Raldo could only shake his head helplessly before heaving a long sigh. "Off you go," Raldo stated. "Use the back door. I don't want a bloodbath happening on my watch." With the manager's help, 13's group was able to leave the arena without trouble. But, instead of heading back to their inn, the 7-year-old told everyone that they should go to the slave market first to buy slaves. When Christopher heard this, he immediately gave his young master a thumbs up, making Rihanna look at him in disdain. She didn't need to be a genius to know what the chubby boy was thinking, making Succubi smile faintly. 13, who now had the funds to buy a few slaves, wasn't stingy and gave Christopher and Rihanna 1 white coin each. This would allow them to purchase whatever they wanted, whether it be slaves, weapons, armor, etc. The first time that they visited the slave market, 13 was glad that his brother, Mikhail, wasn't there. There were also no other individuals who belonged to the monarch clans and prestigious families that were for sale. This saddened him a bit because buying them as slaves would mean that those high-ranking families would be indebted to him. However, there was one slave that caught 13's attention when they went there the first time. Because of this, he wanted to earn money right away so that he could buy that slave before others beat him to it. Good, 13 thought as his gaze landed on one of the cages in the slave market. He's still here. The 7-year-old didn't hesitate and went to find the slave master so that he could purchase the slave that caught his eye. "Mister, my master wants to buy that slave over there," 13 said as he pointed in one of the cages in front of him. "You want to buy that troublesome thing?" the slave master asked with an amused look on his face. "Well, I guess breaking his will is good entertainment. However, he is a bit special. He gave us a lot of trouble, so it will cost you 300 silvers to buy him." "I don't mind," Succubi replied. "I will let my slave train him, so make him that tigerkin's master." "Ha! You are one interesting buyer I like." The slave market found this amusing because a 7-year-old was going to train a beastkin who was several years older than him. Raising his hand, the slave master asked 2 of his subordinates to open the cage and restrain the tigerkin that 13 had chosen. "Let me go!" The tigerkin roared in anger as he struggled to escape from the 2 slave traders who had him firmly in their grasp. "Shut up, you punk!" one of the slave traders shouted as he and his comrade forced the tigerkin to kneel on the ground so his head would be branded by the slave tattoo. The tigerkin was still young and, judging by his appearance, was around 13 to 15 years old. The reason why 13 chose him was his eyes. Those eyes filled with life, determination, anger, and stubbornness that made 13 immediately know what kind of person he was. 13 hated these people with a vengeance after facing off against them. Yes, the boy in front of him had the makings of a hero. And for him, enslaving a future hero was a very amusing thing. "Cuckoo," 13 laughed internally. "I'm going to enjoy breaking you." He understood that these people were protected by fate, and nothing bad would really happen to them until they had accomplished their destinies. For them, facing these kinds of hardships was just part of their journey to reach the pinnacle of the world and put their names in the pages of history. 13 already understood that his father, the system god, had given him a hidden class as well. And this hidden class was none other than cannon fodder. Similar to the hero and the villain, these classes were hidden within the very soul of a person, allowing them to fulfill their destinies in each of their lifetimes. If he was going to beat the cycle of fate, he needed to understand its rules. What better way to understand it than capture a hero and make him his first guinea pig? "Stop!" the tigerkin roared as the slave master pressed his finger over his forehead. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I swear I will kill you." Yeah. That's what all of you slaves say before you are branded." The slave master was already used to such threats, so it didn't matter how many times the tigerkin cursed him. A few seconds later, a slave tattoo appeared on the tigerkin's forehead, marking him as a true slave. "Put a drop of your blood on his forehead, and the contract will be sealed," the slave master stated. He even handed 13 a dagger which the boy could use to prick his finger to draw blood. 13 accepted the dagger and pricked his thumb. He then unceremoniously pressed it in the forehead of the tigerkin, making the latter scream, as tears streamed down the side of his face. The branding was a very painful experience, as if to make the slave understand that his fate was no longer in his hands. A minute later, the tigerkin was released by the 2 slave traders, making his body collapse on the ground. Even so, the tigerkin didn't lose consciousness as he stubbornly raised his head to glare at the 7-year-old boy, who was now his master. "I'll kill you," the tigerkin said through gritted teeth, making the corner of 13's face curl up into a smile. Instead of answering the tigerkin, the younger boy stepped on the tigerkin's head, grinding the latter's face on the ground. "Good," 13 said as he put more pressure on his foot. "Breaking you won't be fun otherwise." The slave master gave the 7-year-old a thumbs up in his heart because he liked sadistic people. They were his biggest customers, and he had a feeling that, before the day was over, several of his slaves would be purchased, earning him a lot of profit for his troubles. Chapter 100: A Fateful Encounter, Part 1. Chapter 100: A Fateful Encounter, Part 1. You are not allowed to commit suicide, or anything that will directly or indirectly end your life. You will forever be loyal to me, and obey my every word as if it was the reason for your existence. You will not hurt or harm me, or any of my allies, in any way, whether it be directly or indirectly. You will always do things to further my interest, and will not do anything that might harm my interest. This was the first batch of orders that 13 had given his slave, and the slave master made sure to take down notes after hearing the orders from the 7-year-old. Amazing. All of these orders summed up the things that a good slave must do for his master. The slave master looked at 13 with a satisfied look on his face. Would you like to join the slave industry? I can make you my right-hand man if you're interested. I'll think about it, 13 replied, still keeping his foot pressed on the back of the tigerkin's head, while continuing to grind his servant's face to the ground. He then glanced at the chubby boy, who was looking at the tigerkin with pity. Christopher, aren't you going to train slaves as well? 13 asked. You better not waste Master Jubiai's generosity. All right. I almost forgot. Christopher finally remembered that he was also allowed to purchase slaves, so he hurriedly went to the tigerkin cages to purchase the most beautiful tigerkins that were for sale. Rihanna also decided to purchase some slaves. However, instead of beastkins and monsters, she decided to purchase the human slaves, using all of the money that was given to her to free them. 13 looked at Rihanna with a calm expression on his face. He already knew that the young lady wanted to free the children that were being sold as slaves, so he purposely gave her exactly 1,000 silver coins to purchase them all. Each human child only cost 30 silver coins, so she was able to buy all 33 of them, with a few silver coins to spare. 13 didn't treat Rihanna as his direct subordinate like Christopher. He knew that the girl was only accompanying him because she believed that she had a higher chance of completing her mission by being with him. 13 understood that, so he allowed her to do what she wanted to do. But, since she was under his wing, he decided to teach her a lesson, and that lesson was taking responsibility. Since she had chosen to purchase all the human children, she would need to be responsible for them. He could tell that Rihanna had the makings of a leader, and if possible, he wanted to let her remain a compassionate person as she grew up. However, he also understood that this was impossible. The moment she entered society, she would understand just how corrupt the world was. 13 could tell that she was brought up in a loving family because, unlike the children of the monarch clans and the prestigious families, Rihanna's gaze was pure. Chapter 101, A Fateful Encounter, Part 2. Chapter 101, A Fateful Encounter, Part 2. 13 and the black snake looked at each other for nearly 5 minutes before the boy started to stir. It was as if he just woke up from a trance. But the first thing he did was to place his right hand over his chest, as if he was in pain. The snake tilted its head to the side, as if wondering what was happening to the human in front of it. The slave master, Norris, walked up to the younger boy from behind with a businesslike smile. Beautiful, isn't she? Norris asked. Do you know what she is? Domini Mortis, 13 replied in a heartbeat. The most poisonous snake in Solterra despite only being a rank 1 monster from birth to death. As I thought, Norris replied. You are very knowledgeable. Are you really 7? 13 didn't reply, nor turned his head to look at the slave master behind him. He just continued to stare at the black snake in front of him, as if trying to understand why he was feeling a sense of familiarity that he couldn't describe. 2 minutes later, 13 reluctantly tore his gaze away from the snake and looked at the slave master behind him. How much? 13 asked. He didn't need to specify what he intended to buy because it was already very obvious. 5,000 silver coins, Norris answered. Although it is a rank 1 monster, it is extremely rare. I just happened to get this one from an acquaintance, so its price is more expensive than most. I already gave you a friend discount with that price. Deal, 13 said. You can take the money from my master, Jubiai. Norris smiled after hearing the boy's words. He was a slave trader, and he was very good at reading people. It was very obvious from the start that the one calling the shots was the 7-year-old boy instead of the high orc that was accompanying him. In fact, Norris wouldn't be surprised if the real slave was the orc and not the boy who was standing before him. But he kept his thoughts to himself and simply nodded his head. Handling it is very dangerous, so let's perform the master and slave contract first, Norris stated. Raising his hand, the tattoo on the black snake's head glowed faintly, putting the snake into a trance. Handling a very poisonous snake like the Domini Mortis was not an easy task. It was fast, and its venom was more potent than the venom of the yellow-striped dusk brute. In fact, if it was able to bite a rank 4 or rank 5 monster several times, those monsters would die, despite the fact that they were 3 to 4 ranks higher than the Domini Mortis. The Masters of Death, this is what these black snakes were called. It doesn't matter who they bit. The moment their fangs sank into their victims' bodies, it was all over for that creature. Their poison was also the greatest anti-venom of all once it was purified or used as an ingredient for alchemy. Drop your blood on its forehead, but be careful, Norris said. Don't press your thumb on its head like what you did with the tigerkin. Just drop the blood on top of its head and pull your hand back as soon as possible. The slave master was putting all of his concentration into keeping the black snake in place so that it wouldn't accidentally attack the boy. Nodding his head, 13 did as he was told and dropped the blood on top of the head of the black snake before pulling his hand away. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Unlike what happened with the tigerkin earlier, 13 felt a very strong connection to the snake, as if it had become part of his body. As if to confirm his suspicion, a few rows of text appeared in front of him, asking for his input. Would you like to give the Domini Mortis a name? Tiona, 13 replied before he could even think of a name. The boy's eyes widened in shock because he only realized what had happened after it already happened. The black snake, who was now named Tiona, nodded its head as if recognizing the name that its master had given it. Through their connection, the boy felt something akin to happiness coming from the Domini Mortis that had now become his slave. 13 then opened his status page to check his status page just to be sure that he wasn't imagining things. Name, Zion Leventis. Age, 7 years old. Race, human. Skills, none. Items, none. Avatars, none. Permanent debuff, rank ban, skill ban, item ban, avatar ban. Unique abilities, universal language proficiency, destiny bond, rune magic, intermediate. Beast companion, Tiona. It's there, 13 mused. But why? When he had enslaved the tigerkin earlier, there were no notifications that appeared, and no changes happened on his status screen. In fact, there wasn't supposed to be any notifications because having a slave was not part of the program that the Laplace demon and the One had made for wanderers. This was why even if they had 100 slaves, there would be no notifications, and the names of the slaves wouldn't appear in their status page. Only the names of avatars would register because they were the only type of monsters that the law of wanderers recognized. In short, there was not supposed to be a beast companion category appearing on his status page because it was only exclusive to those who had the hidden class of beast tamer. 13 was definitely not one, so he didn't understand why this was happening. I'll ask Laplace Demon and the One next time I see them, 13 thought. While the 7-year-old was deep in thought, Norris asked 13 to order the black snake not to bite him. Now that the Domini Mortis had a new owner, it would no longer listen to Norris. Since there was a chance that the black snake would attack him after it was freed from the cage, he immediately asked 13 to give the snake an order as a precaution. Don't bite the slave master as well as his subordinates, 13 said. Do not bite any of my family, friends, and subordinates. Unless I order you to, do not take the initiative to attack. Do I make myself clear? The black snake nodded, acknowledging 13's orders. After confirming that the order had been properly given, Norris opened the glass cage, allowing the black snake to crawl out of it. FREOWebnovel.com 13 extended his hand, and the snake immediately crawled up towards his shoulder. After that, it coiled itself around the boy's neck like a black collar. Well then, Zion, it's a pleasure doing business with you, Norris said as he extended his hand towards the boy in a handshake. I hope we continue this business relationship in the future. The Domini Mortis, Tiona, hissed at the slave master, but didn't make any move to bite him. Clearly, it didn't like the slave master and would have probably attacked him if 13 had not ordered it to not carelessly attack anyone without his permission. I do hope that we will be able to do business again in the future, 13 shook Norris' hand. I just need to save up more money so I can buy your other wares. Of course, money is always welcome, Norris chuckled before leading 13 back to his friends, who had also finished buying the slaves they wanted using the money that he had shared with them. Chapter 102 Teaching Rihanna a Lesson About Leadership and Responsibilities. Chapter 102 Teaching Rihanna a Lesson About Leadership and Responsibilities. 13 glanced at the teenage boys and girls behind Rihanna. Just as he expected, the girl didn't hesitate to buy all of the human children from the slave market. These kids were looking at her with gratitude, but there were a few strong-willed people who didn't like owing her a favor. The boy then shifted his attention to Christopher, who currently had a big smile on his face. Originally, 13 thought that Christopher would purchase teenage tigerkins as his slaves, But the two ladies who were currently pampering him were tigerkins who were over 30 years old. They might not be the most beautiful among the tigerkin slaves, but they were no doubt the ones who had a motherly appeal, especially in their chest area, which he estimated were at least D cups. However, Christopher didn't only buy beastkin girls. He bought 2 ogres as well. All in all, Rihanna got 33 human slaves, while Christopher got 2 tigerkins and 2 ogres. To his surprise, the 2 ogres were actually rank 3 monsters, which were stronger than Brutus and Bruno. Since the ogres were relatively strong, they cost 400 silver coins each, while the 2 tigerkins were 100 silver coins each. You did well, Christopher. 13 praised the chubby boy who scratched his head shyly because of 13's praise. He then shifted his gaze at Rihanna before smirking. They are your responsibility, okay? 13 stated. I don't want to babysit you guys. The teenagers behind Rihanna all looked at the 7-year-old in confusion. They didn't understand why someone younger than them would talk about babysitting them. Usually, it was the older ones who babysat younger people. Actually, I plan to make a hunting party, Rihanna stated. But I have no money to arm them. And you want to ask me for money? Yes. Rihanna showed an embarrassed expression because she knew that 13 had no obligation to help her. However, since she already spent most of the money that 13 had given her, there was nothing else she could do but ask him for funds. 13 rubbed his chin as he looked at Rihanna with a mischievous smile. I'll give you 100 silver, 13 said. But that's not enough, Rihanna replied. I know. Then why? 13 placed his hands on his waist and looked at Rihanna with a solemn expression on his face. They are your responsibility, so you need to deal with them yourself, 13 stated. Rihanna lowered her head because she knew that the boy in front of her was right. This made the teenagers frown. Judging by their exchange, they immediately understood that the one calling the shots was none other than the 7-year-old, and this fact surprised them greatly. Rihanna, did you forget how I earn money? 13 asked. What is stopping you from doing the same? The young lady, who was at a loss about what to do, suddenly had a realization after hearing the younger boy's words. You mean, Rihanna muttered. Exactly, 13 answered. Rihanna's expression became serious as she considered fighting in the duel arena. Although she knew hand-to-hand fighting techniques, she wasn't confident that she would be able to perform as brilliantly as 13. The 7-year-old had no plans to duel again anytime soon since he was currently a hot topic among the regulars of the arena. Even Raldo asked him to keep a low profile for the time being and wait until things settled down. Rihanna was about to say something when 13 raised a hand to stop her. I think you are misunderstanding something, Rihanna, 13 stated. Who said that you would have to be the one to do the fighting? Aren't they your slaves? I'm sure someone can do a better job in fighting in the arena aside from you. The young boy then raised his hand and pointed at one of the boys behind Rihanna. For example, that guy, 13 said. Let him fight in the arena, then you bet 100 silver on him. If he wins, then your group will have the money you need to buy a few weapons so that you can hunt monsters. They are now your people, so they should help you. Don't be stuck up and carry all the responsibilities on your own. I mean, do you see me handling everything myself? You have to split the roles among your team. That is what it takes to become a leader. Since Rihanna already bought the other wanderers, 13 thought that it would be best if he taught her a little bit about how to handle subordinates. He didn't want her to end up as a martyr who always carried heavy burdens on her shoulders so that everyone could be happy. The guy whom 13 pointed at sized up the 7-year-old with a calm expression on his face. He noticed the black snake that was coiled on the boy's neck and recognized it for what it truly was. This brat is not someone simple, the teenage boy thought. Well, there is another matter that you should consider, 13 stated. Aside from arming them, you also need to find a place for them to stay. The inn will not be enough to house them all. Besides, I will not be giving you money for their accommodations either. Rihanna frowned because she hadn't thought that far. The only thing on her mind was to free all the slaves out of pity. But now that they were free, she couldn't possibly let them wander off on their own. Although they bore the mark of slaves with the red dots on their foreheads, that didn't mean that no one in the city would try to harm them. They were, after all, slaves. The lowest of the lows, and they had no human rights to speak of. What should I do? Rihanna asked with a beet-red face. 13 didn't answer her. Instead, he looked at Norris, who was watching this scene with amusement. Do you know of any place where we can fit at least 50 people? 13 asked. The slaves can sleep in the stables or the backyard of the property. What a coincidence. One of our warehouses is now free after many slaves have been bought from my collection, Norris replied. It's only 5,000 silvers for 1 month. No discounts. 13 pondered for a bit before nodding his head. Deal, 13 replied. It's good doing business with you. Norris was genuinely happy because he was able to earn so much in a single day. Earlier, 13 had 32,000 silver coins. But now, his wealth had decreased to 19,000 silver coins. Although it was still a substantial amount, he believed that it would not be enough to get the 5-leaf clover, which would be auctioned 2 weeks from now. It will be a bit tight, but it's not impossible, 13 thought. Since he had already spent good money on these wanderers, he would certainly squeeze them dry until he got his money's worth back and more. After getting the payment for 13's purchases, Norris led them to one of the warehouses that he owned in the city. It was quite big and had 2 stories. It had more than enough space to house 50 people and a few ogres. There were ready-made beds to sleep on. Although they were crude, it proved that this was a place used to store slaves before they were sold at the slave market. Chapter 103, I will find you. So wait for me. Chapter 103, I will find you. So, wait for me. Why don't you just go to the countryside and live a peaceful life? Why must you insist on doing this, Tiona? Going to the countryside and living a peaceful life sounds good, 13. But I can't abandon everyone. A beautiful young lady with long black hair and purple eyes looked at the army camp in the distance. Behind her, countless snakes of different shapes and sizes gathered, ready to attack at her command. She was one of the captains of the demon army, and she was tasked to attack the main army of the Alliance before sunrise. Although she knew that this was impossible to win, her face was calm as if she had already prepared herself for the worst. Why not? 13 asked. This is a suicide mission, Tiona, and you know it. You are just being used as a pawn to divert the hero's attention to this place, while that bastard conquers another kingdom. 13. You already know the answer, Tiona replied. He's holding my family hostage. If I don't do as he says, then they will be killed. If you die here, then they will also lose their value. The demon lord will kill them once you are dead. At least, as long as you are alive, he will not readily kill them. You're a useful tool for him to expand his empire. Can't you see that? You're just talking about an if scenario, 13. And even if you are right, I can't abandon my family. The demon lord might not kill them, but he will surely make them suffer. I won't be able to sleep at night knowing that they are suffering because of me. Tiona, this is madness. You'll die if you attack that camp right now. I know. This is why I'm doing it. What are you talking about? 13 shouted. Leave this place now, Tiona. 13. If there is a next life, I hope we can meet again in a peaceful world. If that were to happen, I'd be truly happy. Don't do this, Tiona. Please don't do this. Chapter 10 for your 1,000 years too early to scheme against me. Chapter 10 for your 1,000 years too early to scheme against me. 13 decided to spend 1,000 silver coins in order to procure food and other necessities to make the lives of his slaves, the people under his wing, a little more comfortable. He had a feeling that their quest, which was lighting the beacon of hope, was closely related to the previous Valbera kingdom, which had now become the Sumatran kingdom. With this in mind, 13 decided to make Groner City his base of operations. Not only was it close to the Houdini Desert, but it would also allow them to travel by boat to reach the other places within the Sumatran kingdom. Also, the city would provide them with all the necessities they needed like food, weapons, and armor, making it their ideal place to create their base. Currently, 13, Christopher, and Rihanna were inside his room because he planned to give the young lady some advice on how to properly manage the people under her. Since you are the one who freed them, they will listen to you more than they'll listen to me, 13 stated. So, you will be the one to manage them. I told you yesterday that you need to earn money. The fastest way to do that is to let them fight in the slave duel. You are their leader, so you mustn't get hurt in any way. Delegate duties to them to split the work in maintaining the warehouse. Make others clean this place, while others do other chores like buying food, etc. Remember that they are wanderers, so they are not babies that you have to take care of 24/7. Right now, they are just waiting for an opportunity to leave. But since they are afraid that they might get hunted down if they leave the city, they are relying on your kindness. Let's keep things simple for them. Those who don't work won't eat. If they don't like it, they can leave. Simple as that. Rihanna nodded her head in understanding. After a night's rest, she realized that she didn't really think things through and just followed what she thought was right. Now that she understood that she alone wouldn't be able to take care of 33 teenage boys and girls who were the same age as her, she needed to change her ways of doing things. "Young master, what about us?" Christopher asked. "Us? We're going to the duel arena, of course," 13 replied. "I bought a slave after all. It will be a pity if I don't put him to good use." Christopher and Rihanna couldn't help but shudder after seeing the evil smile on 13's face. They offered a silent prayer to the pitiful tigerkin, who would soon realize that his new master was someone who mustn't be provoked no matter what. Duel arena? Raldo looked at the 7-year-old whom he had asked to keep a low profile due to the incident that happened in the duel arena. Only a day had passed since his duel against Braca, yet the boy was back again to cause trouble. "Don't worry, I didn't come here to fight," 13 said. "I came here to make him fight." The boy used his thumb to point at the tigerkin behind him, who was busy glaring at his master. Raldo breathed a sigh of relief because he thought that the boy would insist that he fight again in a duel. "Okay, let me see who is on the waiting list," Raldo said as he checked the scroll in his hands. "By the way, what is his name?" "My name is Percival," the tigerkin declared. "His name is Taiga," 13 stated. "Okay, Taiga then," Raldo said as he scribbled the tigerkin's name in his scroll. Since he is a tigerkin, his opponents will be trolls, ogres, or other tigerkins. There are a few candidates here, so I'll let you choose his opponent. Percival, whose name had been changed to Taiga, growled. However, before he could do anything, 13 glanced in his direction and said, "Kneel." The tigerkin gritted his teeth as he endured the mind-numbing pain in his head as he tried to defy his master's orders. Seeing his resistance, the 7-year-old smirked before crossing his arms over his chest. "Taiga, if you don't obey my orders, you will suffer because of the slave tattoo," 13 stated. "If you continue to resist, you will lose your mind, you know? I'd rather lose my mind than obey you." Percival growled as his body shook uncontrollably from trying to defy his master's order. "I see. So you mean you would rather die than obey me, right?" 13 asked as he once again checked the contents of the scroll in his hand. "That's what you call warrior's pride, right? Well, I don't really mind if you die. There are many other slaves that I can purchase from the slave market. I just find it pitiful that your life will end here without even being able to achieve your dreams and aspirations. It just means that you are fated to die like a dog, not a warrior." A moment later, 13 heard a thud, making him look at the kneeling tigerkin in front of him. Blood seeped at the corner of Percival's lips after biting his lip too hard. Originally, he didn't mind dying because he was aspiring to be a warrior of his clan. However, 13's words had shaken him. If he were to die now, he would indeed be dying like a dog, not like a warrior. For the tigerkins, dying in battle was a great honor. As an aspiring warrior, he had made a vow to himself that if he were to die, he would be dying on the battlefield, facing their clan's enemy in mortal combat. "I can't die here." Percival clenched his fists tightly. "Mother is waiting for me." Seeing that the tigerkin had quieted down, 13 pointed at a name in the scroll, which made Raldo arch an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" Raldo asked. "You can pick a more favorable matchup for him." "No," 13 replied. "I want him to be Taiga's first opponent." Percival glared at the boy who refused to use his real name. However, he didn't say anything else and simply clenched his fists tighter. "You think you can earn money from me?" Percival sneered in his heart. "I'll make you regret your decision of belittling me." 13 gave his slave a sidelong glance before turning around. He was afraid that if he stared at Percival long enough, the smirk he was trying so hard to hold back would appear on his face. "Silly boy," 13 thought. "Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? You're 1,000 years too early to scheme against me." The tigerkin and the 7-year-old boy both laughed in their hearts. However, only time would tell who among the two of them would truly have the last laugh. E/NY. When you said antihero, you really meant it. Chapter 105, A Second-Rate Villain. Chapter 105, A Second-Rate Villain. The duel arena was as rowdy as usual. But this time, 13 wasn't the one who was going to fight. Instead, he was one of the spectators that were about to watch the battle. As a safety precaution, Raldo had given 13 a black robe with a hood to wear, as well as a mask to keep his face hidden. Although it would be easy for the other barbarians to recognize him because Succubi, Christopher, and Rihanna were with him, they wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble as long as they couldn't see his face. The duel arena was under the city lord's authority, so anyone who caused trouble would not only be kicked out of the arena, but the city as well. Even though they still carried a grudge against 13, they would not cause trouble in fear of being blacklisted in the city or worse, thrown to prison. A few minutes later, Percival, aka Taiga, showed up in the arena. The barbarians cheered because they liked to see the Tigerkins fight in battle. For a brief moment, Percival's and 13's gazes met. The Tigerkin had a calm expression on his face, but deep inside, he was laughing because he saw that the brat had placed a bet on him for 1,000 silver coins. Prepare to lose your money, fool. Percival sneered in his heart. I'll suck you dry until you become bankrupt. A moment later, the Tigerkin's opponent appeared in the arena. Percival's expression became serious when he sensed that the ogre was a rank stronger than him. The Tigerkin was still young and was similar to Christopher's age. He was a rank 1 Tigerkin, and his opponent was a rank 2 ogre. Neither of them were wielding any weapons, but in a contest of strength, the ogre would beat him hands down. But Percival had something that the ogre didn't, and that was speed. All Tigerkins were blessed with speed, dexterity, and strength, so he was confident that he could outrun and outmaneuver his foe. Killing is not allowed, the referee shouted. Everything else is allowed. If you fall from the arena, lose consciousness, or surrender, you lose. If you purposely kill your opponent, you will also be executed. If you kill them by accident, the jury will decide your fate. Now fight. As soon as the signal was given, the ogre roared and charged at the Tigerkin with its fists raised high. Percival knew that if he took that blow head-on, even if he didn't die, he would get seriously injured or, worse, end up crippled. Because of this, he had no choice but to evade and look for a better opportunity to execute his plan. The Tigerkin also charged at the ogre instead of evading. When the two were only a few meters apart, Percival lowered his body and slid between the ogre's feet, catching it by surprise. The Tigerkin then hurriedly stood up before unleashing a kick on the ogre's balls, making it grunt in pain. However, as a creature that specialized in strength, and with skin that was as hard as a rock, Percival's attack wasn't enough to cripple it completely. The only thing he succeeded in doing was making the ogre angry. Come, you overgrown baboon, Percival shouted, making all the barbarians laugh. They really liked entertaining battles like this because it makes their blood boil, as if they were the ones fighting. The ogre kept on attacking Percival, but the Tigerkin was as slippery as an eel. Even so, the brute monster wasn't as dumb as it looked. Just when Percival thought that he had managed to dodge successfully, the ogre made a backhand strike, which he barely managed to block with his arms. The strength of the backhand blow was enough to send Percival flying outside of the arena, which made the ogre raise his hand in triumph. The barbarians also cheered because it was a very exciting fight. Percival slowly propped himself up from the ground, while doing his best to hide the smile on his face. This was all part of his plan, making it look as if the ogre had managed to land a critical blow on his body. From start to finish, he was observing the ogre's fighting prowess and gaining an understanding of how strong his blows were. Since the backhand blow was done out of instinct, the strength behind it wasn't that strong. The reason why Percival was sent flying was due to the fact that he timed his jump backwards to be at the same time that the ogre's hand touched his body. This made it look like he was hit, but in truth, he was mostly unharmed. Ha! You should have ordered me to win. Percival laughed as he glanced at the boy in the spectator's seat. Due to 13 wearing a mask, he was unable to tell what his reaction was. However, he believed that the boy was gnashing his teeth in anger because he lost his money. After the ogre was declared as the winner, Percival was escorted out of the arena. Let's go, 13 said as he also stood up. Christopher, Rihanna, Succubi, as well as 3 teenage boys, whom they brought along to the arena to watch the duels, followed behind him. The reason why they brought the 3 boys was to let them watch the battle because they, too, would be fighting very soon. This was to show them what kind of opponents they would be facing, which made their faces turn grim. As a system who had witnessed many warriors in his lifetime, 13 knew that the 3 boys had received proper training. 2 of them were even stronger than Rihanna. Because of this, 13 planned to bring their arrogance down a peg by letting them fight in the arena. Of course, since Rihanna would be betting for them to win, he would make sure to choose opponents that were evenly matched with them. When they arrived at Raldo's office, Percival was already there. The moment the Tigerkin saw his master, a sneer appeared on his face because he wanted to taunt 13. But the boy ignored him. Instead, he went straight to Raldo and reached out his hand. Raldo then handed him one red coin, which made Percival's eyes widen in shock. A red coin was worth 50,000 silver coins, which meant that instead of losing money, his master gained more money due to his defeat. Silly Taiga, 13 said as he removed the mask on his face. He gave the dumbfounded Tigerkin a look of ridicule as he flipped the red coin in his hand. Thank you for making me money, 13 said in a teasing tone. Good job, little doggy. Why you? Percival almost lunged at 13 in anger because he didn't know that the boy had not only bet on him, but had placed a bet on his opponent as well. And seeing how much he won, he was confident that he placed an even bigger bet on his enemy winning. Percival was right. 13 had bet 1,000 silver coins for his win. However, this was just a trick to make Percival think that the boy was spending a lot of money on him. The Tigerkin didn't know that, after he was taken to the arena, 13 had placed a 10,000 silver coin bet on his opponent. 13 laughed like a second-rate villain, which grated on Percival's ears. Christopher and Rihanna thought that the boy was just laughing in order to taunt his slave. However, they weren't aware that 13 was laughing from the heart. Freewebnov.com, if there was a ranking for the people that 13 hated, the one who would be sitting at the very top would not be his father, the system god. No, the one he hated the most was Fate. The second one was Heroes. His old man only took third place in his heart. And now, seeing one of the people he hated looking at him with bitterness and anger tickled 13's heart, who had been suffering for thousands of years. Since you weren't injured during your battle, you are going to fight again, 13 said after he finished laughing. Well then, little Taiga, earn me more money, okay? I am looking forward to your performance. Raldo, who was looking at this scene, felt his liver itch. He had a feeling that within a week or two, the duel arena might suffer major losses at the hands of the 7-year-old boy who was milking them dry of their money. A/N. Been traveling the whole day with 2 connecting flights. I'm just so dead. Arrived at the hotel at 8:20 p.m. I'm gonna go sleep and wish I wake up tomorrow. Regular updates for all novels will resume when I wake up. Chapter 106 Teenage Rivalry. Chapter 106 Teenage Rivalry? Percival's anger showed on his face. He didn't know what to do with his anger, so when the boy asked Raldo to let him fight a second time, the Tigerkin was more than happy to oblige. The ogre he had been up against earlier was a difficult opponent, but he believed that if he had taken his time to weaken it with his quick and relentless attacks, he would have won the battle. If only he had known that 13 placed a higher bet on his opponent, he would have taken his time to win the battle. I will bet this red coin on the next match, Raldo, 13 said in a volume that he thought only Raldo could hear. I choose this ogre named Grug. His name sounds strong. I'll place my bet on this guy. Understood. Raldo nodded as he waved his hand so that his subordinates would take Percival towards the arena. The moment the Tigerkin left the room, a sneer appeared on his face. You fooled me once, but it will not happen again, Percival thought. Bastard, I'll make sure you suffer a loss this time. Meanwhile, inside Raldo's office. Are you fine with this arrangement? 13 asked. Yes. Raldo nodded. I pity your slave. You're one evil kid. 13 smiled, but he no longer made any comments. Since this was a high-level transaction, Raldo personally took care of it. As the manager of the arena, he had the authority to handle these kinds of transactions. Also, the boy told him that if he agreed with his condition, he would bring greater profit to the arena, which was a good thing. Pleasure doing business with you, Raldo stated as he reached out to shake 13's hand. Same. 13 replied before leaving Raldo's office to head to the stands. Rihanna's slave would be fighting shortly, and he wanted to see just how good the teenage boy was. Rufus, was it? 13 thought. I'm guessing he might be a retainer from one of the prestigious families, or possibly from the monarch clans. The boy had seen how Rufus carried himself, and a single glance was enough for him to tell that the boy was an expert despite his age. He believed that as long as the slave was going to fight against a rank 1 monster, Rufus' chances of winning were high. Rihanna had placed a 50 silver bet on the boy, hoping that he would win. 13 could only praise the young lady for not placing all of her eggs in one basket. That way, even if Rufus lost, there was still a chance for her to make a comeback. Duel arena. Rufus stood in the arena and observed the troll in front of him. The monster was at least twice his size, and yet the teenage boy remained calm. The troll, on the other hand, wasn't as calm as his opponent. It was growling at Rufus because it didn't like the look that the human boy was giving it. Killing is not allowed, the referee shouted. Everything else is allowed. If you fall from the arena, lose consciousness, or surrender, you lose. Now fight. After the signal to fight was given, the troll didn't hesitate to attack the boy who had also taken a fighting stance. A monk fighting style. 13 mused as he looked at the teenage boy with short brown hair and eyes. This will be interesting. When the troll was only a few meters away from him, Rufus stomped his foot forward, propelling himself in the air. A moment later, he unleashed a kick on the troll's jaw, making the latter grunt as it took a step back. The moment he landed on the ground, Rufus kicked the troll's balls, making it curl its body. The barbarians laughed after seeing this scene. This was a very common tactic in the dueling arena. And since most monsters were bigger than the human slaves, they would often target their crotch in order to deal as much damage as they could to their opponents, who were physically stronger than them. The moment the troll lowered its head, Rufus unleashed 4 straight punches, aimed at the monster's jaw in rapid succession. After that, he ended it with a turning sidekick, which was still aimed at the monster's jaw, rattling its brain and causing it to lose consciousness. Winner, Rufus, the referee shouted. Rihanna subconsciously clenched her fist in happiness from Rufus' win. She also gained 250 silvers. The odds were only 5-1, but she was still very happy with the results. 13 smiled from inside his mask before whispering something in Rihanna's ears. Let the 2 other boys we brought here fight as well, 13 whispered. Let's see what they are capable of. Observe their battle style as well, because they will become the core of your hunting party. Rihanna nodded in understanding. She then went to register the 2 other boys, whose names were Aaron and Jean. Just like Rufus, 13 could tell that both of them were properly trained in martial arts. Since there weren't many challengers today, the 2 of them were able to fight right away. Percival's opponent had still not arrived because the owner of the ogre that he was about to fight decided to have lunch before he returned to the dueling arena. This worked in 13's favor because it bought him time to witness the battles of Aaron and Jean, who seemed to have suddenly formed a rivalry with one another. Aaron and Jean had seen how happy Rihanna was when Rufus won, so the 2 of them decided to do their best in battle as well. The 7-year-old couldn't help but feel amused due to this sudden turn of events. It was very obvious to him that the 2 teenage boys were trying to impress the young lady who had saved them from slavery. When 13 first saw Rihanna, she looked very timid and seemed like someone who could not even hurt a fly. But after getting to know her, he understood that she had only acted that way in order to keep a low profile. While she might not be the kind of beauty that could cause the downfall of a nation, she was, in fact, very pretty. Since that was the case, it was only natural for the 3 boys to develop a crush on her, and thus do their best to make them look dependable in her eyes. Chapter 107 The Last Straw That Broke the Camel's Back. Chapter 107 The Last Straw That Broke the Camel's Back. Jean managed to win his match, but it was a close call. The one he fought against was a young barbarian who was testing his martial prowess in the arena. The fight lasted for nearly 15 minutes. The battle had been quite intense, with neither one of them backed down. Unlike Rufus, who specialized in offense, Jean was an all-rounder. He was also very good in counterattacks, which made the young barbarian lose his composure. In the end, the teenage boy played to his strength and fought his opponent in a battle of attrition, winning by a small margin. Jean's arms were bruised and battered from using them to block and deflect his opponent's attacks. Although he got hit a couple of times, none of those landed on his vital parts, allowing him to win the match. Aaron, on the other hand, was more to 13's liking. The boy with blonde hair and blue eyes was very sneaky. He didn't engage his opponents head-on and employed hit-and-run tactics. Similar to Jean, the one he fought against was a barbarian in training, but what caught 13's attention was the fact that Aaron knew his strike range by heart. When his opponent came within the range of his fists and legs, he would hit them without a second thought before quickly retreating. Fighting against someone like him was very annoying since you wouldn't know if he was going to attack or going to run away. The barbarians booed him as well, but Aaron didn't give a hoot to what they were thinking. In the end, he won the match when his opponent conceded out of annoyance. Rihanna's reaction to Aaron's win was lukewarm, but the boy only smiled as he returned to her side like a faithful puppy, waiting for his master's orders. Such an interesting individual, 13 thought. Among the three of them, this guy is definitely the most versatile. Aaron made his fight look so easy as if he was fighting against a child. From start to finish, his opponent wasn't even able to land a blow to his body. For the 7-year-old, this spoke volumes of Aaron's abilities, making him the perfect scout for Rihanna's future hunting team. After a short break, Percival made his appearance in the arena. He made sure to glance at his master once before shifting his gaze to the ogre in front of him. The ogre was a head taller than the first ogre that the Tigerkin had fought in his first duel. This was a sign that the one he was going to go against was older and, perhaps, even stronger than the ogre he first fought. Even so, Percival wasn't daunted. The only thought in his mind was to beat his opponent and make sure that his master would feel bitter from losing the 50,000 silver coins that he had used to bet on the ogre in front of him. After the referee had given the signal to start the battle, Percival charged forward, which made 13 arch an eyebrow behind the mask he was wearing. The ogre was more than happy to meet his approach with a punch, but the Tigerkin deftly dodged to his right side before kicking the ogre's knee. The Tigerkin immediately backed away after delivering his attack and observed his opponent critically. Tickle! The ogre sneered before shouting a war cry. It then ran toward Percival, using the size of its body in order to corner the boy. However, Percival had other plans and met the ogre's charge with a charge of his own. The ogre punched down, but Percival evaded it easily. The Tigerkin then used his sharp nails to scratch his opponent's fist, targeting the wrist area. His attack succeeded, and it left a very shallow wound on his opponent's wrist. Percival didn't take any chances and immediately distanced himself, which proved to be a good decision on his part. Had he stayed for 2 more seconds, he could have been hit by the ogre's counterattack, which left a deep mark on the ground where its fist had landed. The exchange between the two continued, with Percival getting hit once in his right shoulder in exchange for scratching the ogre's left eye, making it bleed. The ogre's body was now covered with blood because Percival's tactic was to slowly wear out his opponent. Although he doubted that the ogre would bleed to death, he didn't mind if that happened as well. He wasn't purposely killing his opponent, but the accumulation of damage and loss of blood would sooner or later take a toll on the ogre's body. Percival was certain that even if his opponent bled to death, he wouldn't be charged with a crime. After all, the ogre had all the time in the world to concede the match. But since it didn't plan to back down, Percival continued his meticulous attacks. Every time he engaged his opponent, a new wound would appear on the ogre's body, making it more angry and annoyed. However, no matter what it did, Percival was simply too fast for it to properly land a hit on the Tigerkin's body. In the end, the owner of the ogre stood up and conceded the match. He couldn't afford to let the ogre die, as it was a member of his personal hunting party. Although losing to a weaker Tigerkin was annoying, he decided to pull back before the ogre bled to death, causing him significant losses. Winner, Taiga! The Tigerkin panted for breath before wiping away the saliva that was oozing out from the corner of his lips. He didn't feel anything a while ago because adrenaline was still pumping inside his body. However, the moment the battle ended, the exhaustion hit him like a truck, making him feel as if a mountain was pressing down on his back. When he raised his head to look at his master, he saw Raldo sneakily giving the younger boy 3 red coins, which almost made the Tigerkin stop breathing for a few seconds. Only when 13 glanced once more in his direction did Percival realize that he had been played a second time. Feeling angry, hurt, and distressed, the Tigerkin collapsed on the ground while still looking at his master in disbelief. 13 chuckled internally before raising his hand to show Percival the 3 red coins that were held between his fingers. He knew how sensitive a Tigerkin's hearing was, so he tricked the pitiful slave by purposely saying who he was going to put his bet on while handing the red coin to Raldo. What Percival didn't know was that before the deal was finalized, the 7-year-old changed his mind and placed his bet on him instead. But Raldo was very wary of 13 milking them with his winnings, so he proposed a deal. If the boy won his bet a second time, he would not be allowed to join the gambling house for a month. 13 agreed to this deal, but he also proposed a condition, which Raldo agreed to. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back, making Percival's eyes roll into the back of their sockets as he fainted out of grief and indignation. What the Tigerkin didn't know was that 13 was speeding up his character progression, allowing his destiny to progress as soon as possible. freewebnoul.csigmem. Some heroes grew stronger the more hardships they encountered in their lives. 13 believed that Percival fell under this category since he found him in a slave market. By overcoming these hardships, the hero's resolve would strengthen, allowing him to grow stronger at a rapid pace. All of this was an experiment for the 7-year-old boy, allowing him to better understand the growth of heroes. He was confident that even if he were fated to be a cannon fodder, he would still be able to forge his own path and beat fate in her own B*TCHY game. Chapter 108 The Start of a New Hunt. Chapter 108 The start of a new hunt. A week had passed since Rihanna had taken Rufus, Aaron, and Jean into the dueling arena to earn funds for their hunting party. The teenagers didn't always win, but their losses were still at an acceptable level. Rihanna was still able to profit from these matches, and as the days went on, her other slaves, her subordinates, also opened up to her. Most of them were just ordinary teenagers without any grand family backing. Some of them didn't really want to fight, and that was understandable. Those who didn't want to join the hunting party were then delegated to take care of the warehouse and handle chores such as cooking, cleaning, and laundry. 13 didn't lift a finger nor raise a voice to order Rihanna's people around. He had given her complete authority over them and focused all of his attention on helping Christopher get stronger, as well as making Percival hate him more. Percival had now become famous in the dueling arena, and he even gained some patrons who would always bet on him whenever he appeared to fight. Due to his insistence on making things difficult for 13, he wouldn't always win and suffered losses as well in the hopes that the 7-year-old boy would bet on the wrong person, making him go bankrupt. However, in this scheme, the first one to break was Percival. Regardless of whether he won or lost, his master always gained tens of thousands of silver coins, almost making the Tigerkin go crazy. freewebnovel.com. It was as if 13 was able to read him like a book, and no matter what he did, the only winner at the end was the 7-year-old boy. "It's a pleasure doing business with you, Raldo," 13 said as he received 3 red coins from the duel manager. "You know, you should take it easy on your betting," Raldo replied bitterly. "It's hard for us if you always win, you know." "It's not my fault," 13 replied. "Regardless of what I do, Tyga always earns me money. I'm so lucky to have him." These words almost made Percival puke blood then and there, unable to refute it. He didn't know why 13 was able to accurately guess whether he was going to win or not. It was as if the bastard boy had some kind of future sight that allowed him to guess the result of the battle. What the poor Tigerkin didn't know was that everything that was happening was only a farce. In order to stop 13 from continuing to bet in the gambling den, Raldo cooperated with the boy's plan to make Percival's life miserable. In truth, the 7-year-old was no longer placing bets in the arena. The red coins that Raldo was handing to him every time Percival finished a battle was 13's own money that he had placed in the duel manager's hands for safekeeping. This was why every time the duel ended, he would hand 13 exactly 3 red coins, returning the boy's money to him. In short, the boy was just trolling his slave, making Percival think that his master could read him like an open book. So no matter how hard he tried, or no matter how unpredictable the ending of his duel would be, 13 would always receive 3 red coins from Raldo. In the end, the Tigerkin finally grew numb and stopped playing mind games with the boy. He just focused on his battles to vent out his frustrations and sharpen his battle style. Percival received training when he was young, but he had never faced someone who fought him seriously. This made the duel arena the perfect place for him. Here, no one cared who you were, who your family was, or what kind of backing you possessed. Once you step on the arena, you either won or you lost, and that was all that mattered to the fighters, as well as the spectators who gambled using their money. Seeing his progress, 13 rewarded Percival his own room and the right to eat at the same table as him, Christopher, and Rihanna. "Is your hunting party ready to start hunting, Rihanna?" 13 asked after they finished eating dinner. He had ordered Percival to return to his room so that he could talk to Christopher and Rihanna in private. "Yes," Rihanna replied. "My team is composed of 9 people, and everyone is now fully armed and ready to fight. Good, 13 nodded. Don't visit the arena anymore. I don't want you to develop a gambling addiction. Don't forget that all of us are wanderers. You need to gather cores, as well as monster drops. We still don't have a clue as to what lighting the beacon of hope means, so it will be best to just prioritize getting stronger for the moment. I will ask Jubi to accompany your group to ensure that you will not be harassed by the barbarians outside. What about us, young master? Christopher asked. Should we just stay in the city and wait until the auction for the 5-leaf clover starts? 13 shook his head. We will also form our own hunting party. You bought 2 ogres, plus Brutus and Bruno, so we have 4 brute monsters. Taiga will also join the fight, which gives us plenty of frontline fighters. The 2 Tigerkin ladies that you brought will also accompany us, but they will not fight. They will just focus on cooking and doing other miscellaneous chores during our journey. Our goal is to hunt and return before the auction starts, so prepare everything you need because we will leave at sunrise. Christopher nodded his head in understanding. Truth be told, he was also very excited to start hunting monsters again. Right now, 13 was giving the chubby boy all the monster cores from the monsters that they had killed in order to prepare for his eventual breakthrough. The 7-year-old wasn't in a hurry to collect cores for himself. Why? Because he was confident that he would be able to collect 200 cores for himself even after Christopher finished collecting his quota. There was also no guarantee that he would finish his 13 trials before Christopher completed his quest. Taking this into consideration, he decided to strengthen Christopher first. The stronger the chubby boy was, the more useful he was to 13. After finalizing their plans for the morning, the 3 returned to their own rooms to rest for the night. Tomorrow was going to be a busy day, so they wanted to get as much rest as possible before they embarked on a journey to fight against monsters and farm monster drops, which would aid them all in their first wandering.